Hey guys, this is the first of a multi-part series. It will be released when I do them, basically. Don't expect them every story that comes out to be another part of this, but just keep a lookout for it. I am very happy to bring you I'm a security officer hired to protect an estate. The Forest Has Eyes, Part 1, by The Forest Has Eyes. Hi, I'm Nolan. I've worked in this field for a long time. Well, I guess somewhat literally, but more so metaphorically. I'm sort of a private security free agent. Or at least that's the sort of title I've given myself. I'm a taller, more athletic Paul Blart Mall cop with a chip on his shoulder, a real gun in my holster, and instead of working for an official company, I'm just some guy that gets paid by people to guard their shit. Them or a general square footage area. I'm a city slicker. I like concrete, bright skyscrapers, and several hundreds of people around me at any given time. I usually only accept small jobs, short-time security, but recently, I got a pretty interesting offer. A small-time tycoon, rich guy, looks like he's been washing his hair with liquidated money, offered me a job. Guard my plot of land, the house on said land, my son, me, and all my possessions, and get paid enough money annually to have a 401k before your hair even starts to think about turning gray. Not a bad offer, but said land was deep in the southern woods. Now, you're gonna laugh. I've worked in the private security, glorified mercenary, take the gun and guard the door bullshit for a while now. I've been online enough. I've heard the stories. The woods are a place you don't fuck with. Miles of dense wood drowning any person in. A place where things have dwelled for a while. The point is, if you're gonna spend a few tens of millions of dollars on a compound, dropping it dead in Missouri, is it? I don't know. It's dead on state borders, I know that much. Dropping it in Skinwalker City woods. The air around here is so thick with pine trees, I swear it smells like someone tried to blot out their new car smell with a really cheap air freshener. Except the smell is more genuine. You know when you can feel a scent so pungent you can almost cut it with a knife? That's what it felt like stepping out of the man's squeaky SUV in front of his estate house, as he called it. The one where the weirder side of the internet says Hitler fled to after the wild goose chase down the Atlantic. It looked similar to that. Actually, almost identical. Just give it several hundred light fixtures, shiny new windows, and a little bit of a trim up. Boom. The Kazimoth Estate House. Not a lot stood out to me. All the lights may be just some sort of fear of the dark, turn on all the lamps in the house shit we did as a kid, but on a larger scale because you're surrounded by miles of woods. But what did seem strange to me, though, were a few things. The place had a perimeter wall, understandable, a number of threats, like bears, wolves, hell, the occasional freakazoid out in the woods, could all be cause for alarm. But what did seem strange to me, though, was how jagged the pikes were, and the fact that they were wrapped in a whole line of razor and barbed wire, with light fixtures pointing outwards towards the woods. A lot of money just to buy the metal for all, what, at worst a bear or a drugged up hippie? And a lot of power spent for what? Floodlights to see anything coming at any angle? I asked Theodore, the boy's father and my employer, and he says it's just for extra security. Fair enough. What was I gonna do? Tell him he's being overly careful? I'm the kind of guy who sleeps with 5 knives and 2 guns in his room, the door locked and one eye still open. Still, it wasn't the extra security that had me on edge. It was the claw marks on the outside. That, to me, were too violent to come from bears. So, now that you know the details of my arrival here, things have been weird. I know I said I'm a city slicker near, 3 decades in Chicago, put in the middle of nowhere to guard some several hundred square foot compound in the middle of the deep south woods. Surely anyone would be unnerved. This place, though, and the town a few miles down the forest road, the walls of thousands of pine trees seemingly drowning any life in these endless veil of woods. I'm a man of this craft. I didn't always work in private security. I like the more combative jobs. I like working this sort of boot and collar work, the warrior mentality. I've had to deal with a lot of people, hundreds of kinds. Druggies, dumbasses, do you know who I am's? Creepy motherfuckers sitting out by the dumpster with a boombox and socks. Just socks. The point is, I've experienced shit. A lot of shit. So when the sun started to go down and the alarms in my head started to tick on, it's not bullshit. One of my jobs is to check the wall. Not too bad, honestly. It allows me to get out of the house and get some fresh air. Scan this gargantuan stone structure that would make East Berliners get flashbacks. And see the lights at night. Nothing too shabby. A week in and I already had to do actual maintenance on the wall as well. It was midday when I looked on the security cameras. I saw the eastern side had a spot where some sort of matted fur was caught. I didn't see it the night before. So I grabbed some tools and hopped on the ATV and headed over there. When I pried it off, some more alarms went off in my head. 1. This shit was a pain in the ass to pry off. It made some body armor look like cardboard. 2. If it was this tough, how the hell did it get punctured on the defensive wire? 3. If this was animal skin like I thought, why was it dry and laminated, as, say, the underside of a carpet, but still had the organic look to it? Theodore said it's nothing, probably just a bear passing by and shedded off some of its fur that got caught on the wire. But it's nearing wintertime, when the fur would be growing instead of shedding. And shedded fur doesn't have a layer of skin on the inside. I put it in a crate in the security room for later inspection. Do you know what's truly creepy? Sure, the reptilian human bird guy with the Godzilla shriek running at you at 1,000 miles per hour. That can be scary. But do you know what's creepy? It's not the bullshit scary stories. It's not really, well, the movie monsters. It's the things that are just out of place. I'm not an easily spooked man, but it's not the hobgoblin in the woods that'd freak me out. It's the little girl being in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I was out doing a full property check. I used to do this around once every week, mostly because I was unused to the whole, well, like I said, bumfuck miles of suffocating trees. But as I got more used to it, I started patrolling the land every 2 days or so. I climb on the ATV and I ride out to the gates, patrol the long winding dirt path that the property manager agreed with whoever he bought it from that would be his plot perimeter. Usually, I go shoo off any nicks getting drunk, clear the occasional fallen brush. However, this path runs really deep into the woods. I don't know how much Theodore paid for this land, but it runs miles before it loops back around. You ever take a walk in the woods, feel the calm silence, so tranquil, so undisturbed? In my experience, it's like you're sitting in a canoe on a calm ocean bed. While still, all it takes for you to capsize in the fairly untamed, unsafe woods is one push. One push and you're drowning and panicking and paranoia. So I drove up the ATV path, stopped at what I calculated was the most northern part of the plot. I took out my binoculars and gazed around. Relatively calm, tall grass growing and smothering the trunks of the trees. And the trees, when he started passing his plot of land, started growing more sparser. But there were still hundreds per square foot. Really, it was just an excuse for me to stop. Just to calm my nerves of the forest. You know, relax. What tipped me over was when I heard someone say, "Woof." And I don't mean it's a fucking dog, Dwight, dumbass. I mean a grown fucking man literally saying meow, woof, and bark in the middle of the fucking woods. It was the most goddamn bright evening too, and it still freaked me the fuck out. I gazed around. The noise was coming somewhere northwards off of the property line. Hello? Woof. This shit went from me cringing to just goddamn confused. You're on private property. Well, technically he was off the property, but I wasn't going to tell this creepy motherfucker that. Show yourself. Now. A long pause. Then, meow. I let out a sigh. Stop fucking around. Show yourself. Now. What happened next made me immediately reach for the rifle on the back of my ATV. Directly to the right of the ATV, pointing at the point I knew exactly was north of the house, poked out a head. And I don't mean like a head, a hairy motherfucker, some pedophile or some shit. I mean, who the fuck else fucks around in the woods like this? Anyway, what poked out was a completely blank head. You ever have those toys as a kid where you would fill the mold of the guy and pop him out? Well, imagine that, but much, much better on a more defined scale. A male head, stripped of all hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, even fucking lips. The second it poked out, it looked at me with these white eyes and dilated pupils. Without even mouthing, he barely opened his mouth and went, cuckoo, coo. It caused me to nearly trip and fall on my ass from the shock. I scrambled to my feet and aimed the rifle over the ATV, using the small vehicle as cover against whatever the fuck that was. Come out, now! Nay. In retrospect, I could guess that he was making a horse's neigh, but I thought he was saying nay in defiance. So I stood up and screamed, "Come the fuck out, or I will shoot!" Yes, I was that trigger-happy security guard that those thrill-seeking teens ran into when they pushed the buttons of a rent-a-cop on duty. You can thank Iraq for that mentality. What I cannot thank Iraq for was preparing me for what the man did next. The guy crab-walked, and I mean more so, shuffled outward sideways. You know in 2D cartoons like Futurama, how they draw the crabs? That's what he was like. Legs wide apart, hands up like fucking claws. And that god-awful face staring at me. He was also fucking naked. All I could do was let out a, "What the fuck?" Not gonna lie, I was in disbelief. Oink. He turned 90 degrees north and fucking shuffled away at like 50 miles an hour. After a few meters, he just disappeared into the thick brush. What the fuck? I've heard him, but I haven't seen him since. And something told me that Theodore brushing it off wouldn't put my mind at ease either. I started to get over seeing the random lights, the naked man, and the, well, growing claw marks on the side of the wall. I got used to it, I guess. Then, well, I met Tim a few nights ago. So one night, I was sitting in the security room, essentially facing the outside wall. Well, wall of monitors. There's not much in the room. A table with a computer, mouse, keyboard attached to the monitors. The crate where I found the fur along with some other things encrypted Amazon users would buy for about $300 minimum, and a chair. Things get pretty boring. Log walls aren't furnished with a layer of plywood and plaster like the rest of the place, which gives off that piney smell, and makes it strangely quiet. What broke the silence a few days ago was when I took a break from scanning the monitors, just to listen to the browser on my phone. The voice echoed through the speakers. It caused me to jump a bit too. It was the dead of night and went right from dead silence. I quickly scanned the monitors trying to find the source. Nothing at the backside. Nothing in the main yard.
Hey!
The voice sounded like it was halfway cracking. Then I decided to do what I should have done instead of frantic screen searching. I checked the receiver and saw where the voice was received at. The front gate.
Hey!
My eyes darted to the camera overlooking the front gate. To see some kind of white figure with a metal pole, it wasn't really that good of a look. So I switched to the front gate cam. What I saw left me in surprise. Not shock, just baffled. It was a science room skeleton. Yes, a science room skeleton. The metal pole was actually the wheeled rack that it was hanging off of. I sat there surprised. I expected to see, a serial killer? Hell, seeing a white figure from a distance made my mind go into emergency mode from reading too many Native American stories online. But this?
Hey!
The voice called from the skeleton. Or at least I thought it was. It was whatever was coming from the receiver. So it very well could have been a decoy, or someone underneath yelling into it. I clicked on the speaker and called back. "You're on private property." A long silence followed, broke up by,
Hey, 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 hey.
A dead, unmoving stare from the skeleton as it happened. What the fuck? What is this?
Hey, hey.
Well, I thought it was pretty clear. Someone was trying to draw attention from the front gate. So I grabbed my rifle, but considered it would also be a close distance. So I grabbed a Beretta from the locker under the table as well. I passed John, Theodore's son. As I passed him and went for the door, I said, "John, go upstairs and lock yourself in your room." He sighed, turning his attention away from some sort of game he was playing on his Xbox. "Why?" "Some guy is at the front gate. It could be a perimeter breach. No other signs of life except for the front gate." John sat there for a second as I unlocked the door. His question caused me to pause. "Is it a skeleton?" I stopped, locking eyes with the 16-year-old. A second of silence passed as a escaped through the slight crack in the door. Possibly. "Oh, that's just Tim." I blinked at the response, shaking my head slightly. "Tim?" "Yeah." The skeleton just appears and yells at the gate. Dad tells me to ignore him and turn up the volume. That's highly unsafe. John looked confused with a silent, "Why?" There's a man out screaming at the gate, causing an obvious distraction, and your dad just lets it fly? It's not a person, it's a skeleton, and Dad says to ignore the things that come around during the night. It's at this point that I realize that the parlor and all the windows on the ground level that were too big for simple blinds were all above eye level. Easier to avoid seeing things at night. Well, I'm going to talk to Tim. Don't. This made me stop at the door because, well, the kid said a single word a lot sterner than I have had any adult talk to me in the past, 8 years? Why? It's how we lost Richie. Richie was a Rottweiler they had a few years ago. Went missing. Father chummed it up to him running after a bear. The guy was at our gate. Dad sicked him on him. I feel like I knew the obvious truth, but I wasn't in the mood to hear the rest of it. Shaking my head as I walked out, I pressed the remote for the gate I had clipped on my belt and had it open. I took a firing position on the porch and watched as the reinforced sheets of steel and mechanics slowly wheeled open. Part of me thanked Theodore for all the lights. The woods out here were an impenetrable wall of black, suffocatingly so. The lights were so bright they illuminated Tim even brighter than he was. As soon as I saw him, those alarms in my head started to go off again. You see, when the gates wheel open, I remembered something. Tim was in a position in front of the receiver a few meters from it. The point is, he was right in front of the driveway when the gates opened up down the middle, and the pitch black wall of trees were really showing themselves. There it was, dead center in the middle of the gravel path. "Hey!" Tim cut off mid-sentence, when it opened up just wide enough for both of us to get a good look at each other. If this was a burglary distraction, this would have been long enough. An alarm would have been tripped if a sneak entry was tried. All I saw was me, aiming at whatever the fuck this science class skeleton was in the middle of the fucking woods. Fuck me. I cut the pie at the gate, meaning I vaulted over the porch edge, and checked slowly down the right side if someone was hiding. Nothing. Then I checked the left side, keeping far enough to where they'd have to run a few meters at me. Nothing. I stopped, my rifle barrel lowered, but it was still shouldered. Now, here's the thing. The floodlights are really bright. If someone were to try to hide, you'd be able to see them. The problem was, there was no one, sitting there staring off to the left when Tim started up again. "Hey!" I sighed. What in the ever-loving fuck is going on? "Hey!" I walked toward the gate, peeked around the corner of the wall, and then stared at him. Stared at Tim. At this point, I did scans to the right and the left. No one, nothing, fucking zip. Just me and this goddamn skeleton. The quickly cooling air allowed me to see my breath. I gazed around quickly, trying to see wherever the moon was, near midnight, I think. Narc? I spun around and backed up a couple of paces. Did this skeleton just call me a narc? I lowered my barrel when I realized I was aiming at a fucking skeleton. But in retrospect, I probably shouldn't be so careful. I gazed at the thing for a few moments, just staring at it. I decided to say fuck it and went up to him. It was indeed a skeleton, and a bare one at that. No wires, no cameras, no speaker, nothing. I thought it might have just been built into the stand, but the pipe seemed to be hollow, and it didn't seem like anything was coming from the pipe. I backed up from Tim once again, asking myself confidently, what the actual fuck? Strangely, I expected this to be the point where something jumped out, scared me and forced me into a hasty retreat back into the compound. Estate's walls. But nothing. Not a shadow out in the dark, not a pale, not a white, not a crab-walking, back-flipping, deformed human. Not a goddamn thing. Hey, narc. Nice scar. I turned my head back to Tim, and then backed up a few more steps. I was staring leftward before he said that. On the right side of my face is a scar. A long gash, although not too noticeable unless you're close. And you'd have to be close if you didn't know it was already there. And Tim was around the distance you'd have to be to notice it. There were no cameras on it. How could anyone see? No speakers, so someone couldn't be speaking through it. Yet it just gave me a compliment about my facial mutilation. What the fuck did you just say? I asked and sounded unintentionally offended. It was really more of a stunned confusion. The skeleton didn't answer. Whatever was going on, whoever was doing this, was just fucking with me. So I parted ways with Tim, with a nice crack to the skeleton's jaw, courtesy of my rifle stock. Walked back in, hitting the button as the gate closed slowly. Between the sound of the gate closing and the engines forcing them to slide shut, I heard a parting message from Tim. Asshole! And went back out the next day. Tim was gone. I still don't believe a skeleton talked to me yesterday. Seems so fucking stupid in retrospect. Yet, it matched the atmosphere in a really strange way. Now, it's been weeks. That is some of the shit I've encountered. There's been a lot going on, and I decided to do what any one person encountering all these paranormal elements with too much excess time has. Document it all online. Or, well, blog it, I guess, post maybe? I don't know. I'm getting off track. The point is, I've got plenty of things to tell. So, when I get back to this shitty laptop, you will be the first ones to hear about it. Hey, it's Nolan, your security friend from the woods. A lot's happened. It's the reason I was so busy for what seemed like an entire damn week. And even today sorting out some of the things. So for that reason, I'm gonna try and get through this. It would have been pretty handy if this didn't get removed for a title, but hey, what are you gonna do? You might ask what happened, or why you're busy. But just trust me when I say by tomorrow, it should be cleared up. And you'll get a full picture of this, so sit tight. Some notes though. Again, thank you for the feedback. It's been helpful, and it's given me some insight over the past week or so. So let me take some time real quick to answer back. In regards to using fire torches, incendiary dragon's breath round, things like that. After recent events, which you'll soon find out, it's definitely an option I'm going to explore. Thank you. Some were curious about the crab-walking slender animal man thing. While, as I've said, I haven't seen him since, which has been about a week or so, I decided to look up the account that was posting by a search and rescue officer. Stunning, really. There's not a national park around here for tens of miles, or probably more. They seem really similar, albeit. The figure I saw had somewhat of a face, and said one in the story did not when described. I'll keep this noted though. Thank you. Due to the nature of the estate and the contract I signed, I cannot give out the location of the compound and the surrounding area, even if it has been a fun time with him knowing more than he tells me. But for the sake of clarity, I don't think some vague description of where this is at is all that bad. It's a heavily wooded area. The compound and the town are based in the general southeast corner of Missouri. That's all I can really tell. Okay, now that that's all clear, let's recall. And arguably the most eventful, near eventful, week of my life. So, you might remember him. Well, so did I. Theodore gave me another one of his brushed off excuses. Halloween decoration, insomnia. He definitely knows more than he's letting on. I mean, he totally fucking does. Right? Then why lie? You want me to protect your house, then why not tell me what's really out there? Well, not just out there. You see, the morning I woke up, it was around 6. Due to how my body is wired and my schedule, I sleep a healthy 5 hours a night. And just in the security room so I can be awoken if there's an alarm going off. Point is, I woke up. The house is dead fucking silent. And I'm gonna get myself an energy drink. No, I don't drink coffee. I never bothered to spend a week wasting batches to find the right blend. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling again. The point is, the house is dead quiet. Not unreasonable, nor unexpected. What was unexpected was the fucking cold. You see, the house is one of those old chimney heater systems, a water boiler. But most of the shit Theodore has installed is mostly state-of-the-art electronic shit. Pretty power costly too. But it allows for the place to stay at a good room temperature 24/7. Which is probably why I woke up. I thought it was fucking odd that it was 51 goddamn degrees. Outage? Nah, it shouldn't be. All of the electronics are still working fine. Even checked the security system too. No damage. No drippage. Nothing. Malfunction? Maybe, but if the electric goes, apparently the old heater and boiler are set up to take over. The point is, when I headed downstairs, head still waking up 20 minutes after, I was a little more than cautious. I brought my Beretta with me. Some info about the basement real quick. The main portion is a rectangular room, with the staircase splitting it down the middle. To the left, when you come down, storage. To the right, the heaters, boilers, and other machinery. I turned on the lights and came downstairs, and then I noticed something was all off. Everything. The boiler pilot light, the furnace was long cold. The electric generator connected to the heater was dead. Not a breeze, not a drop of water. It creeped me the fuck out. But it wasn't like it was going to fix itself. But the second I knelt down and tried to start the boiler back on, I felt off. The entire basement went from feeling secure to feeling like I was in enemy territory. It didn't just feel like I was being watched. I felt hated. I felt fucking despised. So much that I even got up to look around to see if some naked crab-walking motherfucker was down there. But nothing. The boiler did spark back on, and I pulled the handle just to start it back up. One down. Then I sighed. The fucking furnace's wood was odd. I remember coming down there and checking last night. I even put some fresh logs in just in case. They weren't gone. They were charred and completely just stamped out. Even if they did need to start in the 5 or so hours of the possible outage, they shouldn't be this dead and this cold. That's when I saw something that made me draw my pistol and back against the concrete wall. It happened when my head just happened to gaze slightly to the right. Just to my peripheral, I saw a pair of legs. When I got my back to the wall, ready to fight off whatever the fuck it was, suddenly, nothing. I know what you're gonna say. It's a ghost, dickhead. Get the fuck out. Keep in mind, I was pretty fucking tired. And I remember it being gray like the concrete walls around. So I gave myself the benefit of the doubt. Tossed some logs in. Besides, if I keep drawing my pistol like Rambo, it's only a matter of time before I accidentally shoot Theodore or John. Finally, the goddamn electric generator. It's not like one of those shitty gas-operated ones you get at a Kmart. Bonus point to anyone who still remembers those. For like 25 bucks. It was at least 5 foot by 8 foot. The damn thing had a touchpad and a direct fucking cable to the underground grid. And, most importantly, a security lock that only I and Theodore knew. So it couldn't have been John, and it couldn't have been some fucker who broke in, let alone without tripping any of the alarms just to turn off the damn heat and clean water. Felt like I was being watched. I kept gazing around. No one was there. It wasn't just paranoia in the woods, despite of entertaining some inhabitants. I knew I wasn't alone, and I was being watched. Right now, I felt like a bear was about to tear out my ass. Regardless, I needed to figure out what happened with the generator. Luckily, the security room has more than just camera angles. The generator being hooked up to the grid and run on a network of the house means it's sort of like your iPhone. Every time the touchpad is accessed, and it leaves a file, for example, app, lock screen, info swipe, time, all that, down to the fucking second. I open up the access log for the generator. The time was listed at 3:17 a.m., around an hour and 45 minutes after I got some shut-eye. Someone accessed the pad, it typed in the correct code on the third try, and only Theodore and I know the code. I knew it wasn't me. I was fast asleep, locked away in the security room. Theodore, I don't think, had the time to turn it off just to have a quick laugh. So whoever or whatever accessed the pad did so after multiple tries. Theodore was in his office looking as stupidly chipper as he possibly could for being awake at these ungodly early hours. Theodore. Good morning, Dwight. Tim visit you in your dreams? He jested. God, no, thankfully. Theodore, the heating went off last night. And the boiler. And the furnace. All of it? Was it an outage? No, everything shows that not a damn second went by where the main electric was shut down. Just the side generator controlling the downstairs well, clean water, and heat. He pondered this for a moment, and also I should note that not a minute goes by where Theodore never looks, well, unpleasant, unpositive. He's always got that same kind of smirk that Steve Jobs had when he tells a bunch of Malaysian kids to go make his iPhones. Was it a chip malfunction? Couldn't be. Someone, or something, accessed the touchpad and deactivated it. Took a few tries, too. Well, it wasn't John, he's a good kid. Also, he doesn't know the passcode. And I'm sure he doesn't want to be sleeping in the ice-cold air of the forest. Well, he paused before snapping his fingers. Tried the camera on the generator. I looked confused. Your generator has a camera? It's like an iPhone. See, I told you guys. Every time someone accesses it, it snaps an HD photo. Does this guy lace everything with cameras? Am I flushing the toilet with the handle and having a selfie of my ass taken every other hour? Still, thankfully pretty convenient. I'm gonna take a look at it later, but for now, I still had shit to do. First things first, gotta check the perimeter. The walls seemed to be intact, thankfully, confirming my suspicion that we weren't besieged by Tim and his skeleton army last night. The gate showed that it was closed ever since I had it stay shut. And finally, the barbed wire. But, well, that's where things got odd. A portion of the barbed wire was noticeably missing. I knew it was, before I even had the thought that it was the razor wire. Several feet of barbed wire was just gone. Moreover, when I went out, rifle in hand, naturally, to check, the 2 floodlights were out as well. This is bad. An alarm should have been tripped when these 2 went off. And if something got that close and ripped off the fucking wire, I rushed back to the security room with a reasonable amount of paranoia. The fucking skeleton, god damn it, I knew it was a fucking distraction. I fucking knew it. I slipped into the chair and checked the footage. Initially, I thought nothing wrong. Like I said, no motion detectors went off, no alarms, nothing. Maybe I was wrong about Tim. The left side camera showed nothing wrong during my whole interrogation of the science room prop. But then, at 3:25 a.m., one of the floodlights flickered and went off. Then the adjacent one to its left. Then its right. A 5-foot wide segment of wall just gone. Done. Like all that bullshit tech just went right out the window. And I say that because the motion detectors were still on. They didn't pick up what happened next. From the light still beaming from within the house, you could barely see the gap in the light. Remember when I said it was darkness? Like drowning in suffocating darkness? I wasn't kidding. No city light, no suburban light. It went from a dim spot as the light went off to pitch black. A pitch black strip. Could barely even see the top of the wall above the broken floodlights. And when I did? Well, for context, when a body becomes bloated in water, the skin looks incredibly soaked. The flesh looks mushy. That's the kind of flesh I saw. A sickly gray or silver hand. Fingernails, but not black. I did recognize the wounds. The vessel's broken underneath the nails. Bloody. The thing reached over and plucked the barbed wire off. Literally, shit plucked off. And before I knew it, the other end too. God knows how long of a segment of barbed wire was simply snapped off. Not a goddamn thing after that. Just blank footage showing the dark area. Slowly until the sun rose. What the fuck? Not only did this shit just bypass all of the alarms, it could have just waltzed in here. This could have happened when I was out cold asleep. This is bad. Criminally fucking bad. Absolutely catastrophically fucked. We need to get the fuck out of here. A malfunction happened. Sometimes, due to all the power, some of the bulbs just aren't ready and zap out. Just get some of those extra strength ones and replace the... Dude, a fucking hand reached out. Some ghoulish motherfucker just walked right up to your billion-dollar compound and ripped the barbed wire used on military compounds like it was fucking nothing. Oh, you're overreacting, Dwight. You're underreacting. It wasn't the fear that drove me. I knew we were safe, for now. Whatever it was, it liked to keep to nightfall. But we needed to get the fuck out of this place. Dwight, the middle-aged man, took off his glasses, brushing back his black but slowly graying hair as he looked at me. What do I pay you for? Oh, this motherfucker. Security, I gruffed. Well, obviously, this is a security situation. I paid you a pretty handsome sum up front to come out here and protect this place. You've done your job pretty well so far, but it seems to me like this little malfunction is a security situation. Take care of it. I contemplated calling a cab and flying back to Chicago right then and there. Right then, right fucking there. However, whatever was out there was just prodding the defenses, testing morale, trying to see what the fuck we were made of. What I was made of. A wiser man would have gone back to civilization, bought a hotel room, and just got somewhere out of the woods. While I might not be a wiser man, I am sure as shit a bold man. Brighter bulbs were going to do the trick? Fine. I spent the better part of a few hours unscrewing, replacing, and rescrewing all of the floodlights. All fucking 48 of them. Let's just say I spent the day rewiring the walls and assessing the integrity of the motion trackers. And when night came, I sat in the security room, eyes glued to the monitors, waiting. Just fucking waiting for something to happen. 9 goddamn hours of darkness. 6 goddamn magazines loaded with hollow point rounds for my rifle. Not a single fucking move from the outside. For 2 nights. Whatever it was, it fucked with my head the first time. I made a mental note. The second time, I wouldn't be so prudent. Regardless, I couldn't sit in the compound forever. I still had a job to do. A storm would be rolling in the next few days or so. A small one. Less regional and more statewide. But it was still going to be a downpour. That meant ensuring no one was fucking about on the trail or the property. I've already seen this fucking place in the day and it was goddamn weird. Imagine being stuck in a monsoon with these fuckers? I was less being a dick to campers and more doing people a favor. You know what? It felt good to be on the ATV though. The wind in my face, the sun in the sky. Whether it was the courage of knowing I had a pretty good bit of firepower on my back, or just knowing that whatever the shit was, it wasn't brave enough to fuck with anyone in the daytime. Either way, it felt good to zip down the trail. To be fair, if you patrol enough, you tend to learn some of the landmarks. Even in the forest, it really helps not to get lost. Giant oak, short cliff, set of trees dominoing into each other, large rock pointing upward, fox den, Native American, eagle... Wait, what? I slammed on my fucking brakes just as the ATV came over a small ramp. It flew a second before slamming into the ground and braking. Hard. I looked back and gazed at the spot where I passed him. Tan guy, sort of bracelet with what I'm gonna guess are talons maybe? War paint across his eyes, head shaved except for the mohawk, eagle feathers. I remember him as clear as fucking day, because my mind got a really good sip of him. Then I realized that the Native Americans around here were moved to Oklahoma a few hundred years ago. I looked back. Nothing. Nothing except a smoke pillar just in the distance, right behind where the guy should have been. Son of a bitch. I took out my rifle and worked the bolt and ready to round. Not this time. Fuck that. I crept through the grass. Right around the corner from a large rock formation was a small smoke pillar. It was just to the right of the trail, and while it wasn't technically on the property, it was also ordered by the local government that all of the campers were to get the fuck out of the woods before the rain hit. I walked around the bend, keeping my crouching stance, and I saw a campsite. Who in the actual fuck is camping out here? What in the actual fuck would a camper be doing out here? I approached the campsite from the side. Didn't have much. A tent, a cooking pot, a bag hanging to keep bears away. Except there were no bears around these parts. I approached the tent, looking at the inside flap, a sleeping bag, with someone in it. Hey, I gave my best cop voice. The bag shifted, but no answer. Excuse me? Some muttering. Probably from a male, and the person inside the bag adjusted. I sighed and grabbed the top part of the sleeping bag and pulled it open. The person jolted out. I could see a man, young, tannish hunter-looking guy with a full beard. Possibly mid-30s, maybe? What? Oh, hey, he said enthusiastically. He bolted upright as you can be in a tent. I kept my gun shoulder, but kept the barrel low. You're on private property, sir. I've been saying that a lot now. No one seems to get the memo. Private property? Wait, you're not... People live here? Yeah? Oh, thank God! He quickly pulled up his pants. Then I realized I was talking to a half-naked guy. Before he started to clean and pack up things at an almost inhuman speed. I've been out here for a while. You should see this place. Beautiful, scenic. He zipped up his bag, and that's when I realized that he had already started to get his tent packed up, but also dangerous. I looked around. Yeah, I'm aware. The man shoved his tent into the bag and started to tie the sides into the main pack. So, stranger, you live near here? Is there a town? Civilization? Got any food? Yeah, there's a town just down the road a few miles. Thank God, I've been out here for what feels like months. Yeah, well, camping will... Wait, months? Yeah, probably just weeks, though. Time passes. You got the date? Out here? I pointed to the ground. Yeah, noticeably, strangely, not southern. More of a Bostonian mixed with a trucker. How? I asked, pretty genuinely intrigued. Like, you know what's out? Yeah, pretty fucked if I'm gonna be honest. Say, did you see the two naked guys leapfrogging over each other? My stunned silence was more than enough to answer him. Yeah, kinda weird. I know it's summer and it's all warm and stuff, but this really isn't the environment to be going full nudist. Look, man, you really need to get the fuck out of these woods. Ha! He laughed. You're telling me. Hey, can I stay at your house? No, this is private property. Come on, man. I've been stuck out here with shit that makes me want to hug a bear at night. I rubbed my temples. Look, just head left up the trail, and when you reach a gravel road, you'll be near the main road. Turn right, then get into town. He let out this inexplicably long sigh. Fine. Then I realized his entire campsite was already packed up. Before he left, I stopped him. Wait, he turned. How have you been surviving at night in a measly tent? He scratched his head and shrugged. I don't know. The guys out here probably have a bigger target. He left down the trail, and a pit formed in my gut. A bigger target? No time to think about that. I can't get freaked out. Not now, at least. I don't have enough time, nor the place. I drove down the trail a little bit further. Sadly, Animal Man wasn't there. But something did catch my eye. I hit the brakes on my ATV, coming to a stop on the straightaway. I was down to the left side of the property line, the western side. From here, there was a slight cliff to where you could see over some of the trees. Sadly, I couldn't really stop to see the sights. It wasn't the plant life that caught my eye, it wasn't the endless greenery. It was the red and yellow cap dead center of the trail. That's what stopped me. Now, even this deep in the woods, which are apparently taboo to the point of no real campers, you still find trash, litter. Hell, I found a Mr. Pibb bottle that they stopped selling years ago. But I've never, in the 4 or so weeks here, seen clothing. Especially mint condition clothing. I mean, This deep in the woods, surely whoever dropped it would have gotten dirt on it or something. But no. I stepped off the ATV, rifle now in its sling. I can't take risks anymore. I picked it up. It was pretty small. I checked the size and felt some dread wash over me. Kids. Small. What the fuck was a kid doing out here? I looked for any sort of name tag. The next thing I hear, "Hey!" I nearly jumped out of my own fucking skin. I drew my pistol and aimed for what was behind me. Then I fucking sighed. It was the fucking skeleton. Yeah, that fucking skeleton. Of all the people to see out here at this time, stupid bastard nearly made me jump out of my skin. But likewise, if he wanted to get the jump on me, he could have very easily grabbed a rock. I mean, he wasn't there before, and here he was. There was no noise, completely out of the blue. "Hey, Tim," I said, going back to inspect the hat. "Narc?" I still didn't know who was working this puppet, and I refused to believe that it was a living thing. But he obviously wasn't hostile, so I decided to play along. I held up the hat by its brim. "Do you know what this is, Tim?" Silence. What was this? Some sort of "don't look at me and we talk" kind of bullshit? I inspected the hat further and found something written on the back. "Omen, narc." I gazed up at my eggshell white-colored friend. What? Omen? I looked back in the hat to see what I was looking at. Inside, written on the back in permanent marker, Danny. I showed it back to Tim. "Do you know a Danny, by any chance?" Once again, I was met with a stone silence. Brilliant. Found an ominous omen of a child's hat with a name, and yet the only person I can ask right now is playing peekaboo fucking 20 questions. Fucking perfect. No signs of life, hair, nothing. Almost like him. My face shot up to meet Tim's. Grassman. Grassman? Forgetting how he finally directly spoke to me, what was this Grassman? There were no leaves on the hat as I looked, and there was grass everywhere. Literally. It's a forest, but not one bit on the hat, not a drop of filth at all. Who is the Grassman? Tim once again answered with silence. Ah, great. Back to fucking tiddlywinks. Fuck this. I placed the hat in the pocket of my coat and hopped on the ATV. Thanks, Tim. I turned back to the skeleton. And despite me thinking my sanity was slipping, I said, "Sorry for cracking you on the skull." I stopped. Huh, that's funny because you're a I looked back and Tim was gone. Of course. The drive back was pretty quiet, thank God. Between something always poking its creepy fucking head around a tree and sneaking up on me, having some peace and quiet was pretty good. That is, until I reached the front gate. "Look, man, I can't let you in. Wait till Dwight gets back in, I'll help you."
Wait till who? Look, man, there's goddamn ghouls out here, man. Let me in.
It was the same guy as before, talking to John through the intercom receiver. His Bostonian accent was much more apparent when he yelled. Just wait. Oh, here's Dwight now. I parked the ATV in the center of the driveway at the front gate. Hey, he snapped his fingers, trying to find my name, although I never told him Dwight. Dwight, that's it, Dwight. That's it, sure it is. I thought I told you to head down the road. Come on, man. It's fucking creepy. It's like fucking spooky out here. Can I just stay for the night? My next look read, "Are you actually kidding me?" The guy's face didn't really read any real danger. When you work the job as long as I have, you can really read a person's face. He was just short of me, probably 5'9", 5'10"-ish. He looked like a Minnesota trucker decided to play Spetsnaz. But he seemed genuine. I finally agreed with a sigh. Alright, I'll talk to my boss. You can stay for the night, but you stay in my sight at all times. The guy sighed with relief, and this is when I could really read the fact that he was genuine, just eliminating my doubts about him. Finally got the time to sit down and talk to him. His name is Isaac. He was a truck driver. Fucking called it. He lived in New England area. Called it. And he had his truck break down after fucking around in Texas after a long haul. He decided to take up camping a few miles away while getting it fixed. Turns out he'd been bumping around 3 states worth of forest before he found me. Texas? I said in disbelief, swiveling slightly in the security room chair. Yep, he said, sitting in the corner where he had set up his goddamn tent. Inside. You know what? I won't judge him. It gives us both some privacy. Listen, I know what you're bound to say, ask, or warn me. He's a shape-shifting witch doctor that you literally found in the woods and just said, yeah, sure, come on in. And while the latter might be right, I don't know. Whether it's almost his transparent demeanor or the fact that he could have stabbed me 17-something times since I've turned my back on him, 2 of which I've been writing these, really buries my doubts. At least for now. We'll discuss more later. What isn't for later is what came the following day. Isaac had done some private radio type stuff. Surprisingly, showed me how to set up cameras on swivel mode, and set up the radios on a covert frequency. As the head of the security, and the sole member of the Kazamoth Estate Security Force, I made the executive decision to let him pay off his stay with work. Things were going smoothly, until me and Isaac were sitting in the living room. A storm was hitting pretty hard outside, so we let the security system do the work, and decided to just chill out for the night. Turned on basic cable, and both of us were watching the end credits to the movie roll. God, that movie sucked, Isaac said, sitting back to the point where he was pretty much laying on the couch entirely. And I said, why don't you make yourself at home? I guess he took it literally. We should stop watching these stupid C-list movies on Netflix. Not a goddamn director on there knows how to make a... Just then, a huge flurry of rain hit the windows above the living room walls. We could pull a camera out right now and make the goddamn best found footage short. It's a damn app. I laughed. Funny because, well, it was true. You might be asking, why are you telling us this? Well, it's because things went from 0 to 60 fucking thousand as our laughter was cut off when John came walking in. Well, more running into the living room. Dwight, someone's calling for help. I bolted upright, as did Isaac. What? There's a kid on the radio. For reference, what he's talking about is one of the motion trackers. While primarily they're around the wall, we did place a few periodically throughout the trail, and here's how it works. One of them senses something in the area, and it records the footsteps in a sort of circle, and it records sound. Through the rainfall, we could hear the sound of a kid crying for help, screaming help. From what we can fathom, to no one in particular. It was on tracker number 6, the most northern tracker, near the northern arch of the trail. You're not actually going up there, are you? Isaac asked with futility as I zipped up my waterproof overcoat. If there's a kid out there, oh, come the fuck on. I zipped up the coat, more like a 2-back trench coat. Like there were flaps that helped to shield my pant legs and my back. He met me face to face. You've seen what's out there, but I've seen a whole lot more. The things out there, especially in this part, will lure you. Imitate whatever. I've heard that kid's voice out there 6 fucking times a week, right outside of my tent flap. You're walking into a trap. I found the kid's hat today. I looked him dead in the eye before chambering around in my Winchester, clipping it on the belt with a load of magazines. You may have heard something else, but my gut tells me there's a good chance he's out there. And what if it's not a goddamn kid? What if it is? Are you going to tell me you're going to be the one to tell his What do you mean? What's out there? We both noticed John by the doorway. The kid was smart. He had a good head on his shoulders. But God, if I hadn't seen the look on his face. Pure fucking confusion. The same look I had while patrolling that one night. Isaac sighed. Are you telling me that this kid has lived in the haunted fucking woods for God knows how long, and he doesn't know what's outside? Isaac! The trucker quieted down before clearing his throat. We'll tell you later, kid. I looked John dead in the eye. Your dad will tell you later. Isaac on the radio. I grabbed a small radio clipped to my utility vest. Testing, testing. The voice came through the other headset. The kid's continued cries for help sent shivers down my spine. Looking out onto the rainy, pitch-black night, sitting on the ATV, rifle in my sling, the only light coming from the goddamn glorified moped I was on. That made the pit in my stomach grow even more. But then it sank. Maybe it was knowing that there was a kid out there. Maybe it was, as I say, the 308 strapped to my back. Maybe it was knowing that I was half a mile down a dirty path, ATV half battling the dirty mud for supremacy. My mind needed to be a shield right now. It needed to be forged out of fucking iron. The giggling in the forest and the flashing shadows didn't really help.
Dwight, come in.
Isaac's voice bellowed from the radio. Dangerously, I pried my left hand from the handlebars that had been gripping it. I'm here, Isaac. Nearing the bend now.
Dwight, the kid. He's...
I still didn't know, even after inspecting it, whether it was the water, the mud, or something else that made the radio go dead. But before I knew it, my hand was right back on the handlebar as my front tires came to a halt, nearly knocking me over the front. What the fuck? I asked. The ATV was still on. I tried to reverse. The back tires tried anyway. The front tires did, but stopped. They were snagged on something. I looked, and dread fully overtook me. A line of barbed wire stretched out across the muddy path, and both tires were completely snagged. And after trying to reverse, now was tangled in it. Fuck. I tried to reverse, but to no avail. I gazed at the barbed wire, trying to see how long it was, where the end was. The end led off the road, and I saw it tied against two opposing trees. Fuck! I was fucking set up. I should have listened to Isaac. I should have listened to that feeling in my gut, underneath all the sense of bravery and child rescue shit. I unstrapped my rifle and I sat half-mounted on the ATV, and I listened. Through the rain, it goddamn still sent shivers up my spine. The giggling, the voices. You know how they say things sound inhuman? No, you don't. You don't know until you know, until you've heard it. A low pitch, too low to be human, whispering, laughing. I wiped the rain out of my eyes trying to get a good look, and I see yellow ahead. Yellow and red. Is that the kid? Is it? It looks like him. He was just barely out of the range of my ATV's lights. Danny! I yelled at the top of my lungs, trying to get the kid's attention. And then, meters above where the child's height should be, I saw a pair of eyes, in a color that I can't even describe. The kid, no. The decoy disappeared, and I was left with the voices growing, and the eyes gazing. Motherfucker! I yelled and I fired off a shot, right between the eyes. The hollow point round went soaring through the air. You could see the hot round flying through the air, and it finally hit as it disappeared into the pitch black between the eyes. It moved, like something that had gotten punted with a rock. But it didn't move, more so shifted back after a light shove. It continued to look. I worked the bolt, causing the casing to fall out and the hot casing hissing in the cold rain. I fired again. The shot went flying, but again, whatever it was, maybe its flesh was just too thick. I didn't even have time to think, because the storm finally decided to crack lightning near us. God, I really wish it hadn't, because I got a good look at what I was shooting at. Something no man, woman, or fucking child, anyone, was meant to see. Turns out, I was correct about my surveillance when I said the flesh looked bloated. The nails were dark from broken blood vessels and black rings. Milky white eyes, dilated pupils. I don't remember much else from what I shot at. I was too fixated on the dozens standing behind it. I've been deployed. I've wore high-tech body armor, carried an M4. I know this setup. This kind of setup is meant to stop a convoy. This is meant for a target. It's a fucking ambush. I don't care if anyone calls me a wuss security guard. I don't care if you think I'm a coward. I grabbed the ATV keys and I fucking ran. I booked it. And I made Usain Bolt look fucking out of shape. The sounds. Fuck, the sounds. I could tell they were all around. Thankfully, I knew the path and I knew where I was going. But they were following me, toying with me, snapping branches to my right, low-pitched deep giggles from my left. They sounded like they were right next to my face. I had to run. I was in free fall, out in the open, exposed. Fuck! Why didn't I listen to... Then, the figure dead in front of me. It jumped out trying to surprise me, maybe just 5 meters ahead. No time for an accurate rifle shot. Not even enough time to unsling it. Primal instinct took over. Flight couldn't get through, so fight did. I laid what I counted now 9 rounds into the thing. It was smaller than the ones back there, much smaller. After it jolted from a majority of the 9mm cartridge, I slammed my shoulder into it and pushed past it. The way the skin looked made you underestimate its density. My shoulder ached. It felt like I tried to ram a fucking tree. But whether it was my shove or all the rounds, it stumbled off the path. I kept running, half wobbling as I couldn't quite catch my footing. I tried around the bend but failed. I fucking failed. I tripped and fell over a goddamn branch that had fallen in the rain. I tried to brace and grab my rifle, but I just fell on top of it. A round shot out and hit a tree to my left, causing the bark to explode off its surface. My brain was yelling at me. It's kind of funny what adrenaline and the human flight mode can do when they're working together. I blinked as mud blinded me. My muscles and lungs started to ache. I stopped. I needed to get moving, but the shit in my vision stung. I blinked. Light was coming from somewhere, but I didn't know where. I tried to blink my right eye free, and that's when I saw him. The man from before, the Native American, looked just like before, staring at me, blankly between 2 trees. I grunted. I didn't hear the things as loudly as I did before, but I had to get going. The rain aided me as I could finally clear my eyes, somewhat, and I looked at him again. He was gone, but I saw through where he stood, and I saw the compound walls, and the gate off into the distance. I made a run for it. I ran for my fucking life. I clicked the remote on my belt, but it refused to work. The gate refused to open. I tried the vest radio again and I screamed, "Isaac, open it! Open the fucking gate!" I don't know if I knew that it was more than likely broken, but I didn't fucking care. I was nearing it. 50 meters. 35 meters. I could still hear something chasing me. Surprised, I kept a hold of my guns the entire time I ran. Then, the gate started to open. Isaac stood there and fired a flare gun out. The gate stopped after it opened about 3 feet. I dove in, my face eating a gravel mixture. I once again picked myself up as I heard Isaac say something along the lines of, "Holy shit, what was that?" I barely had time to listen. I pointed to the box mounted on the inside of the wall. "Hidden electric." I tried to talk, half spitting out dirt. "What? Stop speaking pig Latin. Hit the fucking electric." Isaac caught on. He pulled the box open and pulled the switch. Where the wall segments met, there were pikes and connectors to the top of them, allowing us to wrap barbed wire around them. They all sprang to life as electricity surged and zapped out. We didn't care to stick around to see if it amounted to anything. I hauled my ass inside with the redneck, and I collapsed against the counter as my lungs felt like they were melting. "Dwight!" John came down the stairs. "What happened?" All the running must have torn my throat up as I spat some blood into the kitchen sink, turning on the faucet and washing it down. I shook my head. My brain was pounding, my legs fucking hurt, and Isaac set the smoking flare gun on the counter as he went to the fridge. He grabbed an energy drink. "He just saw some ghouls, Johnny." I tried to shake away the wear and tear in my body. "John," I said, wiping my face and walking out of the kitchen, towards the upstairs of the house, heading up to the living room. "Go to your room." For once, he listened and nodded. "Is Dad gonna tell me what's outside?" "No," I shook my head. "He's gonna tell all of us." Isaac had to stop me from literally kicking open Theodore's door. My arms were too tired and primal instinct almost took over again. I came into Theodore's office, muddy, wet, and showed that he was more concerned with me stepping onto the carpet in front of his desk. "Jesus, Dwight, care about a man's things for what? Who's that?" he said, pointing to Isaac. I just realized I forgot to tell him about our new friend. Isaac chimed in. "Isaac, sir. Isaac, who let you in?" "Dwight!" "Well, I mean, we were, but, you know, rain, storm, lost child, you never come out of this office, apparently." Isaac scratched the back of his head as he tried to come to my defense. "Jesus, Nolan, I thought I paid you to..." I slammed my hands down on the paperwork in front of him, leaning over his desk, staring at him. "Listen here. Dwight, those things were for..." "Shut up." I think I spat half of the forest floor into his face. He got the message and quieted down. "I literally just ran my ass through the forest trying to save a missing kid. Turns out there wasn't a kid there at all. Just some... whatever the fuck those things are that you never told me about and still refuse to." Isaac sniffed the air and looked at me. "Jesus, did you piss yourself?" The look I gave back must have changed his mind. Shit, yeah, sorry. I cannot protect you, your son, your land, and this motherfucking house when all I'm given is a deer-stunning rifle and a pistol and a whole lot of excuses. Bullshit. Dwight, I really don't. Oh, yes, you do. You spent millions of dollars on a house out here and you don't know what lurks right outside under your nose? Come clean, or we're gonna take a walk in the park with whatever the hell is out there, and you can ask where the fuck Danny went. Danny? He didn't seem entirely surprised, just more so caught off guard. Someone who seems to have gone missing in your woods. A missing kid? Yep. Isaac shook his head. Look, Dwight, I think this guy's probably hiding some sketchy shit in his closet. I bet you $5 Danny is underneath the house. All right, just... Theodore took off his glasses and started to rub his temple. Now, sadly, I've got no more time for writing. I'm writing all this down. The entire shit show that it was took a lot of time. When I get back, I'll fill you in on what the three of us talked about. But trust me, there's a reason after all the cleanup from the storm, we got funded quite a few $1,000s to up security, and why we're driving into town tomorrow. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Hopefully, sooner than last time. And I'll tell you what I've found and what I've learned. Hey, it's me again, Nolan, Dwight Nolan. Your resident security guard stuck in the southeast forest of hell, and someone who's just too painfully stupid to not buy a connecting flight the fuck out of here. I really wish I would. It would save me a lot of effort, too. So, many of you might be wondering just what Theodore, me, and Isaac hashed out in the office on that rainy night, not so long ago. Does he know what's going on? Does he have the answers? Will this all be solved so we can leave? Well, yes and no. For the elephant in the room, well, just let me transcribe it for you. I know there's something out there, but I don't know what exactly. When I picked this land for its seclusion and low price, I thought nothing about it. Even with the local rumors, it was the perfect place to, sit down, relax. He rubbed his temples before reaching into the drawer. He pulled out a small glass cleaner that he used to defog his lenses. I should have known something was amiss. 17 workers just don't go missing from site accidents. Screwed up? Yes. Naive? Yes. Yet another dead end with no hard conclusions? Fucking yes. When I looked back to Isaac, part of me wanted to pack my shit and get the fuck out of Dodge. But whatever the fuck's out there, Theodore obviously didn't know. His take and experience was bad enough, but to try to do what the locals did and simply sweep it under the rug? No, not me. No. I wasn't just gonna go running back to Chicago knowing this shit was down here. People are getting kidnapped, killed, or worse. I had to get to the bottom of this. So I asked Theodore for a bit of company help. That help came in the form of 17,000 USD. It also came with Theodore getting a unexpected company call that forced him to have to fly out to Manhattan for the next week or so, and leave his son with us. Genuinely bad-timed call or a scumbag move? I'll let you decide. Regardless of Theodore's antics, we needed to upgrade our defense capabilities. Or at least that's what Isaac and I came up with to put down on the waiver. We were loading up the SUV Theodore left behind and drove into town. We brought John with us because, like fuck, we're leaving some high schooler behind in that house alone. Then the gates open. When Isaac and I cleared out the shrub from the storm the day prior, it wasn't that bad. Now, nothing was on the trail, but all of the surrounding trees by the front gate were gutted, slashed, and carved, torn up. They wanted to get under our skin. I guess it worked. I heard Isaac in the back seat lock the door. So, what's your opinion on all this? Isaac asked as we drove through the forest toward the main road. I shrugged. What's there to fucking say? I think we got all of our grievances out. Well, I guess, but he leaned back in his seat. The endless forest walls lining the side of the road were almost hypnotic. Why haven't the cops gone after whatever is in those woods? Like, seriously. The police are civil servants. Out here, they're paid in peanuts and given really low-quality equipment. and their uniform consists of a polo. I slowed the car down as we started going down a slope, gazing at him. Would you want to be a small-town cop and go marching into the woods with nothing but a flashlight and hope? Still, man, you can't say it isn't weird. You can ask them when we meet them. Isaac gave me a harsh look after my comment, and I pulled Danny's hat out of my pocket. The SUV slowed to a stop at the main road. Could have fooled me for thinking this was an interstate line. An almost perfect T intersection with plenty of trees smothering all sides of the road as we stopped. It was quiet. Dead quiet. I turned the car to the right and we were driving westward to the town down the road. In fact, I think we were about 10 minutes into the drive before I started wondering if we were going the right way. Where the fuck is this place? I asked out loud to no one in particular. If we got lost in the woods, shoot me, Isaac quipped. Just up ahead. Look, John said from the back. Both of us turned. Well, it seemingly just appeared at the next turn we took. It was almost weird because we were driving downhill, and I didn't see it before. I don't know. Maybe it was the trees. The forest is fucking weird, man. Alright, John, I said looking in the back seat. Where is this friend's house of yours? Now you might be angered by the idea of Theodore just dropping his kid during the middle of some land dispute strife with the people in the woods. So were we. So we had to go into town. We were dropping John off somewhere disconnected while we were busy with our little corporate shopping trip. It seemed ideal. The drive there, well, the aura of this place doesn't sit any better with me than the woods do. The town looks like, what you would imagine a southern logging town would look like, and you just place it down at the peak of a mountain. A salt mill, a logging yard in the middle of the town square, the area surrounded by a metal fence, a bar, a gun store, handy, we needed one of those, and, well, almost no people. I'm not joking. There was an atmosphere of some sort of disconnectedness as we made our way through what should be the busy part of town. But instead, nothing. Some pedestrians that seemed all too busy to get to where they were going, and a car every now and then. The suburb-style area, basically just take a small neighborhood from every Halloween movie, medium, mid-class houses, brick and pine wood, absolutely abandoned. This place is fucking creepy, Isaac said, head peering out the window at the houses. He turned back to John. Kid, are you sure your friend lives around here? John was all too enthralled in whatever handheld device he had. Honestly, it looked like an iPad, and he let out a simple, mm-hmm. Are you sure she's not possessed? Isaac asked again. John half chuckled. Not really reassuring. You have reached your destination. The robotic voice on the GPS said as we pulled up to a house. The pine wood planks painted blue, with a staircase leading up to the door on the right side of the house's face. Large windows on the left side. We pulled off to the side. Is this a place? I asked. Yep, thanks guys, I'll see you later, John said, grabbing his bag and hopping out of the car. I could see the look on Isaac's face as he looked around. The street was dead. We were on the edge of town, but there were cars everywhere. Why didn't anyone come outside? Why would anybody come outside is the better question. I watched as John walked up the stairs and rang the doorbell. Hey, get a load of that guy, Isaac said, gazing to the house across the street. It was an old, weathered-looking porch. A man stood, average height and average build. But that's not what stood out. He stood, awkwardly, like in unnatural posture. His shoulders were held too high and his legs were too far apart. Like I said, he stood there, awkwardly. He just didn't look right. Even more, he was holding a water canister watering a plant. That'd be fine if he weren't watering the plant so much that it was visibly overflowing. He seemed fixated on something. That something was John. One of those alarms in my head set off immediately. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw John's friends, what I guessed was his father. Honestly, due to the beard, he could have been Bigfoot. He was opening the door. Seeing how he stood like 6'5" and probably ate a cow for breakfast, I once again felt that the kid would be safe. I waved. Isaac spit some chewing tobacco? Actually, I don't want to know. Onto the floor, and gave a nod. He reasonably felt weirded out and headed back inside. I threw the car in reverse and backed out. And then I saw that man staring at us. Like, dead staring at us. His eyes were looking dead, postured just as awkward, but he was staring at us. Too distracted to even notice that he was pouring the water directly onto his loafers. Then he awkwardly strode into the house. Like the rotator cuffs on his hips were broken, he half shuffled inside. A moment of silence passed, only broken by the hum of the engine. Nice people here, Isaac said. Yeah, indeed. Now, contrary to what the popular opinion might be, we are only slightly batshit for continuing to remain on this new post of the Casamoth estate. Or at least, I am. Isaac, he's just fucking crazy. He's not even hired. Actually, I think he's just using us to eat the house's food. Anyway, we're only slightly batshit, but not stupid. Theodore gave us a considerable amount of money to increase security, and we intended to do just that. We pulled back up to the gun store that we passed on our way in. It looked old, converted, like somebody bought a dentist shop and renovated it to be the cellar of handheld, self-reassurance. Gareth Arms was written above the door. We stopped the car and stepped out. The air felt weird. Sure, it was slightly muggy from the rainstorm. The sky was gray, but it felt weird. Like something was concealed. The town was hiding something just underneath this certain layer of atmosphere. I guess this is what physical mystery is. The gun shop didn't look half as jerry-rigged on the inside. Oh no. Several firearms lined the walls. Kevlar vests, opticals, crates in each corner that I guess was military surplus munitions. And a lone cashier. A guy, possibly mid-40s, wearing blue khakis, a utility vest, and a set of glasses with a small mohawk on the top of his head. He gazed up at us, and his look of slight confusion was pretty understandable. A man dressed in camo hunting gear and Chorus Light memorabilia, and a poor man's rent-a-cop in leather jacket and jeans. Isaac took the lead in the conversation without any hesitation. "Hello, friends. How can Merkel help you today?" A thick accent came out of the man, made him sound half understandable and half stereotypical movie villain. "How, brother, Marble?" Isaac stepped up to the counter. "Merkel. Right, Marcus. We're here on a corporate mission to buy some exportable democracy. See, we've got a pest problem that needs taken care of." "Ah!" Merkel slapped his hands together and rubbed them. "We've got plenty to defeat pests." Merkel reached over and took a small revolver off the wall. A 5-shot .32. Perfect for any sort of rat infestation. Isaac scratched the back of his head. "Need something a little bit bigger." "Bigger?" Merkel raised an eyebrow. Maybe something with a little more finesse. A 22? Nah, bigger. The 38? Bigger. 308? Already tried that. What kind of rats do you have? I sighed. Isaac, just tell him the truth. Truth? Merkel raised an eyebrow, now confused. Isaac placed both of his hands on the counter. Well, you see, we've actually got a bit of a badger infestation. Merkel's confusion grew. I shook my head. I had enough of this. We've got some forest problems. He looked at me. Forest problems? You know, I crossed my arms. Things that go bump in the night. You live in this town. Sir, I assure you, I have no idea what you mean. I slid my hand down my face. Monsters. Fucking monsters. The kind of monsters that ate 308 rounds and kept chasing me with wild, devilish grins. A tense silence passed as Merkel stared at me. Sir, are you feeling all right? He hasn't slept in a while, you see. Isaac tried to turn the conversation back around this time, but Merkel had enough. Look, you two, I'm not here to play games. You need proper registration, money, authority to buy the types of arms that you seek. Who do you even work for? Casamoth Estate Security, I said, and all the color just drained from his face. Casamoth? What? Isaac looked around confused. Does that mean something in German like your mother's a Gareth, come here, it's important. Merkel called into the back room. What is it, Merkel? An Eastern European voice called from the back. 2 Europeans in a gun shop in Southern America? Honestly, not the weirdest thing I've seen all month. 2 men came from the Casamata State House. After a second of pin-drop silence, a smaller but no less dangerous-looking man emerged from the back. A bald head, a rough beard, and a body that looks like he had been wrestling trees since he was a kid, walked into the room and looked us over. Casamouth. The fuck does that mean? It's just some privatized woods, Isaac said, still confused. The poor guy. Isaac, are you actually brain dead? I asked bluntly. What? The woods are freaky. So what if there's a cabin up there? Honestly, this man must have been half buzzed. The Casamouth estate is a bad omen. Gareth, the shorter man, said with a thick, what I can guess Slavic accent. No one ever buys land outside of town. It's an unspoken rule. There are things in the woods you don't touch, you don't disturb. The Casamouth must not have gotten the memo, because he bought a whole slew of land deep in the woods, and never since the work started there, bad things have been occurring. This shit has been ongoing? Jesus Christ, Isaac said, shaking his head. The construction on the house and the walls took 3 months to complete, and the lives of 17 workers. Yeah, construction accidents happen. There was a lot of electrical to be built. Maybe it just was a coincidence. I knew it wasn't, but it couldn't hurt to prod. Gareth chuckled and shook his head. Electrical utilities do not tear a man's intestines out and string him across a tree like garland, or impale them through the mouth on branches, or rip them apart. Yep, Isaac said, nodding his head, mildly intrigued. That does about add up. If you boys work there, my advice, get the next train ride out of the town. No one can stop what's happening there, Gareth said, a sympathetic look piercing his so far cold demeanor. Sadly, I've got a job to do, Gareth. One that includes upgrading and firepower. Think you can help us out? Gareth chuckled, waving us off. Merkel, help them out with whatever. They're dead anyways. Hey, bud, Isaac said, leaning back towards me. Go hit up that sheriff's office around here or something. Report that missing kid. I'll take care of this. Before I could even protest, Merkel stepped in. Missing kid? I showed him the hat. If any more color could escape from his face, it did just then. The local pub has a missing persons board. I'd head there to see if it matches anybody. Don't worry, he extended his hand. Papa Isaac's skilled in this. I've got this covered. I stared blankly at him. I've known you for a collective week. Mm-hmm, he said. I don't know what it meant. Look, you want me to trust you with enough money to buy several T-60 tanks and leave you unattended? Look, Isaac said, pointing his index finger at me. I saved your life. I opened the gate. Once again, I stared at him unimpressed. If I was some sort of witch or something, I could have killed you by now. He did have a point. It was about as strong as cardboard, but still a point. I continued to wonder if I could trust him as I walked out of the door. The cold, still air of the town immediately drawing me from my thought. A short stroll down the road, and I was looking at the thick iron door of the bar. Any windows too high on the wall and too small to look into. The inside wasn't grimy, but it sure was gritty. The darkness of the small bar was only permeated by a few LED lights on the walls, and a few top-down bright lights on the ceiling, old vintage metal signs, and circular tables on the floor with booths lining the walls on the far right, and at the far back. Bring them home was plastered across the top of one of the corkboards in red letters. On it, crammed together, were dozens and dozens of missing persons flyers. Old, young, man, woman, child. No discrimination. I didn't even think a damn person noticed me as I walked over to it. Looking at the flyers. Danny. I don't know if the apparition or decoy was accurate, but I barely saw the kid. Then I saw him, right at the bottom right-hand corner of the board. Missing. A picture of a young boy. Round head, clean-cut hair, blue eyes with a smile. Daniel Hothfield, age 9. Date of last sighting, 4/3/18. Notes, last seen wearing red and yellow. Call. Phone number. I took out my phone and the number listed was being as his parental guardian, his mom. Barely got past the area code when I heard a voice calling from my right. "What you looking at, stranger?" I turned and saw a large man in a camo hat, sat at a booth along the wall, along with a woman and 2 other men. The 2 males look up to me as the woman just continued to finish her drink. Disturbing the dead is looked down around these parts. One of the other males perked up. A pit grew in my stomach. I just stared back, only answering, "Missing doesn't mean dead." The man in the camo hat simply scoffed and shook his head. "Boy, down here, we don't like to make prank calls and go fucking with missing kids. Go back to Chicago." I was pretty confused at first, but I forgot that my jacket had a Chicago patch on it. I'm not pranking. I saw him out in the woods. Or at least, I got a lead. A lead? The third guy shook his head, staring back at me. "Me and my boys went up there looking for a whole month. You expect me to believe some gritty-looking son of a bitch that just turned up a lead? With what? Would you see a ghost?" "Yeah, not quite," I answered, taking the hat out of my pocket and holding it up. The 3 men's eyes widened slightly. Camo hat nudged the woman next to him. Marion. She gazed at him. He gestured toward me, and something by the look on her face told me that she was Mrs. Hothfield. The talk was intimate, just to say the least. I don't want to tell everything that was said, but here's what happened. Marion and her son, Danny, along with a few of the friends, went camping. Everything went really well until he just up and vanished. Not during the night, not from wandering off. It was in the middle of the day. Their heads were just turned back, and he was missing. He went missing in the middle of eating his food. The guys at the booth and the hunters who went with him, they think he was kidnapped, kept saying Danny saw someone out in the trees. They couldn't see whoever it was, but Danny kept saying something about a man with no mouth. At least it was one less loose end. Some of the other cases get weird. A woman vanished from her RV in the middle of driving down the road. Her shoe was identified and found over 20 miles away, in a nearby cave. A mother dropped off her baby at her parents' house, came home to find Grandma and Grandpa deceased, and the child was nowhere to be found. The kicker was the cause of death was listed as natural, but never had any real reason given. Finally, Missouri State Trooper Kyle Brunson. There was a call about a woman lost on the road, staggering as if she was drunk or something. Reinforcements arrived to see the SUV ransacked and abandoned. Kyle's hat was found, sliced and soaked in water, in the middle of a dry day. I went outside to get some fresh air and to head back to the SUV. This stuff will mess with my head if I let it sit for too long. When I arrived back at the vehicle, Isaac was there, eating a tub of something. "What's that?" I asked. "With what?" he answered in the middle of eating. "Your food." "Oh," he looked at the half-eaten tub of ice cream. "Some good stuff." "How did you get that?" "With the money you gave me." I stared at him blankly. "The money I trusted you with to buy supplies?" His hands went up defensively. "Hey!" He stared at me, holding up one index finger and pointing at me slowly. "I saved you." "Yeah, you keep telling me." I shook my head and headed to the back. Isaac continued to lean on the vehicle, pleased with himself. Plus, it was only like $5. You should see the weird shit they've got in these stores here. You know, the bookstore is selling a real Necronomicon. He was cut off by the sound of a car driving up behind us. My hand froze as it gripped the trunk. It was a sheriff's car. Probably not the best time to flash around 300 pounds of ordnance. The cruiser stopped, the engine still running, as a short yet husky sheriff exited the vehicle, flanked by a skinnier one with a handlebar mustache. "Good evening, fellas," the sheriff said, hands grabbing his collar as his partner sat on the hood. Isaac and I could only stare at each other. Isaac spoke. "Oh god, don't piss him off. You gonna shoot us?" Now I'm certain one day I will die because of Isaac. The main sheriff furrowed his brow and looked over to his partner, then back to us, and chuckled. "Nah, we do that to all outsiders. Truth is, someone called to say your friend was loading more rifles than we've got at the station 10 times over in that trunk. Just wanted to see if everything was okay." "Just shopping," Isaac said as he finished off the tub and tossed it at the nearest dumpster, which missed and dangled off the side with a spoon. Wait, where'd he get a metal spoon from? Anyway, the cop on the hood raised his eyebrows. "Shopping? What are y'all preparing for, the Chinese to invade? Hunting, I corrected Isaac, and backed away from the truck. Just hunting supplies. The main cop sputtered as he walked over, glaring into the back window. I assume y'all are chasing a real nasty bear with that 30-06 right there. I looked shocked and non-verbally asked Isaac, really? He shrugged and gestured back, what? Y'all boys want to be straight with me because those Dragon's Breath rounds are technically illegal. I dropped the discreetness and looked at Isaac. You actually bought incendiary shit? Okay, you know what? Isaac said, pointing defensively at me. You want him dead or not? I shook my head as I looked at the cop. We're just stocking up on security? He laughed this time. A lot of home defense. Where do you live? Up the road. His eyebrows rose as I continued. The Casamoth estate. His face grew serious as he backed away from us and the trunk. His partner got off the hood and straightened up. Casamoth estate, huh? The hood cop brushed himself off. You're probably going to need more than that. The main cop looked at me. You security? Mm-hmm. Your boss kicked a hornet's nest by weaseling in there. He gazed from me to Isaac, then back to me. We never saw you. Then, without a word, both officers climbed into the car and drove away. Something told me that despite his jokiness, the look in Isaac's eyes unanimously agreed with me. This situation kept getting more fucked up by the day. We picked up John. The neighbor was no longer on the porch, but he was peering at us through the front window. We asked John, but he was confused. The guy slinked back away from the windows before he could see. It's been a few days now. Isaac and I have looked around the house to try to set up more defenses and get things sealed up. We've got a checklist, one of which includes scanning the trail over and recovering the lost ATV. Speaking of which, it's been an hour. It's been quiet so far. Let's see if it remains that way. Yes, I am alive. I guess to rest any fears, no, I didn't get killed, possessed, kidnapped, or anything like that. Yet. My absence from the logging? Is logging the right term? Charting? My routine of keeping you guys updated with what's happening started here. Because, well, cleaning up the aftermath from the storm with just 2 people took about as long as you'd expect. At first, things started getting... Well, let me just tell you. Our minds were a bit confused from our little shopping trip into town. John was in more than fine spirits and, with a trunk full of guns, we were all at relatively high morale. Well, we were until we reached the front gate. Now, the gate and the wall itself were fine, they were all intact. And even then, none of the scratches or claw marks on it really disturbed us. No, it was knowing that after the storm for about a week, we had to clean out the front gate and the compound. So when we pulled up and all of the trees in a 10-foot radius around the gate were clawed, battered, and gutted, we knew something had decided to show up while we were gone. What the fuck is all this? Isaac rolled down his window. He got a better look at near 20 mutilated trees around us. I had been to war both across the seas and on home turf. I knew this could only mean one thing. They were sending us a message. We headed inside and... Well, the yard, the house, and everything inside of the walls was all unharmed, even as the fog and the mist was still hard from the rain in the estate grounds. John headed up to the house as we circled back with Isaac. It was time to look at what he bought. And well, Jesus. Boxes of firearms, both in wooden crates and plastic gun cases. Boxes of ammunition that looked like they belong in a military base rather than the trunk of a poor rent-a-cop and his hick cohort. And tons. And tons, from what my experience says is a little more than across the lines of illegal firearms. I ran a hand over my forehead. The quiet sound of the forest was only permeated by the clicking of the large gun case as Isaac opened it. With eyes as giddy as a kid on Christmas, he popped it open and said, "Ha, let's see what they think of this," and showed me a grade A man killer, a 30-06, a rifle round that has been seriously deadly armament for now just over a century, being used in everything from machine guns to rifles that could, well, knock an engine out of your truck. So when he pulled out the little hunk of battle rifle, I gazed around and I wondered, if all of this failed, then what in the actual hell was going to stop the... Dwight! Isaac! I peered around the SUV while Isaac continued to inspect all the hardware he bought. John? I called back. He just gazed at the doorknob. Shit. Though it was just a pea shooter, I grabbed a small pistol out of the car's glove compartment and I hurried up. I wasn't greeted by some monster, ghost, goblin, or forest ghoul. Just yet another message. A dog collar hanging on the doorknob. A good 20-30 meters inside the impermeable security wall, with the name Richie carved onto the dog's tag. It's not the obviously scary things that haunt you. It's the out-of-place ones that really get under your skin. And boy oh boy, I was preparing myself to see a lot of that shit for the next couple of days. The storm has completely shaken up the forest. Branches, rocks, hell, even entire fucking trees collapsed along the miles-long perimeter around the estate. And due to public land regulations and the deputy enforcing them like an absolute fucking prick, he stated, quote, "The staff of the Kazamoth Estate grounds must clear up and maintain their trail to meet county standards and the blah 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 blah. You get the point. And due to the fact that no one wants to stick their heads anywhere in these woods besides, well, Isaac and I, that meant that this was going to be a very lengthy process. Even more so, we were down one entire ATV. 3 days after we arrived with our new equipment, Isaac and I hit the trail. Standard stuff at first, really. Move this boulder, clear this tree branch, scare off the leapfrogging naked men with a rifle shot into the air, hook a chain from the top side of the tree and to the rear of the other ATV and painstakingly move it over to the other side of the trail. Pretty standard stuff. Until one day, a few hours past noon, we came across this just absolutely monstrous oak tree. I mean, this thing was fucking giant. I don't know how the hell the storm managed to uproot this thing, but it was laying straight across the trail. Full head of branches and all. We tried hooking up a chain to it, and I gave my best shot trying to push it from the other side. But all we got was the ATV kicking up tons of dirt. It was a half hour well wasted. No good, I said to Isaac as he turned off the ATV and climbed over it. Head back to the house, grab the chainsaw. We're gonna have to do it the hard way. Isaac looked around paranoid. Are you sure? I knew what he was asking. Are you sure you want to sit alone in the middle of the woods? I nodded my head, although hesitantly. He rode off. If I knew anything about these woods from the past month, it was safer to sit on the tree when the sun was high in the sky than it was for it to be pitch black out. Or at least that's what I told myself, despite my gut and the pit of my stomach saying otherwise. I checked out the roots of the tree, and I wanted to see just how deep they were, in case we were going to have to cut it in half, or if we could possibly just de-root it and drag it out. But it was clear out of the dirt all right, and not by any storm weather. The dirt was freshly dug, and you could tell because there were plenty of other trees covered in mud, and they smelled of rain, moss, and sludge. This one, though, the dirt was dry. The wood was mutilated. It looked like bite marks severed the remaining roots that were in the ground, and crude scratch marks covered the bottom of the trunk. This wasn't the work of Mother Nature. The sound of breaking branches gaining quickly from me from behind gained my attention, like the sound of a fully grown man running at me. I turned, and despite what I said earlier about my trigger finger, I fired off a few rounds. Nothing. Not a goddamn soul in sight. Whatever rounds I fired off, at least one hit a tree, because beside the clear forest view I had, the sound of a bullet ripping through the oak tree and the bark flying everywhere painted a pretty clear picture. This was all a distraction, just trying to hinder our progress. I stepped back onto the path just to hear the familiar roar of an ATV heading down this way. Isaac stopped, a branch cutter, a chainsaw, and other equipment strapped to the back of it. Are you alright? He asked. I didn't even look him in the eye. I was too focused on gazing around the forest. Yeah, I exhaled harshly, steam visible in the only relatively cool forest air. Let's get going. We were making pretty good progress despite the tight schedule we had to run on, not wanting to get caught out there at night too. So good, in fact, that by yesterday we managed to clean up 1.5 miles of the eastern side of the trail, passing right by Isaac's former camp spot. I stopped the ATV right around where I was last time. I knew that because of the heavy brake marks still somehow mildly embedded into the trail. Isaac gazed around confused. What? I jutted my head over the short cliff face. Want to see if you left anything? He gazed over to where I was and looked around inside. Seriously? Couldn't hurt. He muttered under his breath and shook his head as he hopped off, walking through the trees at the ready. I simply just turned the ATV and made my way through. As we rounded the cliff face, it was strange. He left nothing behind, that was for certain. But what I don't remember was him cleaning up an extinguished fire or the ring of rocks around it, or the stumps he cut down. The entire area looked like it was completely untouched, and that was only a week ago. Isaac didn't seem to notice this. What he did notice was something by the rock face that I didn't. Dwight? He said in a tone that I could recognize as anxious. That was new for him. I turned around. Then my brain shut off for a split second when I saw it. A cellar door. Barring some minor scratches and some weather marks, it was in near perfect condition. It was a cellar door. A large wooden bar kept the handles closed. And the entire thing was connected to the cliff wall. Right exactly where his tent was. You didn't raise your tent over that, did you? I said, already knowing his answer. Isaac shook his head in response. It should be noted that, as much as I check in periodically, Isaac's demeanor, his slightly jovial, jokey, trucky sense of humor, and it's how he carries himself. So for me to see the look in his eyes, to see a full-grown man with a shotgun in his hands looking like a scared child, well, it's uncomfortable. Well, let's see what's inside. Isaac looked at me, silent, but his wide eyes spoke for himself. What? I asked. Not like we can just leave this shit out here. What if there are bastards sleeping in there during the daytime? I asked myself the other side of that question. I shouldered my rifle and pulled off the wooden bar. What were we going to do if an army of angry ghouls was waiting on the other side of that door, just waiting for a couple of schmucks to open it? I guess we really didn't need to worry about it because when I opened the door, Isaac aiming down his sights of his shotgun, it opened to nothing. A smooth, solid rock face. Hell, it didn't even look cemented over, or like rocks were dumped in it. It looked like someone just built a cellar door and never dug down. I laughed, honestly, because it was kind of funny. Both of us pissing ourselves and then open the door to that? I shook my head and I was about to give Isaac some shit for getting a bit unnerved, until I saw his face. Like I said, Isaac is usually a pretty funny guy. In one part, his sense of humor. Another part was, even as he saw what happened outside the gate about a week ago, he still found some time to take the piss out of all the danger. To see him standing there, gazing at a featureless rock face, he was probably looking how I looked when I saw the things during the lightning flash. Isaac, I asked, only to see his breath was heavy, and now his hands were sweaty clutching the shotgun. Isaac, for the love of... He aimed the shotgun at the rock surface. There's nothing there. Thinking quick, I scrambled and pulled the door shut, kicking the other one closed. Isaac followed up by nearly dropping his goddamn gun, and hesitantly putting the wooden bar back across the cellar door. He stepped back and nearly vomited as he tried to catch his breath. Isaac, I asked. The man buckled over and he shook his head. Isaac, what the fuck did you see? He simply looked at me and shook his head. We're getting out of here. He walked back to the trail, and I called out again, Isaac! He still won't tell me what he saw or what happened. So, we finally reached it. Nearly a week of trying, trail clearing, and meeting the less dangerous but still just as weird inhabitants of the forest, all accumulated into us finally reaching the northern curve of the path. And surprisingly, it seemed barely touched. We expected weird shit. Hell, I expected some sort of pentagram made out of trees, rocks, and rabbit corpses, but no, nothing. We rounded the bend and I braked. Part of me really wanted to try and salvage the old ATV. It's not like shipping is quick to a dead-end area like this, and all of these ATVs are state-of-the-arts, literal trailblazers that aren't cheap. But sadly, my hopes were dashed. It wasn't on the path anymore. The barbed wire was still there, and so were chunks of tire still attached to it. The ATV was off to the side of the trail, in a tree. I think the chassis is scattered around the ground between the trees. Just to spite us, those damn bastards ripped that vehicle apart and spread literally every last part of it around the goddamn forest ground. I sighed, turning off the ATV and burying my face in my hands as I rubbed my eyes. God damn it. I hit the handlebars as I got up. Isaac looked around and said, "They sure did a number on it," kicking over one of the tires. Yeah, I headed over to what I could tell was probably an engine block, or what was left of one, and I had to pull it out from a small pit in the ground, but I freed it. Wow, it really stunk. A slight black coating all over the block. "Do you feel that?" Isaac blurted out as he gazed around at nothing in particular. I gazed up, inspecting the block. It must have really distracted me because I didn't notice it at first. He gave me a look that just said, "Really?" I looked around and I felt it. This burning sensation. The paranoia that causes a man to freak out when he's isolated. The feeling of being watched. But that wasn't what really unnerved me. It was the fact that not a bird or a cicada, not a goddamn thing around us could be heard. Nothing made a sound.
"Hey, Dwight?"
I remember John's voice piercing through the sound. His voice was almost bellowing through the radio. I stood up, tucking the engine block underneath my arm as I walked to the ATV, my free arm grabbing the radio. "What's up, John?"
You've got a friend at the gate."
The scraping sound of me forcing that damn black shit-coated ATV hunk onto the bed of the good one halted. "Friend?" I asked, a pit forming in my stomach.
"Yeah, your friend. He said he knows you from Jordan. His name is Clancy?" "Dwight? Dwight? Dwight?"
John called from the radio several times, but I was already on the ATV so fast I think Isaac nearly had to jump on from being left behind. John asked again.
"Dwight, what's wrong?"
"Lock the door to the room, don't talk to it, don't look at it, don't even fucking breathe near the microphone," I barked into the radio.
"But what?"
"Just do as I say." Silence answered from the radio, but I could tell he got the message. Isaac was struggling to hang on to the vehicle as it bounced around freshly cleared land, but still just his rugged path. It wasn't until I finally got to the gravel driveway that I realized that he was trying to talk to me the entire way back. "Jesus, Dwight, what the fuck is wrong?" Isaac said as he stumbled off the ATV with me. I took my gun out of its sling and put the stock to my shoulder. "Talk to me, soldier boy. Who the fuck is Clancy?" I aimed down the sights as I scanned the nearby area, making my way to the receiver at the gate. Clancy was part of my platoon a few years back when I was part of infantry. I could see out of my peripheral vision that he looked confused. Maybe he didn't put two and two together. And? What is he, a shapeshifter? Maybe it overheard you two on the phone or something. Impossible. Why? I lowered my gun and looked him dead in the eyes. Clancy and a few of his battle buddies died back in 2010, in IED. I could see the tension in his body die down as he lowered his arms. I pulled him out of the truck myself. I remember shaking my head as I handed over the receiver, glazing into the black lens of the camera. I hadn't spoke a word about him since that day. The kicker wasn't just that, though. The receiver was clear, sure, but I even checked with John. The damn 4K camera was still in check. It was the fact that right where my old battle brother should have been standing, a dead circle of grass was there. It was a pretty damn stark contrast to all of the green around it. I've needed some time, understandably. This was a fucking hard pill to put down. Like I said, sorry. I picked myself up and started charting this down over the past few days. It is odd, though. The lights are flickering. I'm gonna post it where it is just in case the power goes out. I promise I will be back sooner than last time. This is far from over. You know the saying 2 steps forward and 5 steps back? Well, half a step forward, a kick in the gut, sending us 10 feet back. That's our situation right now. At least, that's the way I would antiquate it. Things finally happen, and the site's fucking post-screen glitches out. I don't know if that's coincidental or... Anyway. To start off, do you remember the lights flickering and the slight power dip from last time? Well, it started to be a routine nowadays. A light bulb here, a flickering on one of the monitors there. Then it started to get worse. The front room TV would just zap off. A bedroom clock, and only the bedroom clock, would reset. It started getting so bad that even Isaac got tired of it. Stupid billion-dollar piece of shit. He goes on about it every time he stomps down the stairs. Only to see the generator is in top working condition. He notes a few things. He feels like he's being watched. The faces in the concrete keep looking at him funnily. He swears that he sees the walls in different materials every time he walks up and down stairs. Honestly, he needs to drop his drinking habit. Although, maybe not everything was due to his liquor. Earlier today, I was checking out the engine block in the security room. Isaac was off muttering to himself or something, and the white noise of all the cameras and monitors graced my ears, so I continued to work, trying to scrape off the black gunk off the metal. I was doing well, I even had a few samples. Then, the power went out. You know that feeling of dread? That sudden oh shit moment? It started to form as I saw the monitors one by one. They went a bit haywire. Then, all of a sudden, the noise, and the lights cut out, and I was left in a void of darkness sitting at a desk, my inspection tools in hand. My eyes darted trying to adjust. I slightly panicked from a noise in the corner, that I learned was just Isaac hurrying up out of his tent. Shit, fuck, god fucking damn it, I told you, he said, stumbling out of his canvas and light fabric teepee. Honestly, he just needs to move into one of the rooms. Can't really blame him though. The place has an aura. Regardless, I grabbed the rifle on the side of my desk, the automatic one. The one I said I would only use in case of a home invasion. As I tapped a flashlight onto it, I could hear Isaac shuffling through his bag and grabbing an old weathered 5-shot. Alright, let's go get these ghosts. There were a number of things wrong with that sentence. Most of all, I just chummed it up to the alcohol on his breath. Bud Light. Ugh. Isaac, you can't shoot a ghost. I muttered this to him as I carefully opened up the door and checked the hallway. And put on some fucking pants. Isaac then put on a coat. This man is going to get me killed. We both moved out, quickly checking some of the ground floor rooms. I took the lead and Isaac kept my ass covered. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Hell, the front door was still locked and everything in the room was in one piece. I gazed up at the tall ceiling of the room. John, are you there? John answered back by shining a flashlight off the banister. Did the power go out? It was then that Isaac pulled open one of the heavy curtains. A bright wave of light shined in. Not all of it, apparently. The exterior wall lights were still on, and the loud sound of the generator was chugging on strong. It was a bit of a contingency Theodore and I had. In case of a power surge, with all the things considered, it lined up pretty well with the situation. What happened? John asked from the floor above. I don't know. Blackout? Maybe some crazy truck driver ran into a power line or something, Isaac suggested as he peeked out, half leaning back and forth. I walked over to the window and peeked out. Could be. No. I pointed to the far-off light, shining just over the tops of the trees. The town's lights are still on. Well, the damn ghost must have knocked out the power. Isaac burped into his hand as he spun the cylinder of his revolver. John, stay in your room. We're gonna go bustin'. We're gonna have to work fast, I noted. The surge generator will only keep the electricity on a few hours. Psh, like the guys outside are afraid of electricity anyway. Haven't seen one of them for weeks or met... Just as Isaac was reassuring us, we were met with the flickering of one of the floodlights. Only slight. Then, laughing. Giggling and chuckles, the inhuman voices that came from far off in the dark forest, sounded like you took an old man's laugh and turned the pitch way down low. Whatever was out there knew our situation, somehow, and knew that we were only a threat away from losing our safety net. And inside the house, only silence filled the void between us, as I stated, pretty assertively, John, go back in your room. I believe a while ago, I talked about what was truly scary and creepy to me. Most notably, the woods. It isn't the obvious, it's the out of place, the darkness, but not the actual black void you stare into that gets under your skin. But what lies behind it, and what you think lies behind it. So when Isaac and I stood at the top of the staircase, gazing down, my rifle's flashlight only barely illuminating the staircase, you can imagine the atmosphere. We're gonna die, Isaac said as I took the lead. stepping down a few steps, rifle is shouldered. We're gonna die and it's gonna possess us. Maybe it was his liquid courage failing him. Nevertheless, Isaac closed the door behind us. I heard him pull the hammer back on his piece. Well, it has to do the former to accomplish the latter, correct? I asked as some sort of attempt to lighten the mood. The truth is, the flashlight did nothing. Like, actually nothing. Sure, it gave some amount of light, but the overall stairwell was dark. It was like trying to light up a room with a tea candle. All we saw as we moved down step by step was the rough concrete wall at the bottom. I kept pacing it in my mind. Divider, turn right, generator. Divider, turn right, generator. Isaac and I both reached the bottom of the stairs. My boots hitting the wooden planks at the bottom. I huffed out, "Right, let's get go-" Right before my face slammed into a brick wall. I stumbled back into what I saw was a bookcase. A bookcase. Then I remember the basement didn't have furnished floors. Isaac looked around. I'm guessing his eyes adjusted to the distance and said, "Okay, I'm buzzed, but even I know something is off." Indeed, it was. What was supposed to be a basement was now a library. My nose aching, I leveled my rifle and pointed it around, just to get the light. Strangely, the flashlight now worked as you would expect, illuminating while giving peripheral light. But what was showed was not the basement we knew, but a library. Rows and rows of shelves filled a large rectangular area, and it may have just been the dust in the air, but sound seemed muffled. What the hell's going on? Isaac broke the thick silence, and it gave me some relief knowing that he hadn't vanished or anything. Spotting a doorway at the end of the library, we did the only thing we could do. Press on. Part of me wondered what would greet us on the other side of that door. A black void? Maybe the same room 1,000 times over. Horrific ghouls. All kinds of variable your mind throws together. Instead, we were greeted by a small turn-of-the-century kitchen. There was an old black stove, racks hanging from the ceiling, a wooden table with what seemed to be a butcher's knife sticking out of it. It wasn't a dream. It was real. As crazy as this shit was, we were living it. We made our way around the table towards what I could see was a door across. Isaac hurried and pressed into me, his left hand, his free hand, grabbing onto the collar of my shirt. I paused. What the fuck's going on? Isaac responded by looking around behind us in that strange, disconnected head movement that drunk people usually make. He kept his pistol pointed out behind us. He leaned in to talk to me. Something is behind us. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I gazed around. Not a goddamn thing in this medieval fucking kitchen. Well, beside us. I thought for a moment, coming up with the words, "We keep moving forward then." With that, I walked into the strange kitchen. Isaac followed, his hand still gripping the shirt on my shoulder, as we both got closer to the door. The pitch-black doorway like a void. I poked the barrel of my rifle in, flashlight attached. It almost seemed like it went through a curtain. Couldn't see the light on the other side. Retracting my barrel, I took a leap of faith and poked my head in. Just to see that we were in a damn tent, of all things. What the fuck? Was all I could mutter as I stepped through. And honestly, it was, well, a tent. Isaac passed through with me. I could see through his haze that even he was weirded out by this. It was a small, rectangle tent of some sort, about 10 meters long and 6 meters across. 6 bunk beds lined the walls on either side, and they were accompanied by 6 metal chests, in between the space of each bunk, and near them was a dirty smeared plastic window block. And the kicker, no door on the other side. Well, shit, I looked around the tent. It was unnaturally uniform and sealed all the way down. We better double back. Chief? I turned to see Isaac staring at a flat wall. That's gonna be a no-go. I walked up to the tent and pressed my hand up against it. Nothing. I took out my rifle and struck and bashed the wall. The tent fabric must have been made out of starch because it only moved so many millimeters. Well then, we'll just cut our way out, I said defiant to all of this bullshit. I took out my knife. traditionally made for skinning and other outdoor activities. But I think the creators could give me a pass on this one. I shoved my knife through. Isaac started to gaze around the tent, and a few seconds later asked me, "What's up with that mask?" I turned my head and, I will admit, a chill did go up my back. The third bunk, the middle one on the left, had at the time what I thought was a haunted snowman mask. Must have been some kind of sick joke. White skin, eyes were black like coal, some sort of hole where I guessed a carrot should have gone, jagged teeth a la Creepy Frosty, or something. Hell, the more I looked at it, the more I got a kick out of it. I even laughed. Well, I guess Halloween is around the corner. I turned back to cutting through the tent wall, only to see that the gap that I had cut through was now sealed, and my knife laid on the floor. Oh, so you want to play it like that, huh? Fine. Once again stabbing the sharpened metal through the fabric, I started to cut upward, hoping to carve out a small doorway in which we could exit from. But then I noticed something creeping through the crack. Water. Cold, melted water. And a breeze of bitterly stale air. And snowflakes. What the hell? I muttered as I peeked through. When we descended the stairs into the basement, the air was still cool and all the leaves on the tree had not fallen yet. What I saw outside? I don't know where the hell this tent was. It might have been out in the middle of Canada, but the snow was near a meter high, and it surrounded the tent like a flood. What in the fuck? I was cut off as Isaac chimed in, apparently looking through the snow-smeared windows. "That's a lot of snow." Isaac more or less summed up my observation. I backed away from the crack, retracting my knife, and I turned to him. How the hell did this tent get all the way out here? And how did it get set up in all the snow? Isaac didn't answer. He simply just stared around, head bobbing in a half-alcohol haze. "Hey, Dwight," he said. "Yeah?" His eyes squinted as he asked, "Does this tent look a lot more beat up than it did a minute ago?" "What do you..." I pried my eyes from him and looked around. The light seemingly dropped like 7 hours into the night. As all the light from the tent had nearly vanished, the moonlight shone through the much cleaner but also much more broken plastic tent windows, and various holes in the previously intact tent surface. I shone my rifle's light around and took charge of the situation. "It couldn't possibly get any more weird," I muttered. I guess I must have jinxed us. Dwight?" I turned back to see Isaac, who simply pointed to my left. My eyes followed, slowly, moving like a choppy stop-motion picture as I gazed over. A large beam of moonlight showing through the space of the third bunk, a hole in which the snowman mast had earlier seemingly hung. It wasn't until my mind slowly pieced together, bit by bit, that dread started to sink in. Then, through the broken moonlight of the plastic window just to my right, I could see a shadow zip right across. I moved quickly and hurried to my feet, Isaac aiming his pistol dead in front of him. I shouldered my rifle and did the same. We had no exit flap, and going outside probably was not the smartest idea. Snow can oftentimes be a pretty terrifying setting, especially at night. The snowflakes falling create a wall that limits your vision, the cold biting your skin and your soul. The worst part of it for me is, well, the silence. One might think a quiet environment will allow you to hear the enemy or a threat nearby, but a little bit of science has shown that snowfall stops all sound waves, and making it hard to hear around you. And right now, the near 3 feet of snow outside the tent and the constant rain of flakes outside, it's making it hard for me to hear, and for me and Isaac to hear each other across a small distance. Isaac. So, when a voice sounded from far in the distance, elongated and sounding, well, impersonated, it caught me off guard, as well as it did to Isaac himself. The boy looked startled, turning to face the wall behind him. Lowering his gun, he went from my hardy partner in crime to looking like a deer in the headlights. Barely anything could be heard. Beside Isaac's heavy breathing, his eyes started darting around. Mom? Isaac? The voice sounded again, but more normal this time. Isaac quickly walked over to the tent window and pressed his eyes up against it. Mom, it's me, Isaac. Isaac, back away from the window. I said calmly, not wanting to make any more noise than he was now. But he continued to look outside. Mom, is that you? His eyes seemed to zero in on something in the distance. Isaac, get away from the window, I shouted, but he couldn't hear me. He was too caught up in his own world. He was too caught up to avoid what happened next. Isaac! Cold, hard fear shot up my spine as I heard the voice, distorted and warped. The sound came from right outside the tent wall right behind me. My instinct kicked in as my body jumped forward, aiming my rifle at the wall. But before I could even fire a shot, Isaac screamed. He doesn't know what happened, mostly due to the nature of his injury, but he fell back from the tent wall, clutching his eye as blood started to pour from it. The panic set in as I quickly rushed over, yelling at him to let me see it, but he kept his hands pressed against it. It was probably a smart move, but we didn't have time to think about that. The voice was far too deep to be human. Something straight out of a nightmare fever dream we would all have as a kid came right from the other end of the tent. My vision shot over. I saw the hole that I had cut into the fabric start to rip open. Appendages that looked like, well, from the glance I got, a skeleton, but not really a skeleton, started to rip it open. I grabbed the knife that I used before and stabbed it right into the fabric cutting through, and started to tear right through it all. All the while I could hear whatever the fuck was on the other end continue to call out over and over and over. Isaac. Come home, Isaac. Come home. Isaac. Isaac. As my knife reached the cold, hard ground, I ripped Isaac off the ground and damn near chucked him through the newly created hole, not caring if there was snow, rain, the void, or whatever the fuck on the other side. Then I grabbed my rifle. Seeing that the thing had gotten a horrifying arm through, I threw myself through the exit as well. I found myself in a free fall. I shut my eyes as the cold air hit me. I fell hard, face first onto the concrete floor of the basement. I shook my head and bolted to my feet, grabbing my rifle, standing to see Isaac had his pea shooter aimed, blood all over his hand and his face. We were both staring at one of the old paintings. The old painting itself was covered in one of those burlap sacks. I looked over to Isaac, who gave me the exact look of exactly what I was thinking. What the fuck? It seems to be a pretty universal reaction to things around here. Walking over, I ripped the burlap off the side and tossed it. The painting was of a clearing, in the middle of a snowy pine forest, snow falling heavily from the sky. It was also blanketing the cold ground, with a small rectangular tent and a campfire outside. At this point, I was just about done with whatever the fuck was going on, not even knowing how long we'd been down there. I eyed the area around us, and I saw the generator through the darkness, not even 12 meters away. Cover me. I ordered Isaac as he held his piece, his back to me. I logged in. I was ready to power up the generator. Then I remembered the security camera. Every time a person logs in, the camera takes a still, for security purposes, to ensure if anybody is tampering with the generator. I quickly tapped on the stored files icon and started scrolling. What I saw should have been impossible. The only way to get access to the generator is by directly going up to the thing, logging in and shutting it off. So, when all the login images besides the one with my mug showing up showed an empty room, I was, well, I shouldn't have been surprised at this point, but I was. Jesus Christ, are you done yet? I'm tired of smelling my own iron-ass blood, Isaac chimed in. Now that wasn't the best time to start wild speculation, so I simply headed over to the diagnostics and waited for the generator to hum back to life. All that graced us was a calm noise at first, But then you can hear every damn device in the house power back on as the lights flickered back to life. And hell, after tonight, I damn near chuckled out of pure joy. Heh, thank fucking... My celebration was cut off, though. Isaac fired off a few rounds from his piece. And the sound waves be damned. The area was so small around us that it sounded like a fucking car exploding right next to us. I stumbled forward to the wall and plugged my ears. I gazed back to see whatever Isaac was targeting. All I saw was a gray concrete wall with 3 smoldering craters in the side. I shook my head, hoping to alleviate the ringing in my ears. I marched right up to him. Isaac, what the actual fuck? His head shot around to look at me. Through all the buzzing in my ear canal, all I could hear him say was, "What? What the fuck are you shooting at? Why are you yelling? Because you deafened me." Isaac stuck one of his fingers in his ears, trying to, I guess, open it up more. Somehow. He said, "I saw a woman." "A what?" I asked, less deaf but more surprised. "A woman. Black hair, dead-looking skin." He shook his head. "She just appeared right when the damn lights came on. I don't know what happened. She disappeared when I fired." I gazed over his shoulder. Then I remembered that the place where he fired off those rounds corresponded with that little incident I had down there just a bit over a month ago. The whole situation soaked in as we went upstairs. The security room showed no breaches occurred, but the backup generator was damn near empty. We had been down there for 3.5 hours. I told Isaac and John to get their stuff. It occurred to me that the situation here is out of my expertise. So I'm following up with one of the leads I had in town, an herbalist named Roseanne, who apparently has a knack for the paranormal. If I and my small band of cabin dwellers are going to beat whatever's out there, we're going to need more than some guns and equipment. Better than nothing, to be honest. God willing, this site doesn't give out. I'll give you an update on how it goes. If not, well, I blame Reddit for my sudden death in the woods. We aren't retreating, we're just advancing in another direction. That's what I'm branding this little expedition. It's becoming more clear to Isaac and I that the anomalies that descended upon the chasm out the state are growing more and more untamable by our current means. Sure, we could constantly dump thousands of rounds into the beings that lurk outside of the walls, but what about the ones that lurk within them? The entities that seem to be tampering with the machines that we're using. The ones that showed me that they can easily rip apart electrified wires that I trust to protect the land. We need someone who can aid us in this. Someone who's skilled in identifying the paranormal, and who, hopefully, will have the means to stop it. And I know from one of the local sources, an herbalist named Roseanne ran a shop on the far side of town. So, we loaded up the SUV, brought Isaac along with a duffel bag of his he called his necessities. I swear to God I saw something moving inside of it. John brought an overnight bag. I closed the trunk of the SUV, and my eyes centered on the 3 cases in the back of the SUV. The sound of the door shutting snapped me back to reality. It's time to go. I hopped in the driver's seat and started the engine, which, after a moment, finally roared and kicked to start. I looked at Isaac. He was ragged, mangy, and the bottom of his eye socket was bandaged all to hell. But he was alright. Sitting there, glazed over eyes and a beer in hand. The gate started to open. I checked the car's GPS, trying to see where in town this Roseanne shop was. Isaac chimed in. "What the fuck is that?" I felt this dread overcome me as I gazed up from the small screen. I looked up, and in the center of the driveway was a wheelchair, sitting right up facing the gate, dead center of the driveway. "Should I run it over?" I asked Isaac, who just took a swig of his beer. John peeked over the seat this time. What if it's a trap? Indeed, what if it is? I unbuckled my seatbelt, the sound of it sliding back as I opened the door, stepping outside. I walked up to it. As I did, something else became clear. The chair was surrounded by various articles of clothing. Children's clothing. Bonnets, raincoats, shoes, a dirty jack-o'-lantern bucket. All of them looked like they were dipped into a peat bog, surrounded by this shiny, clean leather. I walked around to the front of the car and approached it. The crunching of the gravel was white noise as I approached. The sound grew louder and louder. The gravel underneath my feet was almost deafening as I stepped. Then it hit me when I was 3 feet away from the thing. It's noon, early October. The fauna is still green and cool, and the only thing I can hear is my footsteps and the sound of the car behind me. Not a sound coming from the forest. Not a bird, not a cricket, not a squirrel. Nothing. I was no longer a security guard, warden of the land I was patrolling. I was a small man in unfriendly territory. I stared down at the chair, angry from all this bullshit. I grabbed it and heaved it leftward. It cracked off of a tree before rolling onto the grass lopsided. Then I stared at the clothing. Why? No, actually fucking why? Why this? Why these kids? Why any of this? Just then, I heard a snap. My soldier instincts kicked in as a tree branch pierced the dead silence in the air to my 8 o'clock. Front right of the gate, I drew my pistol and aimed. Nothing. Still trees, grass. Nothing. "This is private property," I yelled out, my voice the only sound audible. Then my front left. I could hear an exhale. I spun, pistol aimed. Nothing. Okay, so the chair was bait. But who said it? I looked back to the gate. Nothing could get in. Surely I'd see it. Hey! My fucking soul jumped out of my skin. As I, a grown U.S. Army veteran, proceeded to leap left as a voice sounded right next to my ear. I fired right in front of the gate, almost emptying my weapon. The shots went flying through the air. One hit a tree, the other scraped off the wall. And then one nearly missed the metal stand of that motherfucking skeleton. "Tim!" I shouted at the inanimate object. I did gaze at my pistol. Turns out I was wrong. I did empty the magazine. Narc. I ran my hand down my face, squeezing my temple as I stared up at him. Did he set all of this up? I gazed back at the wheelchair before locking eyes with the empty sockets of this thing. Timothy, what the fu— Before I could finish my sentence, the passenger door of the SUV opened and Isaac came out, peering over the gap. "Are you okay?" he said in a concerned tone. "Well, a little fucking startled. Why the fuck didn't you warn me?" I said, more bitter at the sons of fucks just sitting in the car that let that happen, than the calcium construct itself. "Warn you about what?" Isaac said, face and voice drenched in confusion. I was taken aback, my head shaking in disbelief as I extended my hand outwards. That fucking skeleton. What skeleton? My eyes shot across from where he was. Nothing. Nothing there. Nothing but a small pile of bullet castings. I was shocked. I looked through the windshield at John, who had his headphones in, just playing on his phone. "You okay? Are you drunk?" Isaac called out. The forest around us still quiet. Yeah, just get in the car. The drive to town was fairly uneventful. I white-knuckled the steering wheel, expecting some sort of beast to finally say fuck it and charge the car. Finally ready to end this charade. But it never happened. We reached the end of the dirt road. Isaac had found a Sharpie, and was quietly drawing a skull and crossbones on his damaged eye. There. He tossed the marker aggressively back into the glove compartment. Now I'm a goddamn pirate. He's got the alcohol problem to be one, I thought. As I turned onto the main road, I peered back at John. "John, we're going to drop you off at your friend's house, just like last time. Is that cool?" He shrugged. That's when Isaac chimed in, spinning around in his chair to meet John with his good eye. "Hey kid." The trucker rested his chin on the headrest, crossing his arms over the back seat. "How you holding up with all this?" I looked back to see John pause whatever he was playing, pulling out his earbuds. "I mean, it depends. How should I handle this?" John spun one of his earbuds in a circle by the cord. Well, ghouls living outside your house and ghosts living in them. Well, we don't know if it's a ghost yet, I slipped in. Though the two of you probably could write me a college seminar on why I'm wrong. Shut up, skeptic. Anyway, Isaac held one of his hands out towards John. Look, I know it's going to seem odd with your dad leaving just a minute ago, but Dwight and I will keep you safe. Do you understand? John then snickered. Huh, I know. You guys did buy enough guns to take over the town. That was not a good impression. I pried one of my hands from the steering wheel, scratching the back of my neck. Yeah, I said, feeling a bit guilty. We did flash a ton of ordnance in front of the kid, whether the situation warranted it or not. They're in good hands, John. Isaac grabbed my shoulder with his fist. Hell yeah, self-defense only, bud. And with ghouls, it's always self-defense. What I didn't mention, though, and I dare not mention, was that Isaac almost mowed down a group of hikers when we were clearing the trail of debris just a few weeks ago. We pulled up to the little town, exactly as it had been since we last stopped in it. A light mist from the mountains had traveled down, hanging over the town. A salt mill, smoke pouring out of the distance, the bar, neon lights flashing in the windows. And yet, not a goddamn person out on the street. We came to a stop at an intersection, the armored-up Toyota slowing to a halt at a deserted crosswalk. I dropped my hand to the middle compartment to my right, leaving one hand on the steering wheel, tapping my fingers in anticipation for the moment the light would just turn green. But it didn't arrive quick enough. Me and my part-time trucker friend gazed around. John's fingers were tapping away on his tablet. Along with the hum of the engine, it created kind of an ambient white noise. I waited, expecting anyone to come around the corner, but it never happened. The mist from the rainy season created a kind of distant wall that the streets just blended into, and yet silence and desertion was all that occupied it. I looked up. The light was still red. I looked around, looked at John, still typing, looked at Isaac. His eye was still bandaged, but it had some pus leaking out of the bottom. Then back to the light, still red. I'd say if this were nighttime, we'd be getting jumped, but we both know the shit around here ain't afraid of hitting us during the day, Isaac said, uncapping the last of his bottle as he took yet another swig. I don't know if he's using it as a pain reliever or a confidence booster, but it ultimately failed last night during our basement adventures. But regardless, he did seem to have an endless supply. My fingers tapped on the leather-lined steering wheel. Isaac finally finished off the small bottle. Then he pulled out a flask from his back pocket. Why am I not surprised? My eyes darted around the deserted streets. The milky gray and white mist wall obscured what lied behind it. I swear, I don't know if it was eye floaters or what, but I saw movement just behind the mist, just out of the corner of my eye. My eye snapped up to the light, green. I'm pretty sure I nearly floored the pedal as I peeled out of the stoplight. I pulled the SUV up to the front of the house, same as last time. John gathered up his belongings and shoved them into a pulled-cord backpack. He waved to us as he hurried up the sidewalk to the house. I cleared my throat. I was feeling dry, parched. Last time we came here, the town felt eerie, but it had some semblance of, not sanctuary, but controlled chaos. Now, it felt like I was dropping John off right in the middle of the goddamn woods. Across the street, the fish-eyed neighbor stood, watching him as he trundled up the steps to the house, then at us. He held a pair of hedge clippers and chopped mindlessly at a poor bush in front of him. So much so that when he finally stopped, he nearly gutted it by cutting the stem in half. Then he just dragged the clippers up the sidewalk as he shuffled up the stairs, sliding into his house. What a charming fellow, Isaac said. Charming, sure. We arrived at the western end of town, right before the big stone bridge that crossed an even bigger river. It was mostly a suburban area. Actually, with a town this rural, is there anything even suburban? Roseanne's herbalist shop was seemingly built into her house, like those personal businesses some might build in the middle of a neighborhood. The entrance was at the back. Isaac and I pulled into the driveway and walked towards the house. Isaac tossed his flask back into the car, and then pulled out another one as we walked up the asphalt path. I swear to God he's going to kill his liver at this rate. The smell of violets, herbs, and essence pierced the stale air of the fall around us. Hanging from the side of the house was a stained glass sign reading, Roseanne Solutions, in red letters and a dark purple skull icon, with a multitude of what I think were maybe feathers, like floating around it. Huh, Isaac and I said as we both stared at it. That's comforting. I shut the car off, stepping out into the cold air. We approached the back entrance. Isaac joined me. So, he said, stretching out his words, going to a witch's hut on the edge of town. Tell me, do you think she praises Cthulhu or Satan? Had this been weeks earlier, I would have decided against approaching what Isaac said was a witch's house. But this wasn't weeks earlier. We were down options, rounds, and a good eye. I knocked on the door 3 times. The paint was chipped, showing lack of maintenance, and her house was, grown in. Large hedges, trees, plants, vegetables, all seemingly defiant to the autumn air around it, and yet they were all neatly groomed and maintained. This would be any botanist's wet dream. Isaac balanced himself on the wooden banister of the porch, scratching at the edge of his eye. Pus leaked out again, black and green in nature, against my previous hopes. Don't do that, I cautioned. Why? He said, shoulder slumped. It's probably fucked like that for good anyways. He sounded far more defeated than usual. And I felt guilty. If I had been quick... I mean, on the bright side, I guess he will get used to that eye patch, right? Sorry, again, not the time. My hand beat on the old wooden door of the building again. Irritated this time. Roseanne, I called out. I looked at the schedule taped to the door. Roseanne Solutions, whenever the stars align, I will be at your aid. Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Friday to Saturday, 24 hours. Sunday, midnight. Kind of, odd hours, but Isaac said. He grabbed the rock and tossed it at the door, which bounced off with a large thud. Roseanne, open the hell up. Suddenly, the door shot wide open, the sound of heavy wind emanating from within. The door missed my face by nearly an inch. Maybe. While I stumbled back, the suddenness caused poor Isaac to topple back into the hedge, head first. I walked over to the banister. You alright? I called out. Isaac's hand rose from the bush like a submarine periscope, giving a thumbs up. He painstakingly crawled his way out. I gazed at the front door, the dim entranceway, cluttered with chests and plants that greeted us, and yet no one in sight to have opened the door. My insertion was correct. This was definitely a voodoo house. As we entered the building, a strange toxic smell grew. Lavenders, cherries, and freshly cut soap. And remember when I said cluttered? Isaac and I would like to say we're not particularly husky, but this place, we had to squeeze between trees and large boxes in order to get through. Finally, we reached a red velvet curtain, a piece of notebook paper pinned to it. The inner sanctum. Isaac looked at me. I looked at Isaac. Then I leaned into the curtain. Roseanne? Go away, a female voice said from behind the curtain. We're closed. We, I thought. Isaac chirped up. Hey lady, listen, it's Friday. You said you were open all day today, now open up. There was silence for a few seconds, and then the candles and weak lights around us flickered. No. Frustration welled up inside of me. I had finally had enough. I threw open the curtain and charged in, Isaac right behind me. As we entered, it was a makeshift laboratory. What looked like a living room was layered in plants head to toe, ceiling to floor, and a large table with pipes, glasses, tubes, burners, and strange liquids. Through the ambient light of the candles and burners, I saw her. She stood back, hospital scrubs and a lab coat with a wool poncho over her shoulders, and a beanie covering her tan skin, long dark hair, and she stared daggers into Isaac and I. Does no mean yes where you come from? Get out, she said. The candles around us flickered again. You're the only person in town I heard who can help us, I argued, though it did very little to quell her rage. And why should I help you? Everyone in this town has problems, and everyone comes to me. And just because 2 scruffy-faced men burst in, that means I must help you? She said as she slammed a glass vial down, hard, and it, surprisingly in retrospect, didn't shatter. Lady, our problems aren't like the rest of the town's. Remember that black gunk from the engine, sealed in a Ziploc bag? Make that 2 bags. I held it up. Her eyes squinted, then widened. As she held out her hand, I tossed it across the table. She caught it and began inspecting. Where did you... she said in disbelief, almost like she had prior knowledge of whatever the fuck it was. Casamouth Estate. Oh. She dropped the bag of black gunk on the table. I'm sorry, but whatever's happening there is far out of my range. Why? Isaac bellowed out. Just weirdos out in the woods, batshit phantoms, paintings that cut my fucking eye out. You do the whole flickering light shtick, and yet you're too afraid to come help us? What makes it so weird from the rest of the town? You took the words right out of my mouth, my redneck Cyclops friend. Roseanne crossed her arms. Before Casamouth, Theodore, is that his name? I nodded. Before he arrived, the woods were strange, but they contained to the deepest reaches, the recesses we would never journey to. However, I don't know what happened, but him building his property there riled up something. And now even the town itself has been suffering. Her hand shot to her chin as she looked at the bag. As vaguely cryptic as that might be, Roseanne, I shoved my hands into my pockets. Our compound, a marvel of several $1 million in custom hardware, was breached. Not from the woods, but from the inside. It took down nearly all of our fancy defenses. And, like Isaac said, it took his eye with it. Roseanne looked over to Isaac and his gauzed-up bandaged eye. He smiled through his beard, giving her a thumbs up. She looked at me in the eyes. I believe we understood each other. Or at least, she believed what I was saying. I would, but like I said, everyone in this town needs help. And I'm just one person. We got a custom battle wagon parked outside. Baby can hit 80 miles an hour despite being armored up like a tank. We'll give you a lift, Isaac said, offering up my car. Well, technically Theodore's, but he left it for me. And I wasn't in the mood to argue ownership right now. She looked at me. You do that? I mean, I shrugged. If it'll get the ball rolling, let's get your errands done. She laughed. Errands, yeah. She held up a hand, slapping the other one across her arm. All right, let's do this. And that's how it happened. The engine is running now. Our professional witch doctor is inside collecting her things. And Isaac's taking a leak in front of her house. Jesus, dude. Roseanne said she only had a handful of calls that need to be answered right this second, and then we'll head back to the estate. I don't know how the cell service is across the town, but it's been pretty spotty today. Strangely, it wasn't like this a few weeks ago before the mist. Might just be a waterlogged cell tower. Regardless, I'll update as soon as possible. This is the head chief and still sole member of the Casamouth Estate Security Force, Dwight Nolan, signing out for now. Oh boy. You know, I don't know why I thought things were gonna somehow get more normal. After I recruited Roseanne, maybe I believed with her insight we could gain some clarity on the ongoing crisis plaguing the strange-ass town, in the strange-ass woods, that just so happened to contain a strange-ass estate that I, for some reason, let my ass get contracted to. And yet, I somehow let slip from my mind that I basically recruited a witch. I recruited a witch. Though, this didn't pierce my mind at all. After I signed off last, I sat in the driver's seat of my warmed, heated $70,000 armored-up SUV. I ran over the pressing matters in my head. Get Roseanne's tasks done, link up with John, exercise the house, exercise the whole fucking forest, then, hopefully, celebrate by getting drunk. That was, if we didn't meet our untimely demise, whether by falling down some hole, getting ripped up, or by ending up like Margaret Thompson. She was a town native who went on a morning walk through the woods. They recovered her body 2 weeks later. She was found 40 miles from her house, her body still warm in an otherwise freezing forest. Most of her vital organs were missing, although no surgical marks were found, and a shoe was found in her left lung. You know, shit like that. I read every single missing person sheet on that board. Margaret was just one of many, who don't get brutally murdered, just disappear. While I was caught up in the unexplained occurrences, I wondered if it would happen to me. Sure, I had recruited Roseanne, and Isaac at my back, although I did watch him take a leak on a lawn flamingo, and proceed to strike up a conversation with the garden gnome. Even with people at my back, am I just going to be another statistic? Will the Casamoth estate just disappear one day, leaving nothing but gravel and dust behind? No, not on my watch. Isaac zipped himself back up, waved goodbye to the garden gnome, and climbed into the passenger seat. He laughed as he shut the door. Heh, funny guy. Hey, so where are we heading first? He asked, popping open the glove compartment, and another fucking bottle of booze popped out. Seriously? I shrugged. She said we need to make 2 urgent stops and then we're good. Hopefully, it'll just go by fast. Yeah, you think she can stop whatever's happening back at the house? Isaac's question bounced around in my head for a minute. I even had to stop and ask myself that. I don't expect her to stop whatever it is. Our superior American firepower will take care of that. It was at this point that Rose exited her house, walking toward the car with a large bag slung around her shoulder. I expect her to figure out what the fuck is going on. Roseanne opened up the door and tossed her bag to the opposite side. Then she slid right in the back seat, sat in between the middle of us, eyeing both Isaac and I. Well now, what a change. Finally got some minions to do my bidding, she said, sarcasm oozing. She buckled up her seatbelt. I put the car in reverse and slid out onto the street. I opened up my touchpad GPS and gave it to her to plug in the address. It was the North Roadway out of town, as she put it. It's a plantation-looking place, strange for Missouri, but it's been here for a fat minute. It's got a large stone bridge, and if I'm correct, it'll be important. Roseanne trailed off. She started reading her notebook that she pulled out of her bag. Later on, Isaac told me that whatever she had written in there looked like straight out of the Rosetta Stone. Hieroglyphs, ruins, and something that looked like a messed up fairy. But whatever she was reading, she understood it enough to just zone out. On the way there, we got caught up at another intersection, right behind the salt mill. Even with the windows shut, you could still hear the sound of machinery, pouring salt into piles, smokestacks spewing smoke. On all sides, parking lots with construction equipment and vehicles, all devoid of life, surrounded us. Hey, Roseanne, I asked. She pried her eyes from what she was looking at to look at me. What's up? I looked around, sidewalks, roads, paved lots, so much equipment, infrastructure, and yet, just nobody. Why is this place always a goddamn ghost town? Roseanne slid over from the middle to Isaac's side, the right side. She gazed around the vehicle. That's odd. Well, not really odd. I mean, the first time I came here, no one and their mother wanted to talk to me. But once I got settled in, after a few months, I started seeing a few. So what? They're shy? Isaac asked. Well, it's noon, and I don't know why they're not out. I gotta say, Dwight, I don't know, she said, sliding back to her book and continuing to read. Great. Our resident occultist doesn't even know what's going on in this place. Our drive was relatively uneventful. Isaac and Roseanne got to small talking, mostly about where they traveled to. Roseanne has apparently gone all across the Americas, Venezuela, Brazil, Chile, Panama, Guatemala, Mexico, and so far been around the southern half of the US. Isaac, as you all know, casually went camping in the woods for a few months and somehow found himself in Missouri, 2 states away, as she put it. You somehow traveled 700 miles and didn't stop to think, maybe you should go back? She said astoundedly as she took notes. Nope, Isaac said proudly, taking a swig from his bottle. Oh, and it's 725 miles. Thank you. This just fueled her curiosity even more. Did you see any paranormal sights on your journey? The Louisiana swamps, the Missouri goat den? Isaac shrugged and scratched his hairy chin. He pondered, raised the eyebrow above his eye patch. Not really. I did hear a lot of shit outside of my tent, though. I mean, goddamn, I'm pretty sure there were like 10 whole silhouettes standing around back in North Texas. There was this really weird place, a gas station. I couldn't tell you what state. That Jack was a weird fella. This went on for what I thought was goddamn hours, and the drive was only 20 minutes long. The road led to a small patch of trees, up to a large T intersection. Dead ahead was a stone bridge, probably near a 100-meter stretch of river across. To the left was a road that followed the river, and to the right... Alright, how do I explain this? The river curves, forming a large swath of land to the right of the bridge. On that piece of land lies cultivated masses of cherry trees, hedges, groomed grass, and a stone and metal fence, all leading up to an iron gate. We pulled up to the gate. Roseanne waved to the camera mounted on the side, and it slowly opened. The driveway led to a small circle drive-in and a large white-painted house, a plantation house. Just as she explained, stone columns, old but well-maintained, furnishings on every inch from the ground to the tiled roof. As I pulled up to the front of the house, Isaac let out a long whistle. Someone is rolling in the green out here. Look at those columns. He was right. Whoever lived here, they were wealthy. And as I've learned from Kazimoth, sometimes the wealthy need help dealing with demons underneath their roofs. Well, let's go, lads, Roseanne quipped as she stepped out of the car. Isaac and I looked at each other and we followed her. He shoved a bottle of Jameson into his cargo pants and straightened up his cap. The beeping noise of me locking the car was the only audible noise around us. Silence and a cold autumn wind blanketed the property. Roseanne knocked on the door, standing tall and professional as she waited. I leaned into one of the columns, arms crossed, trying to look like a background character while she worked. Although not observant, whatever went on, I wanted to keep an eye on it. Might come in handy later. Isaac sat on the edge of a flower pot near the opposite column, then fell in, tipped the pot over and caused it to spill onto the steps below. I was caught somewhere between laughing and sighing, and Roseanne said something to the effect of, why did you, before she heard the audible sound of footsteps heading our way. Isaac was quick on the mark as he swept the dirt behind the column, tossed the crackpot off the porch into a hedge, just as the door opened. The man was tall, and this is coming from me. Like I said before, I'm 6'2", maybe 6'3" on a good day. This guy towered over all of us. He wore slacks with a dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a vest on it, navy blue and black. Good taste. He pushed his circle-frame glasses to the bridge of his nose. A receding hairline caused a shimmer of light off of his head. He gazed around at me, then at Isaac, then squinted at the patch of dirt underneath Isaac's feet, which he stepped in front of, then to Roseanne. You must be Dr. Roseanne, the man said. His voice, not too deep, however sounded sophisticated, with a little bit of a southern twang. Roseanne nodded, and he led the way inside, Roseanne following close behind him. Isaac and I followed her. Dr. Roseanne, Isaac said, cackling, although to her ire. What's your PhD in, possessed-ass trees? The man led us up to a very decorated living room. Dark oak wood furnished the entire inside, a fireplace near the back corner, family's pictures, autumn's decorations. A reoccurring dark red on all of the fabric created a pretty nice contrast. Not hard to look at, just strange. On a large chair sat an older woman. She was maybe in her mid-50s. Is that bad? Should I not guess a woman's age? And wore mostly hand-knitted items, such as a scarf, sweater, pants, shoes. Would those have been slippers then? And a skinless cat sat on her lap. The cat also had a hand-knitted sweater on. Mrs. Mox, this is the professional you requested a few days ago, Dr. Roseanne, the man said. The woman nodded and he strolled off into another room. Roseanne took the lead. Isaac and I hung back in the other side of the room. Mrs. Marks, it's really a pleasure to... Roseanne was cut off when the woman stood up, waving her hand. Rose, please. She had a thick accent, from someone who lived in Missouri. Call me Candace. Roseanne nodded and continued. I'm here for the, problem you called me about? The woman nodded. A small smile that had been in the corner of her mouth faded. She stopped petting her cat. Then it stretched and jumped from her lap to Roseanne's. Yes, honey, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I called you because I got a problem that not even the town priest can handle. Did she actually call the local church? I still don't know. She said it with such confidence. Hell, even when I first talked to Theodore about the things up at the estate, there was a slight sense of denial. Candace spoke like I now speak, which means that she had some confidence in what she was dealing with. It started a few weeks ago when the trees started to turn orange and red. My little granddaughter Claire loves to play down by the riverside with her little boats and toys. Candace laughed. It faded when she said, "That's when she started bringing home those things back to the house every evening." "Things?" Roseanne asked. The man from before brought in a dark wooden box, a small latch where a lock would go. Roseanne took it, setting it on her lap. The cat, disgruntled, leapt off and walked over to Isaac. Isaac was slightly horrified by the sweater-wearing flesh feline. Then she opened it. She pulled out a golden locket, although you wouldn't know it unless you were as close as I was. Rust and decay had definitely set in. The previous clam-shaped piece was now a dark brown. Inside were more items, all with deep personal connections. Bracelets with names, necklaces with inscriptions. The list went on and on. She said she was given them gifts for playing with the lady. I don't know what that meant, thought it was just some creep stalking her. So I sent Arnold out to keep a lookout. Candace gestured to her tall friend. He cleared his throat. Roseanne was still looking through the box. 4 hours, nothing happened. Claire continued to play, and then a hand reached out of the water, giving her that knife. Roseanne held up a knife. It wasn't as rusted as the other ones. Now that I look back, it wasn't rusted at all. A silver finish to the entire outside made it look like a cake knife. Until you saw the blade, sharpened, intentionally so, to the point where the silver was scraped off. On the left side of the blade, in cursive, read, "To my dear darling Candace." Roseanne looked shocked. Candace wiped tears away from her eyes as Arnold continued. "We forbid her from going to the riverside. Things calmed down for about a week. Then yesterday I went to her room to get her ready for school. She was gone. Her window was open and her entire room was soaked in water." Roseanne dropped the knife back into the box. She pushed it back into Arnold's arms. She stood up. "Please tell me you've called the cops," Roseanne asked. "They filed a missing person case and are searching the riverfront. Nothing so far." Roseanne nodded. And at this point, Isaac and I stepped out into the hall, giving her a chance to talk with them alone. Isaac now held the cat in his arms. The feline rubbed its hairless head against Isaac's beard happily. I ran my hand down my face, sitting up against a tableside wall. What in the fuck? Isaac let the cat climb onto his shoulders. He reached into his pants and pulled out a Jameson bottle, the one from before, and uncapped it. It's gotta be a freshwater mermaid," he said, so confident, taking a swig. I lost my train of thought, shaking my head. What? He shrugged, the bottle in his hand, the cat now clinging to the other one. "I don't know, it's just the first thing that came to mind. Though, how'd it get on land? I don't know." He took another swig, offering some to the cat. It began to lick from the lips of the bottle. "Isaac, I really doubt it's a mermaid." He smiled, taking another sip, offered more to the cat. "I don't know. That or maybe a shark with arms? What do you think, Maurice?" Isaac offered another portion to the cat. I looked at the cat and saw the name Maurice imprinted on its tag. Seriously, a southern house, a New Orleans accent, and Maurice is the name they picked for this cat? Roseanne stepped into the hall, pulling me by my collar. Isaac followed, Maurice and alcohol still in his arms. We stepped outside. Roseanne made a beeline around the house through the hedges, not saying a word. I followed her, trying to step through the thick brush as she seemingly just cut right through it. "Well?" Roseanne didn't respond. "Roseanne." She continued to remain silent, walking through the bright green grass, past the white patio furniture, a fire pit, and then the entire backyard toward the river. "Roseanne, did you check the kid's room?" Right when I asked that, she stopped dead, causing me to nearly crash into her. She stared at me with cold, dead eyes. "Yes," she said simply, continuing her power walk toward the river. "Well?" "Nothing," she said again, simply. "What do you mean, nothing? What about the water?" "I went in there with her overgrown butler, and nothing was amiss. Everything was dry, nothing was tampered or broken. She vanished. and all traces in her room are gone. She finished off sounding kind of exhausted and stopped 20 meters from the river, near a bridge. Well, what did you expect? Isaac said, walking up to us, still feeding alcohol to Maurice, who was still in his arms. Mermaid's not going to leave a calling card after kidnapping a kid. It's not a... I stopped, noticing something. Do you hear that? Roseanne asked. Nope, Isaac said, before taking his 47th swig of the hour. Exactly, she said, turning to us. This river is one of the main waterways in the area, and it's standing still. She was right. I looked over the water. Nothing. Not a wave, not a ripple, not a cut in the liquid. Nothing. Well, river's haunted, case closed. Can we go deal with the fucking ghouls in our basement now? Isaac asked, and Roseanne looked like she was about to give him hell and the be-all end-all of ass-chewings. Until I stopped her. Alright, this is your turf. What can we do? The simple question seemed to stop her. She paused, placing her bag on the ground, kneeling down for something inside. We're gonna have to go in the water. Ha! Isaac said, letting Maurice polish off the bottle. Okay, let's just go for a swim in the kidnapping river. Gosh, Dwight, you really like to recruit the best of humanity. If there's any sign of her, or remains, it's gonna be in the water. We can look all we want, but we won't get any answers unless someone grows a pair, besides me, and goes in. She was right. I reached down and tucked my jeans into my boots. If I was going in, I wasn't gonna get my ass bitten off by some weird-ass eel. I approached the river, eyeing it, shore to shore. It stood just dead still. The kind of stillness a glass of water would have if it was left in a completely dead house. I took a step in, braving the water, creating a ripple. Something in my stomach told me that I might have just pissed something off, but my hand reaching into my jacket, pulling out my Glock, told me that I was all but done caring if a demon was pissed off at me or not. So, what am I looking for exactly? I said, trudging through the river. The water felt cold, like it was freezing my legs. I gazed around. I don't know if it was the dirtiness of the water or some pollution from the salt mill, but I could barely see through the 2-foot deep river. Wait a minute. If it's 2 feet deep, how the fuck could anything even fit in here, let alone avoid being spotted for weeks? Roseanne stopped, gazing at her book as she held her hand to her chin, contemplating. The bridge. I turned back to her, Isaac, and I think even Maurice did. Or maybe it was just mimicking Isaac. That place has a whole lot of bad mojo surrounding it. Ruins, tales of sacrifices during its construction. It has to be some kind of catalyst. And she told me this now, after I stepped into the possessed-ass river. So I began trudging to the bridge, slowly, agonizingly slow. Each step, I expected to step on a skull or a bone or something, and every other step, I expected to get pulled under and drowned. But it never happened. I reached the yard closest to our side of the river. My trucker and witch compatriot followed close from the edge. Every step I took was definitely a feeler. Roseanne pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight as she walked underneath it, shining it around, inspecting every aged and deteriorated inch of the bridge's stone blocks. You can feel it, she said, turning back to Isaac and I. In the air, the aura of this place. She wasn't wrong. The second I trudged through the water under the bridge, the feeling in the air shifted. Something wasn't right. I've never been a religious person, although now I am a bit of a superstitious one, but this feeling struck a chord with me. From what I had seen downrange in my army days, the raw, bitter feeling, this was evil. This place felt evil. Roseanne flipped open her book and began inspecting some insignias carved into the rock. I shined my Glock's tack light, a small LED mounted on the bottom, into the water. It was murky. Whether due to the dirt I had kicked up or the pollution from the mill, I could barely see my own feet. Then I stepped on something. It didn't crack, slither, or tack. It felt like the corner of something poked into the bottom of my boot. I gave a heads up to Roseanne and Isaac. I slipped off my jacket and tossed it to him. Then I made a bold choice, the one of reaching down into the water to retrieve the item. The smartest choice? No. But we needed to get a move on and figure out what we could do for Candace and her missing granddaughter. I felt around, the icy cool water numbing my hand as I dug through the muddy dirt, searching for something. Anything. Then I felt it. The texture felt grainy? Is that a term? Straight lines ran across it, with sharp, although worn corners, forming a strange square. More of a box. I pulled it from the depths of the river, holding it up as water splashed all around me. I shined my Glock's light on it, a well-carved box with edgings at the top and bottom, with 4 little legs, and a rusted brass latch. At first glance, it kind of resembled a music box. "What is that?" Roseanne asked, shining her much brighter light on it. It was then that I could see through the damp brown wood that there were faint lines of paint. Although, when I say paint, I mean I was lucky to even see them when I was right up to it. Pink, sky blue, purple. I tossed the box ashore to Roseanne, who immediately opened it up. "It's a music box," she said, pulling out a small ballerina figure. Well, I guess I was right. "What's that sucker doing at the bottom of the river?" Isaac asked. By now, he had wrapped Maurice up in my coat and that small sweater. That cat was the most well-dressed person out here. I shined my light back on the river below and stuck my hand back in. Then I felt a smooth surface, like one of those brand new faucets just after it had been polished. Then another, like wet fabric, and then a spiky one. A rough one? "Roseanne?" I said, cautiously grabbing a handful of whatever the fuck was at the bottom of the river. She shined her light on my hand as I fished up. Jesus, even now. It was a collection of toys, items that would belong to children. I tossed them onto the grass outside the bridge's arc, the smooth surface of the old rusted car, one of the older passenger ones from like the 20s, a ballet slipper, an old beat-up baseball. "What in the fuck?" Isaac said. He and even Maurice were gazing down at the pile. Roseanne walked over, getting a close inspection of the items. I went back to digging. I felt more than just that down there, and despite my hopes, I was right. More toys. Dinosaurs, blocks, swords. All age ranges, for boys, girls. No discrimination here. I pulled maybe 20 of the damn things out before I stopped. Roseanne sat on the grass, arms around her legs, shaking her head. "It's targeting kids." Isaac remained silent throughout all of this. Then he glanced over at me. "Those clothes you found in the driveway this morning, didn't they all belong to kids? Fuck this town." Then a moment of panic struck. As the water calmed down, the waves slowly stopped their sloshing and splashing, returning to a quiet, dead still state that it had been in. Nothing had touched me. In fact, through the numbing cold of the water, it was a pain in the ass to not feel if I was on solid ground. Then, as clear as day, I felt something grab a hold of my left leg and drag me towards the center of the river. Hell fucking no. I was not going to become another statistic. I aimed my Glock down at the water just a couple of feet from where it was pulling me. I squeezed the trigger faster than automatic fire would have gone off. The 9mm rounds fired one after another into the murky depths, splashing water violently in my face as I backed up, fighting towards the shore. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard Roseanne and Isaac yelling, and whatever had grabbed me slowly let go. I planted a firm foot on the ground and charged out, now soaked head to toe in the cold river water. I dropped the pistol's magazine and put another one in. Turning, my ears ringing, I barely heard Roseanne as she ran up to me and grabbed my shoulder, shaking me. What did you..." Her voice sounded distant, distorted. Between this and Isaac deafening me in the basement, I was going to need a hearing aid. "What did you see?" Roseanne screamed, finally breaking through my numbed ears. Something grabbed my damn leg. I tried to stick a finger in my ear to, clear it out. Roseanne turned and looked back at the water. The river stood dead still. Isaac looked at us, holding Maurice. Nothing. I had fired off the full magazine. 17 goddamn rounds went into the river, all before charging out of it like a bat out of hell. And now it was just still. Well, Isaac said, pivoting toward the river and then back to us. I guess riverside skinny dipping is out of the question? I pulled back the slide, checking to see if a new round had been chambered into the hand cannon. They did. I walked up to Dr. Paranormal, MD, my muzzle pointing downwards as I scanned the cursed-ass stream. So, I guess it's definitely possessed now. Roseanne simply stared, unaffected by my prodding. It's kidnapped so many. And what was that you pulled from the bridge? She said. Her voice was distant. I scanned the water, waiting and partially hoping for something to jump out just so I can get some payback for whatever grabbed me. Well, this is your turf now. What do we do? My question must have triggered something because she sprung back to life, ran over to that book of hers, opening the worn outer cardboard cover and flipped to a page near the middle back. I don't know the full nature, and it's too dangerous to keep going back in. But I have a theory. Roseanne pulled out some black chalk and a brown bag from her bigger handbag, and walked over to the underside of the bridge. Isaac and I followed, keeping watch. By the time we got down there, Roseanne was already drawing something on the wall, and I'll tell you, I couldn't even begin to describe it. It had a larger outer circle, and with what looked like interlinking lines and shapes, a triangle, a morphed hexagon, some kind of demonic-ass cursive writing. I don't... It looked like something you'd see on the padded wall of some schizo cell. Then she opened the bag. She grabbed a handful of salt and smeared one handful on the cracks of the bridge. She poured some on the walkway beneath her, before taking a chunk and tossing it into the water. This caused the water to literally bubble. Only slightly, though. And I think it might have hissed. It's a bit of a hypothesis, but I think it might work, she said as she walked back to her bag, picking up her supplies. So, Isaac looked back to the symbol as he spoke. What's with your possessed stencil work? It's an exorcism ruin, Gaelic. Well, at least my sources think it's Gaelic. It was found in an old tomb in an island of the Northeast Sea. It could be Scandinavian. Shit, from how it looked, it could have been Martian. Is that it? I asked. Roseanne slung her bag over her shoulder. She dipped her head looking toward us. Sometimes there's not a lot you can do. We can only hope it does something. If not for Claire, then for whoever might have been in its sights next. Head back to the car. I'll speak to Candace. And with that, she walked up the grass slope toward the house. Isaac and I made a quiet journey back to the SUV. With a simple click of the key, the vehicle unlocked. I slid it and blasted the heater, hoping to dry off some of my wet-ass clothing. Isaac slid in too. Maurice still wrapped up in my... Isaac, that's not yours. Isaac? I said, drawing out his name. He turned, confused as to what was the matter. You've got to give the lady her skinless demon back. Then Isaac literally scoffed, pulling Maurice close. First, he's not a skinless demon, he's a Siamese angel. And second, come on, Dwight, he said, trying to pull some puppy dog eye on me. Maurice rubbed his skinless head on Isaac's beard. Now Isaac, stealing things from creepy southern people in the woods has never gone well. Like, ever. God knows if she has 17 more wandering truckers just like you in the basement. But, Isaac, just take Maurice back in the damn house. And with a groan long, fine. Isaac hopped out of the car and slowly shuffled back up to the manor. I reclined in my seat, letting the heaters blow dry my damp long sleeves. I tried to play some music while typing this shit up, but I noticed after 5 minutes, nothing appeared on the radio. Nothing on any of the channels. Just nothing. There wasn't even static, it was just the sound of a cool breeze coming through the radio. The thing operated off of satellites, so it couldn't have been a broken antenna. This place was just cut off from the normal world. I paused my haunted blogging session because I noticed Isaac and Roseanne heading back to the car. Slipping my phone away, they slipped into their seats. I'm sure you'll see him again, Isaac. Maurice sure seemed to like you, Roseanne said, patting our resident Cyclops on the shoulder. Yeah, still sucks though, Isaac said defeated as he tossed me my leather jacket. I slipped it on hoping it would help me warm up. Then I realized my gun-blazing response to the river earlier must have scared Maurice, because now my jacket smelled like cat piss. God fucking damn it. I pulled out of the circle of the driveway of the house. The gate slowly opened as we approached. We got back on the deserted roads of this godforsaken town. Roseanne reached over and plugged in another location, a small house near the eastern end of town, just off the main road. Well, that was entertaining, Roseanne said, surprisingly chipper from today's events. I raised an eyebrow and looked over the seat. You're taking things pretty well, she laughed. Well, yeah, you do this for a few years and you tend to learn to laugh at things. Got it, soldier boy? She shook her head, sitting back. A few years. Wait, soldier boy. Roseanne pointed to Isaac, whose hands were scratching his beard. I might have let a few things slip while we were walking back to the car. Sorry, Dwight. Roseanne leaned forward, eyeing me up and down as we drove. Like what? I asked. Isaac chuckled. Oh, you know, ghost in the basement. Again, I still don't know if it's a ghost. That night in the storm, your army days. You guys have seen Tim? She said enthusiastically. I took my eyes off the road, pulling up to a stop sign. You have seen Tim? I asked, and in hindsight, I'm not really surprised. Roseanne rested her chin on my chair as I pulled away. So tell me, are there really giants in Kandahar? I sighed. No. Roseanne continued to press. Is it true you guys hunted Bigfoot back in the 80s? I shook my head in disbelief. I'm like 34. How old do you think I am? Roseanne shrugged. Just saying. For a door kicker, you have adapted pretty well to combating cryptids in your backyard. I guess I have. Alright, miss, here's a counter question. What's going on with these woods? Roseanne sat back and shrugged. Where do I start? Disappearances ranging from all the way back into the 70s. People turning up dead in ways that were unimaginable. Stories of shapeshifters and attacks on campsites. Have you even seen the stairs? I raised an eyebrow. Yep, Isaac said, nodding his head. I looked at him, then at her. Stairs? Roseanne just shivered. Don't go near them. Back to what I was saying, these woods are bloody fucked. And the types of things we seem to be encountering, well, don't call me Captain Obvious, but it seems organized. Your boss must have really pissed something off. If only Theodore would answer his goddamn phone call, or any questions in his voicemail. The GPS dinged as we reached our next stop. The street was well maintained. Modern houses made of red brick and concrete lining the streets. Pulling up to the front of the house, I could see a TV and all the lights on inside. So, what's the deal with this place? I asked, checking my weapon before stepping out. Guess we'll see, she said cryptically. Then the car's screen buzzed, and a very, very long-awaited name popped up on the screen. Incoming call, Theodore Kazimoth. Well, holy shit. Isaac slapped the dashboard. About fucking time. I gazed back at Roseanne. You and Isaac take this one. I've got some things I need to hash out with the boss. Roseanne and Isaac cleared out of the car and began walking up to the house. I pressed accept on the screen.
Hello?
The pompous voice of my boss, Theodore J. Kazimoth, entrepreneur, shareholder in several companies, and officially the worst real estate investor on this side of the free world, came through the speaker.
Dwight? Are you there?
Theodore, about fucking time you called. He was a millionaire, my boss, but the past few months, I couldn't contain the anger boiling in me at this point.
Oh, Dwight. Watch your mouth, young man. Extremely uncalled for, I assure you.
Uncalled for? Are you serious? This man is either delusional, in denial, or the most straightforward liar I had ever encountered. And I traded words with lieutenants. A lot. And in retrospect, he probably was all the above.
Now, Dwight, I did make the unorthodox request to lend lease you several $1,000s out of my pocket. I would appreciate it if you showed some gratitude, considering you, yourself, could not make do with the equipment I had given you.
Arrogance just soaked in his voice. You slap an estate down in a forest that is more haunted than the Somme battlefield, and you expect me to drive out the demons with a 308 bolt action and a positive fucking attitude?
Well, I mean, coming from some gung-ho former sergeant, now monster hunter, dragging my son into town on your private escapades.
I raised an eyebrow. How did you... Theodore laughed through the phone.
You can't expect to post everything on the internet and not see my company's private forums blow up with requests about your little blog series now, can you?
Well, shit. Expected.
On top of the bad reputation and the constant pandering I need to make to my investors, you, my friend, are becoming a thorn in my side. I don't like thorns, Dwight.
You really expect me to stay with what we had? Wait for the enemy to break on through the gates and kill us all? Including your fucking son that you left here? Theodore's line grew quiet. I'm not gonna act like you don't know what's going on, Theo, because I know you do. So don't try to take the high ground when you neglected your only child. And then Theodore laughed. Like, really laughed. The kind of laugh that had a weight to it that sent a chill down my spine. That kind of laugh.
Dwight, you really should have just kept your mouth shut and done your job. Sure, sometimes it gets scary. Sometimes it might get froggy, as you dumb grunts say. But that's just the way men like you are paid. Instead, you had to try to be a hero, and you had to try to do what you think is right, and meddle in business that is certainly not yours.
It became my business the moment you dragged me out to this place.
Well, I guess you won't have to worry about that for long. Dwight, I'm coming back in the next couple of weeks with some company backup. And unless you want to be one of those people who goes missing and up on that corkboard down at the pub, get your ass back to the manor, lock and load your tricked out AR-15, and stay put.
If we had been face to face, Theodore and I would be burning holes in each other's heads. The tense silence was only permeated by the sound of him clearing his throat. Whatever devilish tone he had, dropped, left only the native-sounding Theodore I remember. He returned.
I would hate to have to send a search party out in the middle of winter. God, the ones around here never get the job done. Bad joke, I'm sorry. Stay safe, Dwight.
Then the call interface vanished. I sat back in the driver's seat thinking, company backup? What? Did he think some armed goons were going to be enough to stomp out what's ever happening here? He might kill me and dump me in a ditch somewhere out in the Pine Groves, but whoever else he hires is going to be too dumb, too ignorant, too unprepared to avoid the shots that they're throwing at the estate. I opened up my phone once again, updating you all. I don't know what Isaac and Roseanne are doing, but they seem to be having fun. Isaac was yelling something, but it's too muffled by the car's heater to hear it. Did a firework just go off? Well, Roseanne just texted me. They're almost done. Isaac is apparently trying to draw out conversation with Daisy, the owner who apparently is also a raging alcoholic. Great. Like we don't have bigger priorities. Hold on. John's calling. Alright, change of plans, people. I've got to go. Now. I just screamed at Roseanne and Isaac to get in the fucking car. Now. John called. From all the loud noises in the background, he pleaded. No, he screamed at me to get to his friend's house right now. Something is attacking them, and they don't know what it is. I've got to go. No time to wrap things up, but I'll be back. Adrenaline. It's that fuel that your blood and nervous system receives when your body realizes the chips are down and it's now or never. It's funny what some chemicals being put into the right part of your brain can do. I've experienced this rush many times over in my life, and truth be told, I thought my body had become immune to it, my veins and arteries becoming worn down from the constant usage. I thought they had become desensitized to the mule kick that punch gives you. I guess I was wrong. When John was screaming over the phone, something in me switched on. A part of me that had laid dormant for many years. A part of me that didn't do things just for self-preservation or money. Like I said, I screamed over the phone to Isaac and Roseanne. Truth be told, by how they reacted, I think I scared the shit out of them, because they came out of the house in a dead sprint. Even then, they barely slid into the car as I slammed the gas pedal, making the SUV with upwards of 5,000 pounds of armoring hit the 80s in less than a few seconds. I gave up on trying to stop for stop signs and stoplights. There was no need to be cautious about police cars or even other cars, because there were fucking none of them in this goddamn town. We came to a particularly high bump just before an intersection, and now that I think about it, it might have been a speed bump. Because when we landed down, we landed hard. I remember finally hearing Roseanne's voice as she watched a stop sign zoom right past us. Do you mind telling us what the hell's going on? Nolan, hello? I gazed at the GPS, and I realized that we had probably gone a good mile before I even thought about briefing them. The wonders of fight or flight mode, I guess. John called, is all I muttered out as I snapped hard on a left turn, driving over the curb, just to take a right on another street. I saw Isaac grab the oh shit handle above his seat. What? What's up with the kid? Part of me gained some respect for Isaac. As soon as I mentioned John, he leaned right in. The guy might be a little off sometimes, but his heart really is in a good place. Kid was screaming, something's attacking his friend's house. Isaac's eye widened, and he sat back in his seat. He pried his hand off the handle and reached into the glove compartment for his 5-shot. Roseanne peeked her head in between the seats. What kid? I looked at the GPS. We were now soaring down the main avenue of the town. The same one Isaac and I had driven down when we initially arrived. We sailed past the bar, that gun shop owned by the two weird Europeans, the salt mill. And yet, even as I drove this big hunk of metal 80 miles per hour, not a single police officer could be seen. It's Kasimov's kid, I finally answered Roseanne. Then I hit the brake and drifted the SUV on a right turn. The off-road threaded tires screeched as Isaac leaned, loading rounds into his revolver, shoving more into the pockets of his pants. Wait, where is this house at? She said. I remember the end of that sentence just kind of trailed off as she stared at the GPS. The northwest edge of town. Roseanne grew quiet at my answer. By the woods? I nodded in response. Oh God. Before I could even address that ominous remark, I slammed on the brakes as we were in the final left turn of the drive. I sped up down the road. My right hand dug around inside my jacket, pulling out my Glock and resting it on my lap. Isaac slapped in the cylinder to his weapon, spinning it. What's the play, Sarge? I ran through all the scenarios in my head. All the variables started to click in place. Small house, 30 meters long, 15 across. Occupants are 2 teenagers, 1 adult. Flashing red and blue lights caused me to brake, hard. The SUV tires screeched to a halt on a deserted road. Shit, I thought. We had finally gotten the cops on us. I started to prepare a brief for the cops on the situation, when I realized the lights weren't coming from my mirror. They were coming from my windshield, down the road in front of us. Isaac wiped the condensation away from his portion of the window and squinted with his eye. I flipped on the wipers, and through the cold mist and the fog, I could see a patrol car, lights on and flashing, parked diagonally across the road, rear bumper facing us. My eye shot to the GPS. Destination 55 meters ahead. We were here. I gave Isaac a nod as I slid the slide on my Glock back, checking to see if a round was chambered. We slowly drove ahead. Roseanne stayed more or less in the front with us, the top half of her body in between our seats. Good to know the witch showed no fear. We pulled up to the house. I tried calling John again from the car's touchscreen. The slow hum of the engine, along with the ringing, gave us the only noise around us as we got closer and closer to the site. The cop's driver door was open, wide open. One of the windows was rolled down. From my spot in the car, I could see a small radio, the one they used with the speaker mount mounted on top, dangling from over the driver's side seat. I cracked open my door. Isaac did the same, my pistol's barrel leading the way as I peeked my head out. It was dark, hella dark. Through the fog, I could see the house just about 20 meters away from us. The front door was wide open, ripped off the hinges. The banister of the porch and the railings were bent and broken, thrown halfway across the yard, stabbing into the lawn. I sat back in the driver's seat and looked at the screen. Call failed. John Kasimov, Johnny. I cursed under my breath. Isaac hiccuped as he aimed his revolver toward the house. taking cover behind the door while we were all sitting outside in the vehicle. Roseanne leaned over to my seat. Well, Dwight, I guess the tables have turned. This is your turf. What do we do? My eyes snapped back to the cop car. Through my headlights, I saw a discarded pistol magazine with spent casings everywhere. My turf. It bounced around in my head. A forced entry. Plenty of innocents with God knows how many enemies lurking inside. Police vehicle with casings only meant one thing. Law enforcement had arrived and failed. Fuck, what do we do? What do we do? Fuck, what to do? I grew frustrated with myself. The hourglass was running out. Then I remember what Theodore said about me meddling in things that weren't my business, trying to be a hero. The way it damaged a house, it took out armed patrolmen. My nerves were battling themselves. I guess my instincts had run out when I thought about the frantic phone call John made screaming help at the top of his lungs. I hit the trunk's release button as I stepped out. Isaac, to the back. He cackled under his breath as he beat me to the punch, heaving up the heavy door and pulling out one of the two black crates. They were those heavy-duty tough boxes. Reinforced equipment cases you would use to store a number of things. But for us, we only had some specifics in mind. Isaac giddily flipped open the latches on the one and pulled out one hell of a shotgun. In the dark of the night, I only saw that it said Benelli M4 etched on the side, just on the side of the injection port. It was the mother of all boomsticks. It was also apparently Merkel's favorite. I opened up one of the other cases. In it was two carrier kits, simple plate carriers with magazine pouches for items, radios, and other systems. True, whatever attacked the house could have easily torn through these, but it was better than nothing. Roseanne snuck up to my left, using the car's cover as I slapped the magazines and rounds into my toolkit. I took a peek at the house. The entire entranceway looks fucked. Really? You don't say. Was there any sign of John? I checked my 15's holographic sights, then the red dot on the side before pulling it close. I don't know, but the sound of a crash from deep inside the house caused all of our attention to snap over. Isaac aimed his giant man-killer toward the house. Something is definitely still in there. Alright, Roseanne, now's your chance. You can take off to your house. No one's gonna judge you. I rounded the SUV from the back toward the driver door, aiming my rifle at the house. Roseanne followed closely behind me. I saw out of the mirror. She shook her head. No, if there's a kid in there, I'm staying. I've had to tell way too many parents that they may never see theirs again. Not again. Her word made a small chuckle break out through whatever the fuck was going on. Fuck yeah. I pulled back from the door, gripping the forward grip on my rifle as I moved toward the patrol car, sight glued onto the front of the house the entire time. I took a knee as I took cover behind the trunk. Isaac moved up alongside the parked cars, taking cover behind a van parked alongside the cop car. Honestly, for a trucker who even said that he got most of his tactical skills from war movies, he did pretty good. I released my front grip as I crouched down. I searched the front of the cop car. It was a mess. Casings absolutely blanketed the entire front seat. The radio system was half ripped out of the mount, and the windshield. There were barely any spiderwebbing cracks, but two large gashes right into the glass. The odd thing was, there was no micro cracks forming along the side of them. It was like a hot knife cut right through it. Roseanne stopped to take more notes than I did. Not literally. She didn't have her whole book out. Anyway, I just moved alongside the entire engine block. Finally got a good view of the front of the house. From what I saw, the door was barely hanging on by a hinge. It was a solid metal-looking door, too, from the gray side of the interior. The lights flickered from the inside. I saw what looked like the end of a couch, upside down, leaning diagonally against the wall. And yet, even as I waited for a few seconds, no more sounds came from within. Fuck it. The night's not going to get any younger. I pushed forward toward the house, saying screw it to the normal rules of cover and concealment. From the shit I saw out in the woods, whatever was here probably could see in the dark, detect body heat, and was probably planning the best way to bite my right calf off. Speaking of right calf, I nearly tore it off, tripping, which is odd. Odd because, as I looked down, a freshly made gash into the earth was dug through the entire front lawn toward the house. Then it clicked. The woods were in the backyard. Why would any assailant come through the front? I scanned the area around me. The cop car's front bumper was dented and bashed to all hell. Dirt coming toward the house was dug up. It was coming from the neighbor's house. That fucking neighbor's goddamn house. It wasn't the woods this time. It wasn't a demon from the goddamn trees. It was that slimy, unnatural fuck, and we just let it slide this entire fucking time. I ripped my mind away from the momentary rage and came up alongside Isaac, behind a large end table, just right in front of the steps. It wasn't until later that I had noticed that the table was in fact thrown through the front windows, as one of them was just completely smashed out. Whatever stormed in there did so with a vengeance. This is a mess, Dwight, he said, peeking over the sights of his shotgun. It was that fucking neighbor, I muttered. What? The trail of death leads from his house. Isaac cursed under his breath. That son of a bitch. We're gonna shoot him, right? I aimed my rifle to a good position to the front door. We're gonna do a whole hell of a lot more than that. I remember thinking in my mind something like a combination of kerosene and salt. Isaac and I rushed to the front door, stacking up on the right side. Roseanne moved up and hid behind the table we just came from. My old muscle memory came back into play. I pulled Isaac to the front of the stack by his carry handle. If we were going in, and we were, the 12-gauge doomstick was definitely leading the way. Taking the break, I reached up with my free hand and squeezed his shoulder. The carpet on the wooden plank floor was torn up. Pieces were just tossed everywhere. A lounge chair was flipped on its side, and a ceiling fan mounted above was missing a blade, swinging around half ripped out of the ceiling. I squeezed his shoulder, and we rushed in. Isaac charged in, almost stopping in the doorway. If it weren't for me charging in right behind him, he would have. He held his barrel at chest height. At this distance, it didn't really need to be accurate. We cleared out the corners of the room, almost tripping over a gutted TV as we stepped in. He was right. This is a mess. The front room, or at least that's what it used to be, was 6 meters deep into the house. Some rooms branched off of it, and a doorway leading to what I saw was a kitchen. How did I know it was a kitchen? Because the fridge was thrown down on its side, half blocking the hallway. Silence was all that greeted us, the small buzzing in the room and zapping of the fan's now dying light. A small crunch of glass came from the doorway behind us. I snapped back but lowered my weapon. Roseanne slowly entered the room with us. Jesus. You ever see anything like this before? I said, covering Isaac as he kicked in some doors. Side rooms and closets one by one, aiming a shotgun, mouthing, "Whacha!" No, Roseanne whispered. She knelt down, picking up a small picture from the frame on the floor. I've never seen these things in person. Not right when it was happening. If it was still happening. For John's sake, I made a small plea to whatever higher power existed. That he was still there. As I marched forward, my foot caught on a broken chair, which I kicked off, smashing it into the back wall. I threw caution to the wind. "John!" I yelled out. Isaac came out of one of the side rooms, pointing a shotgun up in the air with one hand, shaking his head. "John, are you here?" I yelled, storming into the hallway. A Halloween-style wreath hung surprisingly intact on the wall, with pictures and kids' drawings of cartoons off in all directions. Crunching glass beneath one of my boots caused me to step back. It was the father of whatever friend John had. He was kneeling down next to his daughter, smiling, holding her in one arm. Motherfucker. Isaac stormed out of the room, searching the next one. "Nothing," I heard him yell. A pit in my stomach grew even deeper. The smashing of wooden boards caused my weapon to shoot right up, aiming at the entryway into the kitchen. More crashing. It sounded like a tin can being knocked over, and I followed it. Something was here. If not John, then may God have mercy on whatever the fuck was here. We pushed into the kitchen, no one in sight. But Roseanne made a pretty interesting observation. In retrospect, none of the cabinets and drawers that were damaged were ripped open. They were all smashed or dented in, as if something was shoved against them. Whatever entered, she said, had a rough fight against whatever lurked inside this house. Behind me, Isaac kicked in a side room to the kitchen, which turned out to be a pantry. Then he retreated as boxes and cans nearly crushed him as they spilled out onto the floor. It's damn sad we ain't looters because we would make a killing. I turned to Isaac. Did you see a second floor to this place? He shook his head. Nah, no basements either. Weird too, because wherever the fuck everyone is, they're certainly not in here. Another loud crash and metal clanging came through the windows, peering over the backyard. The backyard, bordering the cursed woods of this motherfucking town. Isaac lowered his barrel. That's gotta be it. I took the lead. Isaac followed behind me, covering our asses. We took down some stairs. Another heavy metal door. This time it was ripped clean off the hinges. I told the story. The fight went into the backyard. The screen door laid on its face, on the concrete outside, knowing that whatever we were seeking was just a few feet in front of us. Let's shoot these suckers, Dwight. The sound of my jacket sleeve sliding against the wall followed as I button hooked around the corner. My red dot turned on as I scanned the area. Isaac charged out, taking the right side. We both aimed our weapons around, searching for something. Anything. Well, Isaac shouted, "We're here, Woods! Come fucking get some!" Nothing. I stood there squared up with my weapon and nothing. Nothing happened. We went balls to the wall, charged into whatever belly of the beast attacked us, and nothing followed. I remember even the crickets were chirping. It was gone. No, I shook my head in disbelief, dropping my barrel, the only thing to contain the anger raging inside of me. I looked around. A huge chunk of the boards of the back fence was just missing. No John, no fucking boogeyman, not a goddamn fuck, I yelled, taking my boot and soccer kicking a metal chair nearby so hard it flew into the air and landed in the grass. Roseanne crept out, her flashlight illuminating the dark lawn around us as she came up alongside Isaac and I. That can't be it, man. There's gotta be something. Isaac jogged over to the back fence, throwing his shotgun in the sling as he glanced around for something. Anything. I remember Roseanne asking what was wrong. I just ignored her. My hand shot to my face as I dug in on my own skin. We had one chance. One fucking chance. If I had just been smarter, faster, if I had just blitzed into the house instead of being this methodical, if I just hadn't been so stupid as to drop the kid off here in the first place. Dwight! Roseanne shook my shoulder as my eyes burnt holes into her. What? Before I could unleash a tirade I wanted to, I noticed that she wasn't even looking at me. She pointed toward the left side of the fence. My eyes drifted over to a really large dent, and a figure laying in it, defeated, in whatever vegetable garden the homeowner planted. Through my marching that would give even the angriest wife-beater a run for their money, I eyed it up. I say it because it wasn't exactly the person I was looking for. A torn flannel shirt laid pressed against a body, blood-soaked. Old khaki shorts were now in threads, barely just hanging on, with numerous cuts, gashes, and marks lining its limbs. I kicked it over with my right boot, and I received a gargling, inhuman moan from the thing. Roseanne shined her light on it. The neighbor, or at least that's what I could barely make him out as. His lips were all split and torn, a large gash cut into its neck, no hair, and his eyes. One looked like a normal human eye, blue, but its pupil was horribly dilated, and the other, no color remained at all. No iris, just a small pin-sized pupil. It looked like those eyes used to draw on stick figures. "Where's the kid?" I shouted, earning only silence and ignorance from it. I could see that it was favoring its left arm, which had been mangled to the point where it looked morphed. I took my foot and pressed it down. No, I stomped it down, earning a rise as it groaned. I aimed my weapon at it, red dot resting between its two terrible eyes. It burned pure hatred into my face. "What did you do?" I screamed at it, and again, it refused to answer, simply just slamming its fist down weakly on my boot. Roseanne came up, shining her light on it. "No way," she said, drawing attention to its eyes and its arm. "It's a witch." The thing's voice was warped. A main voice that sounded far too deep, with others offering a different pitch and tone and type, subtly repeating the same word. It reached out towards Roseanne with its free arm, causing her to retreat behind me. I took the steel-toe boot, pressing its arm down, and drove it up into its jaw. A satisfying crack gained a yelp from it, as its arms shot up to its face, holding its jaw. Isaac now joined us as he trotted over. "Hey, I found..." What the fuck? I turned and I could see Isaac holding something, but before I even got the chance to ask, the thing lunged at my legs trying to get a hold of one. A quick bash of my rifle stock defeated it. "Where is the kid?" The voice of a now unbridled rage consumed me. I kicked it again and again, repeating the words, "Where is John? Where is John? Where's John? Where is John? Where is Something pulled me from my onslaught. I looked back to see that it was Roseanne. "Dwight, please, just let me try." I looked deep into her eyes, violet, dark purple. She pried hers from mine as she dug around in her bag. I gazed down at the thing. The spot I had continuously kicked, its breastbone, was now a dark purple and red, and I could feel the steam radiating off my skin. I had broken a sweat from all the literal boot-to-neck action. They say bursts of rage like that would leave you tired, drained, and a headache from the energy that you spent being your only reward. I have to say that, in hindsight, it felt great. Roseanne pulled out that book of hers again, a light green hardcover with runes drawn on the side in black ink. She knelt down, though, taking cover behind my leg as she did, and began to speak to the creature. She did so in pretty small whispers, at first, trying to draw its attention from its current traumatized physical state. As she did, its malformed eyes locked onto hers, and it began to mutter back. Whatever Pig Latin type of language they were speaking sounded like rearranged letters and normal words, and then read them backwards. Isaac and I watched the interaction, our hands at the ready on our superior American firepower. The thing spoke now, calm and collected. Roseanne sighed, shaking her head, catching my attention when a "damn it" escaped her lips. Not taking my eyes off it, I finally asked the million-dollar question. "What?" "It's She stopped talking, sitting back, crossing her legs and sighing. It wasn't the one who attacked the house." Isaac shook his head wildly in surprise. "Oh, sure, yeah. I believe that, don't you, Dwight?" I didn't answer because I didn't. It was eyeing this place up, its inhabitants, as its, next visit, but it was beaten to the punch. Something came from the woods, it said. Attacked the house. It tried to take advantage of the storm, but it failed. I saw that it was now looking up at me, a bruised jaw and chest staring daggers into my eyes. The woods. Those fucking woods. "Ask what took the kids," I told Roseanne. She looked at the thing, hesitant. I snapped my head back. "Roseanne!" She recollected herself, shaking her head. In that weird backwards-ass speech, I heard the thing laugh, a deep, guttural, and unnatural laugh. It said a short collection of words to her, then paused for a moment, not speaking. "Well?" "The woods took them." I sighed, and this caused the thing only to laugh at my frustration. It was then, in Roseanne's light, that I noticed the creature's legs. One of them, its right thigh, had been burrowed into by branches, deep vines that dug into the flesh and disturbed dirt, pinning it there. It can't be. "We can go into the woods. Maybe it didn't run off far." Roseanne shook her head, grabbing the side of my plate carrier and hoisting herself to her feet. "You go running off into those woods this late at night, you're finished." Isaac and Roseanne continued to bicker. He was channeling his frustration for John, while Roseanne cautioned him. I remained silent, gazing down at the thing at my feet. "What did it fight?" I asked, drawing Roseanne's attention away from Isaac. "What?" I looked at her. "The kind of damage in there can only come from a brawl. Ask him what exactly he squared up with." Roseanne was hesitant at first, but she shook it off as she looked into her book, then asked it. The thing spat on the ground, muttering a few phrases in response. "He says, the lichen, or the terror." That caused me to pause. "Just what?" "What?" I said, confused. Isaac leaned in. "Terror?" "Terror, terror," Roseanne repeated. "From the green." The thing spat again, this time more violently. I looked down and I saw in the light that it had spit up vegetation, a thorny rose stem. "Listen." Roseanne placed her hand on the front of my plate carrier, giving me a push backwards away from the thing. "I can try to ask it as many broken phrases as I can, but it's only giving me so much. John is..." She paused. I could tell she was being very careful of what she was going to say next, especially to Isaac and I. "It's too soon after the kidnapping. There was an intentional attack on him. So I say we head back up to your place, and we start digging around there." "What?" Isaac screamed, his voice bouncing off the house, fence, and trees, everywhere around us echoing. "That kid is in there in the fucking woods, and you want us to leave him? No, We have to go in there, and we have to go get him. Roseanne balled up her fists and groaned. She and Isaac spat venom at each other. But to me, it was all white noise. I was more fixated on the thing, still tied up in the vines, as now it cut and wrangled out of them to get its leg free. You said it's not human, I said to Roseanne, pulling her away from the shouting match. She gave me a face. She clearly did not expect the question. No, what? You said it was going after John too, correct? I interrupted her. She was quiet. She looked at me with wide eyes. Dwight. I answered with the sound of my molars grinding together, watching it wriggle free. Dwight? She said uncomfortably. Roseanne, answer the question, I said, muttering from clenched teeth. She was hesitant. I could only see her eyes snap down, probably looking at how I was white-knuckling my weapon. Yes, but what? It made its choice. And at that moment, so did I. Roseanne stood to my front and left, pushing forward. I shoved her to the side, left hand coming up and gripping my rifle. I aimed down at the thing. 12 shots. One right after another. It didn't switch it on auto. That would be too quick. I'd been waiting for a crack at whatever was hunting us. Sure, it might not have been what kidnapped John, but it still targeted him. It saw him, us, Isaac and I. Though all of this is more justification for you guys who've been following my blogging and misadventures, because I pulled that trigger 12 separate times. I had made up my mind. My moral compass had definitely cleared itself. I stopped my assault, rifle still aimed, I looking at it through the holographic sight. It was strange because its near porcelain white skin, I could see grouping. Why did I see my grouping? Because blood poured out, slowly, inky and black in nature. It stumbled back as it had gotten free from the vines, sliding down back against the fence. It looked at me, eyes no longer of hatred, just acceptance. After staring at this thing for weeks, not knowing its true intentions, one phrase rung out throughout my mind as the ringing in my ear subsided. Gotcha. Dwight! Roseanne shouted, angrily as she shoved my right shoulder. My rifle dropped as she tried to slap me across the face. I simply just leaned back. Her frustration was welled as she jabbed at my plate carrier with her fist. What the fuck was that? What do you think? I said, cold, calculated, just like the shots I took. Her anger flooded her face as she held up her head, walking away, then walking back towards me, all along the backside of the house. You just killed a person. It wasn't a person. She spun around and pointed at it. Do you think anyone will believe you in court that thing was a fucking shapeshifter? Wait, shapeshifter? No, from what it shows, you just shot a fucking burglar who broke and entered into a home right before attempting to kidnap someone, I said. She frowned, walking up to me. Even as she was almost a foot shorter than me, she squared right up. You can't just solve this by shooting your way out. That's not how you do things. That's not... Isaac spit on the lawn. I don't know. Problem looks pretty solved to me. She pushed past me, getting up in Isaac's face. Oh, really? Then where's John? Where's the kids? Roseanne looked at Isaac and I. You wanted my help because your way wasn't working. So, unless I say so, no more gun-ho shit like that. You will get us all fucking killed. John's in there. We need to go after him, Isaac shouted, more at her than at me. I remember what Roseanne said. You go in there, you're finished. I remember that night in the storm, being lured in by a trap, barbed wire, blurry vision, dozens of those things lying in wait. I switched my magazine out for a fresh full one and slapped it into the firearms magwell. Well, if your way says go investigate the estate, I eyed the broken spot at the back fence. Then, let's go save John. Roseanne looked like she wanted to say something but swallowed it. She had won. She nodded. We marched out of there. Roseanne gazed at the house as we went alongside, leading back out to the street. Isaac looked back towards the thing. I didn't. I didn't care if it was still there. If it vanished when our heads were turned, I didn't give a fuck. Despite my rage, it was time to move on. John was now missing. Our time was running out. Our enemies are baring teeth and coming closer. And now my boss is threatening to dump us in a ditch and cover it up. Also, because you'll probably ask, we did check the house once more. We didn't find Dad nor John's friend. Eerily enough, we also didn't find the police officers. We tried calling the station, but no one picked up. Isaac, as you might imagine, debated with me the entire way back. I guess I found some middle ground because Isaac's inside of the bar right now, picking up supplies as I requested. In actuality, he's talking to those two Germans, Merkel and Gareth. The end of the line is approaching, and despite what Roseanne says, we are going to need more boom for what's coming next. Speaking of whom, she didn't say anything to us on the way back, just stared at the window till she passed out, pulling her beanie down over her eyes. God, I could really use some sleep. I can't though. John's out there and we've got to find him. We've got to stop this. We are nearing the end. This probably isn't the way you wanted this entry to end. Between the dark, the fog, the deep dark void, my sleep exhaustion pulling me out more and more into the abyss, we need to get a move on. This is Dwight Nolan signing out. I guess. Stay safe, guys. Just like the old days. I remember drowsily pulling up the SUV back onto the main road, the morning sun just barely coming over the trees. My head ached and I was feeling heavy as a rock. I was slamming a Red Bull Original to wake my brain cells up. Well, whatever I had left. And the metal can dropping back into the cup holder. Yep, the good old days. We decided just to crash in the car. I pulled into a parking lot the previous night, because I think if I decided to haul ass down the interstate at 60 miles per hour, I was going to pass out, and then this whole little misadventure would end when I anticlimactically smashed into a fucking tree. Regardless, I didn't need much sleep. The electronic clock on the car said 5:51 a.m. Roseanne was laid out across the back seat, still passed out. Isaac, however, was wide awake, and judging by the 4 empty coffee cups at his feet, I had a pretty good hypothesis as to why he was still awake. You know, we could probably burn down the forest. Isaac broke the silence, his voice kinda sped up, probably from the amount of pure, unadulterated caffeine he'd been drinking. I broke away from my tired, angry gaze. What? He nodded. Yeah, you know, all we need is several thousand gallons of gasoline spread over an area of dry terrain. Then, statistically, it should probably spread to the nearest fauna at about 1 square kilometer per half an hour. I'm not gonna lie, that was what I was able to ad-lib. I'm pretty sure whatever rocket science he spoke, I didn't hear it, and I didn't care enough to listen. My eyes burned into the road. It only took about 5 minutes for me to get back into that headspace of the previous night. Cold air, anger, and anxiety shocking my nervous system. My muscles clenching as I unloaded 12 rounds into... yeah, just like the good old days. My rifle sat muzzled down in between my legs. Maybe it was just being back to my good old self, or that I had just about run out of singular fucks after last night. But I turned hard into the road, leading into the estate, and I slammed on the gas. The road was gravelly, causing the car to bounce, and a poorly timed pothole caused Roseanne almost to bounce off the seat. What? I saw her drowsily sit up in the rearview mirror, looking as half-dead as I felt. She let out a long yawn. Nolan? Isaac turned in his seat. Morning, sunshine. I heard her sigh and then slump back into her chair. Oh God, it wasn't a nightmare, damn it. The morning light allowed me to easily see what was around the path. And boy oh boy, something was definitely off. I guess autumn was just rolling in hard. Much of the green fauna and vines that created the emerald haze blocking my view into the forest was now dying off. I could see the trees, the spaces between them, the orange and yellow leaves on the ground, and all of the dead space between them. All of it. I don't know what was worse, not being able to see past nature's homemade garden wall, or seeing the amount of emptiness that currently surrounded us. The shadows dancing at the edges of my mind, knowing that despite all the clear space and visibility, they were sitting there, just out of sight, watching, waiting. We approached the final 100-meter stretch to the front gate of the house. What was in front magnetically pulled my foot to the brake with the force of a running bull. Roseanne nearly rolled off the seat. Isaac braced himself on the front of the dashboard, thankfully stopping his mathematical rant on how to burn down the forest. Jesus, cowboy. Roseanne squeezed in between the front seats. Feeling jumpy from last night? She squinted as she looked through the front of the windshield. Through the condensation of the fog, she saw it. The large red painted metal gate of the compound, surrounded by a sea of autumn leaves. I remember the pretty consistent colors. Reds, oranges, yellows. The light brown bark of the leafless trees. In any other circumstances, it created a very picture-perfect scene. I guess that's why all the shit strewn out in front of it made it stand out so much. I flicked on the wipers. Sadly, the car's defrosters weren't working, but after a single wipe, I saw all that I needed to. A bright blue pull bag torn wide open, hanging from a line of sea wire on top the gate. Another swipe. Various articles of clothing, a pair of shoes, a laptop, and an iPad with a set of white earbuds. A jacket, a hoodie, black, with some blue stripes. The same jacket that I sent John up those stairs with a few days ago. With the click of a button, the gate slowly opened up. One hand on the steering wheel, and the other one on the pistol grip of my rifle. Isaac was leaning close into the windshield, wiping away some of the fog from the glass. Fuck, man, those motherfuckers. His voice sounded like he was sobering up from the caffeine. This place always kinda had that effect. Is that... Roseanne went silent. We should check it out. Maybe there's some clues. Just as she opened the door, I slammed the pedal down. Both of them flew back into their seats. I drove the vehicle straight over whatever the fuck bait they had set. It was getting old. It was getting real fucking old. I pulled up right to the front of the house, turning left just before driving the vehicle onto the front steps. Parked, pulled the keys out, grabbed my rifle. The autumn air hitting my face as I stepped out. The gate was still open. I held my AR high at the ready, scanning the entranceway. They never did act on it. It was all mental. It was all a mindfuck. Fuck games. God damn it. Dwight, we should still look at it. What if there's some DNA or some evidence or... I remember just unclipping the gate remote from my belt and tossing it over my shoulder to her. You want to indulge yourself with those bastards? Fine. Isaac, keep watch just in case they try to kidnap her. I walked to the front doors. Before I even knew it, my key was out of my pocket, and the door unlocked. Alright, but where will you be? I don't think I gave him a verbal answer. I just kind of shoved my way through the door. The house was quiet, dark. There was a chilly room temperature breeze in the air coming from one of the vents. Here I was, back on home turf. What was my first place? Then it hit me. Time to search for some fucking clues. Theodore's office was locked. The goddamn bastard was always paranoid. I should have expected that switch up months ago. Maybe I was too goddamn dumb. No, complacent. I could hear my team leader mocking me as I threw my shoulder into the double wooden door. I backed off, putting a hard foot right in the crack in the middle. I guess I wasn't losing my touch. The doors flew wide open. Cheap fucking Home Depot locks. I'm sure many of you could give me 1,000 ways to sterilize and strip that office for any information. A methodical white-gloved examination, starting from his numerous filing cabinets to his desk, then searching for compartments anywhere. And, well, I'll cut to the chase. I just started ripping open drawers. God fucking damn it. It was already sterilized. His varnished oak wood desk had a computer system on top. On each side it had 6 locked wooden drawers. After aggressively pulling them all from their rollers, nothing. Empty drawers. I even broke open the sides looking for files that may have been hidden. Nothing. Then the filing cabinet. Not a goddamn thing. Every letter from A to M, then M through Z. All letters, all numbers, cryptic categories, empty folders, and dust. The computer system was bricked. I unplugged it, replugged it, restarted it. Blue screen. Then it really was bricked when I tossed it into the filing cabinets. The office was a mess of toppled metal cabinets, broken drawers, smashed wood, and now circuit boards. That bastard really did cut and run. The tower's fans were still running, even though it was quite literally broken in half. The whiz of the small fan and the hum of the house vents. It was all white noise. I could hear him, laughing, cackling with his sick, twisted grin as he pointed a finger at me. I was the scapegoat. The security guard who abandoned his post, lost the kid, shot a man in a backyard, and nothing. Not a goddamn thing to show for it. Fuck. I was really fucked. I looked over the room again. Gray metal filing cabinets, smashed drawers, everything. The desk, which had every single compartment stripped and searched. A broken computer tower, the paperless drawers. The white dress at the doorway, the blinking CPU on the ground. My mind caught it. My hand snapped to my side, raising my rifle to the doorway. Nothing. I gazed just over the optic. At this range, I didn't really need to worry about accuracy when 6 meters was the distance. Still, nothing. Just the dark halls of the house. I lowered the rifle, letting out a blast of hot, tense air from my lungs. Between my rage running rampant and my mind playing tricks on me, I was fucking losing it. Yo, so apparently Roseanne found some shit on the computer. Isaac walked into the room. He shoved his hands into his pockets, whistling. His Italian-made death cannon slung onto his back. Well, hell yeah. I mean, hell no, because I'm a guess we didn't get anything. But this is a hell of a setup from the night that we chewed his ass out after the storm. It had only been a few months, cryptically. I was standing right in front of the desk where I had been, drenched in rainwater and sweat, coughing up pieces of my lung after a multi-mile run. Isaac was just at the front door. Hey, what did your boss say? Shit. I never did tell them, either of them. It had been a pretty busy 20 hours since Roseanne first piled into our SUV. I'll explain downstairs. I said as I walked out. I remember the CPU of the computer popping underneath my boot. Take that, Theo. We were downstairs, my rifle, his shotgun, art plate carriers, Roseanne's bag, all piled into a messy lounge chair on the far side of the living room. Isaac put it as a gigantic pile of monster-killing supplies. Our banter aside, I told him everything. The phone call, Theodore's tone, how he knew what we'd been doing halfway across the country. And of course, company backup, Isaac said slowly, the meaning of it sinking in. Oh boy, let me guess, a van full of armed goons that are going to drag us off, never to be seen again. I slammed my third Red Bull of the morning. The caffeine hit me hard. Ah, yeah. Right around this point, I stopped to update my entry of this draft. Then, I proceeded to get right into weapons cleaning. I don't know what it was about high caffeinated energy drinks heightening my OCD, but I had my AR disassembled, cleaned, and reassembled in about 3 minutes. I started to clean my Glock. Isaac was pacing back and forth, in and out of my peripheral vision. He was taking the news worse than I was. So, what, is he going to come here and kill us? I shook my head. I could feel the grim reality of the situation slowly leaking out around my drowsy stoicism. I'll admit, there are a lot of cards stacked in my favor, then and now. I reassembled my weapon, letting the handgun slide slam forward. Just me. What do you mean, just you? There was an offended tone. No, not really offended. More so shocked tone in Isaac's voice. Isaac, look. Theodore never mentioned you or Roseanne. This is my mess. I dragged you guys into this. I created this. If things go south, I want you two to cut and run, and I'll face Theodore and his corporate goons. Even as I crossed my arms, leaning up against the countertop like some kind of Billy Badass, I could tell Isaac didn't really buy it. Look, I'll admit it. A few months ago, I didn't trust Isaac, but his actions thus far have earned it from me. And his response really sold me on his character. No. Listen, Dwight. I agreed to literally pitch a tent in the office and stay here to help. And now that you've got ghouls at the gate, ghosts in the cellar, and the kid is missing? Dude, listen. Kids and people go missing all the time. But I know this one. I can't just run away knowing I could have saved him. Isaac stuck out his hand. If you get kidnapped, I get kidnapped. As simple as that. We are nearing the ending stretch of this road. I want to say that in my tired stupor, I said the hourglass is ticking. A bit overdramatic, but I meant it. I shook Isaac's hand, a silent nod between the two of us. If I was going in, at least it wasn't going to be alone. Hey, Dwight? Someone called from the other room. Roseanne. She sat cross-legged on the couch facing the table. She had gutted the laptop John had, and as I walked out, I saw familiar black gunk on all the motherboard circuits. What is that? She held up an emerald green computer chip. thankfully using gloves to touch whatever black satanic afterbirth was marinating on the edge of those things. You still got that bag of black stuff? I felt around. I remembered that it was in my jacket, in the good old control room. I'll be right back. I popped my key into the lock. I don't know if I mentioned this. I may have, but the walls in the room were made of raw pine. So when I walked in, it smelled like a damn air freshener. In one corner of the room, Isaac's tent was set up. I gotta admit it did have some charm. But I would still prefer he move into one of these 7 bedrooms of this goddamn house. In the far corner of the room, the wall of monitors connected to the computer was positioned against the outside wall. I walked over to the chair, digging through my pockets, and the bag felt strange. You know one of those things you made in middle school, the Newtonian compound or whatever it's called? Non-Newtonian fluid. That goo that constantly shifts from a liquid to a solid back to a liquid? It felt like that. It felt wet, but also dry and solid. Strangely, I let it rest in my hand, and I felt like it didn't need any interaction for me to do so, like it was just moving on its own. Thank God I double bagged it. I handed the bag off to Roseanne and pulled out my gear back into the security room, and like that, here I am, a couple of days later, back in the same exact spot. Isaac is milling about in his tent. I think he's playing some game on his phone, and I started on my next update, this one. Strangely, the lights aren't flickering. I mean, I don't know if it's because there's a high amount of people here, but then again, the power turned off when there were 4 of us here. Me, Isaac, Theodore, and John. I haven't forgotten about him. But Roseanne was right. We're out of leads. Though she says she's going to get working to see if the goo can yield any results. Wherever he is, he probably can't read this. But if he somehow does, I want him to know. We're coming to get you, kid. I promise. Shit. Alright. Shit hit the fan. God fucking damn it. I passed out for a nap in my chair. Yeah, I know. But Dwight, you were supposed to be the guardian of the estate and you fell asleep. Well, the estate is currently under martial law, and it was broad daylight. So I didn't think I need to constantly be the security element around here. Anyway, I woke up when the microphone hooked up to the front gate hot mic'd. It means a huge amount of feedback comes through, and it only happens when somebody is on the other end trying to talk. It awoke me from my slumber. I scrambled in my seat, nearly sliding and rolling out of the chair. I looked around. Isaac was still in his tent. I could tell by his muttering through the tent. I checked the monitors, Cam 5 living room. It showed Roseanne still sitting on the couch, tinkering with different items she found at the front gate. My mind was racing, my heart was beating off the backdrop of silence. The small hum of the heater in the room lulling me back down. That's when another burst of feedback came through the microphone. Caught my attention. I looked over at the microphone, a small stand-up unit, with the simple on-off switch, the key and the button hooked up to the system. I keyed it a few times, cutting off the static. I gazed around at the monitors. Nothing. The eerily empty brown horizon of the forest showed, trees waving with wind, orange leaves on the ground, and yet nobody was in front of it. Maybe somebody was hiding underneath of it. It's not unheard of. I had a few incidents with a house back in Kansas City where known burglars got in by that method. No, why would this satanic shit around here even need to hide? Regardless, I keyed it in and I spoke. Hello? Who's there? I hung the earpiece up around my neck. Smart choice because another hot mic came in. Listen, this is private property. My usual response got caught up in my throat. I know how this would go. You know what? Screw that. They want to get all fucky fuck? Fine. I was getting bored anyways. I keyed back in. Okay, I get it. You're fucking with me. A loud burst of static cut me off, and then proceeded to piss me off. Fuck it, you know what? I'll just unplug the damn headset. Shut off the receiver because no one is ever visiting this godless house. Another burst of static. Then I'm gonna find where you are. I'm gonna torch your forest and shove dragon's breath so far up your ghoul ass you won't be able to ever feel cold again. And then I'm gonna get that goddamn kid back. I let go of the button, expecting another burst of static. Except nothing. I actually raised my eyebrow in surprise. though I leaned back in when a much lower, subdued hum of static came through the headset. "Where is John?" I growled, so much that I don't even know if someone was going to be able to make out what I was saying through all the staticky, scratchy, outdated radio system. I was wrong. "With us now." The voice made my hair stand on edge. It was melodic, gentle, a lot more peaceful than I was expecting. I just kind of stood there, eyes dancing across every single monitor, trying to make sure that some smiling mongoloid wasn't staring back a couple inches from the camera. I looked back to the front gate. Empty. Who is this? For a few moments, nothing. Then, "You should have left my house." What? The monitor projecting the front gate sparked as it snapped off, like it was an old box TV. Isaac even jolted up in his tent, the sound bouncing around in the tiny security room. The hell was that? I sat back in my chair, and one by one, the security cameras started to spark, all before I could see just this wall of dark yet still glowing monitors staring back at me. I swallowed hard. My eyes shot over to Isaac's tent flap as it slowly unzipped. He poked his head out, turning towards me. Everything all right, Captain?" That's when he saw it. What the hell? A large crash coming from just beyond the hallway caught our attention. It was an empty hallway, far too thin to have any furniture, and yet it sounded like a damn wardrobe came rolling down. I spun around in my chair, my hand pulled my Glock out of my holster. "Roseanne!" I shouted, the sound dulled by the thick wooden walls of the security room. A set of footsteps came from beyond the metal door with a few knocks. "Dwight?" She struggled with the door. Odd, because it was supposed to be unlocked. Isaac got up to open it, or at least tried to. "Jesus, Dwight, how am I supposed to open this thing?" Just then, a flicker of white caught my attention on the screens. Isaac looked back, yanking on the door, pressing one foot against the wall. "Hey, Dwight!" "It's supposed to be..." My voice trailed off as I started to see the camera screen. It started to type, a single sentence, in white pixelated text, coming from the center monitor that read, "Cam 09, generator. You should have just left." Then it backspaced itself, and it began to type more words. "You had to be the hero and drag others into this. It didn't need to be anything." The sentence began to type back out. I reached down and yanked the keyboard's cord from the USB port. "You have a choice to..." The line flickered on and off the screen. Then it backspaced. "Fine. When they're all gone, this is all on you." Another loud crash came from far down the hall, to the right side of the door. Roseanne began frantically knocking. "Dwight? Dwight?" I bolted over, kicking the lock underneath the doorknob and pulling it with my free hand. Isaac grabbed a shovel and began to try to pry it open. The sound of loud crashes worked their way down the hall toward the door. I slammed my fist on the cold metal. "Roseanne! Roseanne, get away from the door!" She just kept beating the door. "Roseanne, there's a gun under the TV, go get it!" The lights began to flicker. The long-ass shitty LED lights hanging around the security room began to swing and flicker. Isaac gave up trying to pry it open, and resorted to just trying to spear through the door. And then the lights went out when the crashing got to the door. All light, all sound, it all vanished. For a moment, I thought the world had ended. All the ambient light was gone, and I was left standing there, hot breath leaving my lips, looking around, hand on the cold door. Wait, cold door? The damn heater has been on the entire time we've been in here. Isaac turned on his phone light and I did the same. "Dwight, what the hell is going on?" I just shook my head, trying to go over what just happened. My choice. My fault. It's house. I tossed Isaac the keys to the tough box over in the corner of the room. "We're going back to basics on this one. The Alamo plan is in effect. The building has been breached by a hostile force. I've only got 2 bars and it's been a pain to load anything, much less call anybody. Writing this down, because if we have been invaded, well, just let the record show that Isaac and I are gearing up to face them head on. It's not exactly the way I expected this to go. Maybe I expected hostility to arrive a few hours sooner. This is Dwight Nolan and Isaac, members of the premier Casimoth Extermination Squad. We'll be back. Fubar. It's a term my old bitter squad leader told me about when we were pinned down on a thin road back in Kandahar. This is when I was just a private, barely my first chevron, crouched behind an armored vehicle as my team leader laid between us with a tourniquet strapped to his arm. Fucked up beyond all recognition, Nolan. You know, I've hit a lot of situations so far that can be classified like that. Well, here mostly. This and in the semi-southern woodland town. Having taken a contract in the hopes of seeing some work. I guess I never expected my blood to be pumping its highest in my mid-30s. And at a time when bullets stopped flying past my head. I remember nearly falling back over in my computer chair when the lights went out, bathing us in darkness. Now, normally, your eyes have a natural cat eye ability to them, where they will adjust to the darkness, usually helped by ambient light. It's how, after a blackout, you're able to quickly get a sense of where you are. But considering I stood there gazing around trying to find my own damn hand, there was no light. Not anymore. Fubar. This wasn't the time to panic. Not now. We were in an Alamo situation. The compound had been severely breached, and whatever the hell could be classified as an enemy combatant was now probably within the walls, lurking, hunting. I opened up the middle drawer right side. It had matches, lithium batteries, double and triple A's, and a headlamp. Can't see, you can't fight. I flicked it on in the white light setting and glanced around. A pit in my stomach decreased a bit, as we now had light. Oh, shit. Isaac's words bounced off the walls of the small room, as he stumbled and fell inside of his tent and quickly got reminded of why we still weren't a fully professional fighting force. Isaac threw the plastic lining off of him as I scanned behind me. I breathed a sigh of relief. My plate carrier and AR were still there, propped up against the wall. I slipped the lamp onto my head, pulling the vest over as well, and strapping myself into it. Isaac grumbled as he stood up. "This is bad, man." Yeah, it was. I felt around the backside of my jeans. I felt the small ring of kings that I kept S-clipped onto my back belt loop, pulling off the master key. Isaac, open up that crate. I tossed him the key. I was referring to one of the tough boxes that was propped up by where his tent once stood. I saw him holding it in his hands, feeling it with his fingertips. Are we busting out the big gun, Sarge? Yeah, something like that. It's a good thing that Isaac spent all $17,000 on pure, unadulterated American firepower that day. Oh, so many weeks ago. Right now we're trapped in a small security room, while God knows what could have already secured most of the compound, let alone the dark, close quarters we're trapped in. We had to turn back on Small J, camps. I already mentioned it, Alamo. In the event that the compound is breached, we retreat back to the deepest, most secure part of our fortifications, load up and hold out. That's probably what they wanted, us to stay here, wait out the storm, while they gathered strength outside, waiting to drown Isaac and I in whatever darkness they currently had Roseanne in. No, not today. We had come too far, we fought too hard, all for it to end up like this. No. I filled whatever magazines we had with surplus 5.56, shoving them into pouches on my kit. In my pockets, hell, I even went old school and clipped them onto a condor belt. Isaac's carrier was outside on the couch in the living room, alongside his Benelli death cannon. And another time, I probably would have given him all kinds of hell for leaving his weapon. But that's when I was a pit bull, about 10 years younger, and I haven't worn down my temper like I had my knees. This also wasn't a trained American soldier that we were talking about. Although, that just sounds rude. Isaac may not be trained and he may not even know how to fight well. But goddamn if he hasn't stood by my side and fought with me so far. "What you got for me?" Isaac asked giddily, as he pulled a gun belt of his own. It was lined with pouches upon pouches of 12 gauge, buckshot slugs, all with an additional pouch strapped to the back, marked in red and black. I tossed him a short-barreled member of the shotgun family, the Mossberg 590. It was stocky and to the point. It might not have had range, but I kept it here with the express purpose of being able to fight in tight corridors, like the house. And by God, if that isn't what we needed now, more than ever. I slung it to my front as Isaac loaded a handful of slugs into the Mossberg, and he tried for the door. Locked. I tried it from our side, but it wasn't budging. No good. I backed up, taking aim at the door. You ready? I asked Isaac. He nodded. I tapped my fist against the side of my head. To Isaac's confusion, you got a headache? I sighed. Though I really shouldn't have. I should have known better. Breach. What? It means breach. With what? The 12-gauge boomstick in your hand. Now put it against the lock and blow it. All of the action movies he must have seen probably came flooding back, because Isaac ran forward, shoving the muzzle against the door. With an explosion of sparks and wooden fragments, I saw the brass cover of the doorknob and the lock fall off. Thankfully, this time, I put in my ear protection. 3 times the charm. Isaac pulled the door wide open, and I went charging forward. The hallway opened up into a T, so I'd go to the living room while Isaac... Wait, this wasn't the hallway. My headlamp saw the area really opened up. It opened up into something that made me groan with pure dread. It was a library. The library Isaac and I had stumbled into on our last adventure in the haunted fucking house. Same rectangular design, same old orange dim candelabras lining each of the corners, same dusty filled air that hung like a snowfall. I dropped the muzzle and Isaac came rushing in behind me, shaking the carpet so wildly it telegraphed all of his footsteps. Alright, let's... Now, this again... Took the words right out of my mouth. I reached up and pulled the left muff out of my ear, allowing me to hear the natural sounds around us. Isaac and I were staring at each other alongside the library side, and I don't know whether it was the walls, the dust, or what it was, but all sounds seemed muffled. Like there was no ambient noise, just a pure void, where Isaac's own shuffling and breathing broke it. I don't think we solved our basement problem, Dwight. What, you think? Now the whole damn house is gone. My left hand shot back to the foregrip on my rifle. I scanned in front of me. Normally, with a proper team, I'd have this entire room cleared by now. But we weren't a proper team. It was just us, and we stood there, complacent, waiting. Like 2 fucking goats waiting to be cut down. What's the play? Isaac asked. He now backed up, pressing up against the back of my kit. What was the play? I thought about it. My cheek welded to the buttstock. No sounds, meaning we're alone. But were we? Did the ghosts and the creatures hunting us just create sound here? Was the sound around us just high blood pressure fucking with our eardrums? Was it at all detrimental in a combat situation? My mind rushed to all these mental fucking questions. No, yes, yes, no, but not unnatural. But then, that's when we heard it. From the aisle slightly to our right, just behind the bookcase. I could hear a heavy set of fast footsteps, cutting a trail from Isaac's end to mine. I didn't know what it was, who it was, or it could have even been Roseanne. But all I know is that it was coming to the opening near me. Fast. 1 flick down. Semi. With quick and calculated precision, I took aim for a spot on the bookcase I knew it was at. I slammed down on the trigger. All of the training I had acquired suddenly came flooding back as I fired into the large bookcase, fast groups tearing up novels, dictionaries, and, well, whatever else was on the shelf. Isaac joined in, spinning around and fired off a slug that cut through the wooden divider, causing the entire shelf to sag in the middle. Then, silence. I peered over my holographic sight, peering into the now settling, falling, torn apart paper and wooden shards. Through my right ear, I could hear Isaac breathing heavily. A metallic clink told me that he had slam-fired all of his ammo, and the clicking afterwards told me that he was reloading. My left ear was ringing. I guess I had forgotten to put the muff back over that ear before I decided to light up the shelf like it was a tango at 3 o'clock. I mean, in this circumstance, I guess it was. Anyway. Isaac slammed his shotgun forend home, scanning the shelf up and down. You think we got it? Well, if we didn't, Isaac, we've got bigger fucking problems. Cover me. I pied the corner of the shelf as I approached, using whatever was on my left to provide a slow yet steady point to where I could clear from. My mind raced over what might greet me. The creature from the backyard. Back to Secret's Revenge, maybe? John. Roseanne. I rounded the corner quickly, clearing all openings. A ball in my throat cleared. Dwight, what is it? You see anything? My throat cleared with a frustrated sigh. No, nothing. Another set of footsteps, this time on Isaac's side, running along the short rectangular edge. Isaac was the first one to fire through the dim light of the library. Only I could see an explosion. The slug ripped through 2 shelves and hit the far wall. As paper and leatherback-covered books flew across the room, I squinted to see what it was. I saw something. Someone. A humanoid, small, running. It was too dark. The air was too polluted. I couldn't see who, but I saw something that gave me reason to pick up and run to the far end to beat it. I remember trying to yell at it, as if whatever it was in the woods gave a rat's ass about my words or wants. Stop! I said as I hit the far side of the wall. I pivoted on my right foot and raised my rifle, only to be staring down at Isaac, who held the Mossberg at his hips. Isaac dipped his gun back, holding the barrel in the air. What in the hell was going on? I scanned both sides of the aisle, and that's when I saw it. Embedded in a spot where the bookcase should have been was a wooden door, plywood, with yellow paint peeling off the edges. I pied the 3-inch indent it made, as if something would be there, hiding, waiting to kill me. Probably just my nerves. Isaac shook his head. I guess there's no hope of seeing any regular house now. I shook my head back, reaching with my hand. Not unless we keep going. I guess that's the play. Was anything I was saying even making sense? Did any of this make sense? Shit was spiraling out of control. Was what we were seeing, shooting, running through, even real? I try to believe that it was, if anything, just to keep myself grounded. Locked. I backed off, shouldering my rifle. I tapped the side of my head. Isaac came in close with the shotgun. Another explosion of wood and metal shards, and the door shook wildly. This time, I didn't wait for him to pull it open. I charged forward, raising my boot, kicking the door in. Isaac followed close behind. Him and I both nearly tripped over this long, skinny pink piece of furniture that laid across the door. A bed. A child's bed. Aged, like the chip walls where it seemed like blue and white wallpaper once plastered across them. It had sunk in. A white and pink quilt now torn up, old and rotted. The room was almost as small as the security room, maybe only a couple of meters long and a few across. I pulled up my rifle against me, backing up against the scene. That's when my back hit a wall. The wall. The door we came in was no longer there. Just more wallpaper and chipped wood furnishings. No going back. I instead brought my entire left foot to the edge of the bed, feeling the frame. I kicked it against the wall to my left, out of the way. It must have collided with some sort of dresser because I noticed a wave of papers flew off into the center of the room. Out of my peripherals, I noticed that they were drawings, colorful ones. I walked up to the far side of the room, a window. Turning off my headlamp to avoid any glare or reflection, I gazed out. It was darkness, like the void. Maybe 1 or 2 inches of space, and then it seemed like it hit a sea of literal, physical darkness. No trees, lights, ghouls, monsters, people, just darkness. The sound of objects falling onto a wooden floor caused me to spin around, and I saw it was Isaac, but something was off. Isaac, are you alright? He stood there shaking his head. He had this glassy filter over his eye. Yeah, man, just... His right hand holding his gun dropped, as his left hand pinched his temple. It's gotta be the stuff in the air, man. I think it's giving me a headache. He took a few steps forward, nearly slipping on one of the papers on the floor, causing him to brace himself against the wall. Jesus, what the hell's with this stuff anyway? Something also clicked in my head. A few seconds ago, one of the drawings fell right across the sight of my lamp. It was colorful, fresh, new. Like somebody had just gone down on the stack of sheets. Unlike the walls and the furniture where the colors were all faded and old, it looked like they'd been put through the dark ages. I pulled my rifle into its workspace, close to my shoulder with the muzzle in the air. I grabbed one of the drawings. It was off, strange, Surreal, I guess. A small girl was in a white and pink dress in a field, surrounded by trees, a blue sky messily drawn above, with flowers on the ground. Although it seemed intentional, the edges of the trees were curved. Maybe a clearing? And a house stood tall in the background, with several pointed edges on its rooftop. I tossed it aside and picked up another one. This time, a much darker version of the forest. Bodies of trees devoid of leaves with black-gray bark filled the area. In the distance, bathed in light, was the Kazamoth estate. I knew it because it was the spitting image of it. A gray concrete wall curled with barbed wire, and a large brown wooden building in the middle. Though, at the edges of the trees, in the dark patches, eyes were watching. Not cartoonish red or evil eyes, plain white eyes with no irises, surrounded by dark patches of dead skin staring down from all angles. The eyes I knew. I had seen them in the storm. Whatever drew these knew what was going on, and wanted me to see them. I felt a drop of sweat run down the side of my head as a chill shot up my spine. Was it from all the running and gunning? Probably, yes, but I have to admit, it was really getting under my skin. The sweat on my hand stuck to the piece of paper as I turned another over. It was us, the gang, the small trio I had assembled in the parking lot just before we pulled out this morning. Well, last morning. What day is it even? Forget about it. Roseanne sat aside while I leaned against the front bumper smoking a cigarette, and Isaac sat up against the rear bumper head down. It was the exact portion of us, albeit drawn in crayon. Me, beard, black hair, leather jacket, jeans. Roseanne, purple beanie, white coat, green hardback journal. Isaac, trucker's flex cap, Hawaiian shirt, cargo pants, and... no. Some sort of dark strand coming out of his back. The black Crayola edged deep into the paper, intently, as it led back to the woods. I dropped the paper and stood up, flipping my headlamp on as I gazed at Isaac. His head hung low, his breathing was heavy, slight shivers in his shoulders as he leaned up against the shelf, his right hand barely hanging onto the pistol grip of his shotgun. Isaac? No response. Isaac! My voice shook a bit. My thumb plastered against the selector switch. I waited, praying what my gut told me was going on wasn't going on. Isaac, you better come clean right now. If this ain't just the headache or the flu... A series of heavy pants and coughs came from him. His head still hung low, obscuring his eyes. I took a step forward. Crack. A large impact at a window caused me to jump and spin around. Something had hit the window, from within whatever dark void. It caused a large break in the glass to form. I aimed my rifle at the window. Now, there were two threats. One external, one internal. God, please don't let the internal one be true. Another thud from the unseeable force caused the glass to crack, spiderwebbing the break even more. Isaac, we need to go. He instead just stood there, now shivering. Great. Just fucking great, Dwight. I gazed around. The door we had entered in was gone. The window was now becoming a breach point for something else. The back left corner, a door, that, for some reason, I didn't see in my initial sweep of the room, had appeared. A large toy box slid in front of it, with the chair propped up beside it, in some attempt to hide it. I let my rifle drop, slung it to my front. I grabbed the box and heaved it to the other side of the room. Crack. I tried the handle. Locked. God damn it. I raced over to Isaac, reaching for a shotgun, except his previously limp, sweaty fingers now clung onto the trigger well like it was a pot of fucking gold. He stood there, head down, sickly, but he wouldn't let go. I cursed under my breath. I reached for the drop holster on my leg. My Glock 19 wasn't preferable for a breaching tool. Crack. But under the current circumstances, it would have to do. I shoved the barrel down near the damn keyhole before yanking the trigger more times than I could count. The door shuddered and shook, but after enough shots and yanking the handle, the bolt inside broke. Then I pushed it open. Crack. Another impact, followed by the sound of glass falling onto a wooden floor. It caused my hair to stand up on fucking attention. I grabbed Isaac by his shoulder. We are leaving, as I shoved him into the hall. The sound of glass shattering, followed by a horrifying growl and roar, caused me to kick the damn door back into place. Isaac began to mutter at this point. hysterically. I nearly pulled a muscle shoving the gigantic cabinet in front of the door. Just as it eclipsed the door into the bedroom, it shook violently. More growls and roars emanated from within. This wasn't the Casamouth estate. We weren't the protectors. This wasn't our home. We were being hunted. I pulled Isaac along with my free arm. He now began to sound like a fucking asylum patient. The hallway was old, weathered, like a Victorian-style house that had been put through 70 years and 2 hurricanes. The rugs and the floorboards were torn up, littering the floor. All of the fucking doors were locked, except for one. Infirmary. I shoved Isaac inside as I swung the door closed. It had 6 goddamn locks. Why do you even need that many for an aid room? Well, not any infirmary I'd ever seen. I turned back to look at the room in front of me. It was probably 7 meters across, just big enough for some cabinets, a sink, a counter, and a metal operating table along the far wall. Important to note that the room was split. The bottom half, along with the entry to the room, was littered with old cracked tiles you'd find in a shower. The top half was white paint that had definitely seen better days. I looked around for Isaac, who now sat in the back corner, grabbing his face, sobbing hysterically. Something deep down inside sunk seeing this. For a person who had been so chipper, so positive throughout all of this, especially after that pep talk we had in the kitchen, crumbling down to this. I smothered it. He'd be fine, if he was even fine to begin with. I went through my basic checks. All my mags and gear was still on me, the door was secure. The loud drumming sound of the bedroom down the hallway told me that something was still trying to get in. Isaac was a possible threat, and I don't know how much ammo I had wasted. I quickly loaded a fresh mag into my Glock and shoved it back into its holster. The one I had in my rifle was windowed and showed 11 rounds left. Yeah, I guess we were taking the suppressive part of suppressing fire very literally. I slapped a fresh mag into the rifle. I thought to myself, alright, green on ammo. Next. Dwight? Isaac mumbled. For the first time in what seemed like forever, he spoke. I gazed up, my right hand on the rifle grip as I looked him over. He sat, knees in his arms, eyes buried into his kneecaps, with his left arm extended, pointing at the operating table. Isaac? What's wrong? He said nothing, just his shaky finger pointing at the operating table. The booming sounds of whatever was trying to get into the hall continued. I glanced across. Its chrome finish was surprisingly intact and reflective, albeit several spots were showing age and rust. A black cushion up top, with straps for... I don't even want to think about it. And atop laid another piece of paper, drawing side up. I walked over, my boots squeaking and crunching on the tile floor as I approached the table. It was a picture of this room, at a different time, in a different place. Facing from the back wall outward, toward the door, a girl strapped to the operating table, crying with cuts and stitches all over her face. From the back corner of the room, there was a figure. The way it was drawn, it looked like TV static, but not at the same time. Blurry, but I could make out that it was a man, and it just stood there in the far right corner, facing her. I ran my thumb across the corner of the paper, and I realized, though my light was bleeding through, there was a drawing on the other side. Me. I stood there facing the now empty room, the torn-up operating table, my rifle crudely drawn across my chest, headlamp illuminating the area around me in a triangle. I could see Isaac in the fetal position, like he was, in one of the corners, and that staticky, smeared but blurry man just peering over my shoulder. Then I realized the banging on the hallway had stopped. Before my synapses could even comprehend, the drawing was dropped, and my selector switch was on semi. I spun around to see her. Although this time, it wasn't out of the corner of my eye in the basement. She stood there, dressed now dirty, white, and torn, staring me down. A smile was pulled across her dried, cracked lips as she raised her hand to me, with white, beady eyes surrounded by black sunken rings. The last words I remember hearing as my headlamp flickered off.
Gotcha.
I awoke to a cool breeze across my face. My head was pounding as I pulled a black beanie from in front of my eyes. Hey, Sodden Knowles. Sodden. I rubbed my eyes. Black, oily dirt coated the mechanic's gloves that I had worn. throughout probably my entire tenure, gripped the steering wheel of the truck that I was in. I looked out the windshield. We were inside the wire of a large camp. Why were we here? It all started to leak back from a long-forgotten memory. A near 500-mile patrol that had taken place over 2 days across the province. We were low on everything, from rounds to fuel to water to MREs. So we were bedded down in the motor pool of our halfway point compound for the night. But that was almost a decade ago. Why was I here? Sergeant. My eyes shot to the outside of the door. A kid in gray digital camo gear, with a worn scarf wrapped around his neck, stood there. I remember this kid. 5'5", stocky, my Bravo team leader. He had a sick sense of humor and it made him a saw gunner. What is it, Davies? Sergeant Walker wanted to speak with you. He's over by the tower. Sergeant Walker, my old platoon sergeant. Alright, go get some sleep. He shuffled back to his ruck and whoopee, and he passed out before I could even grab my M16 and drop out of the truck. Around us, beige armored vehicles laid silent and still, and the entire area was coated in a thick layer of frost. Not unusual to Afghanistan. If I was right, this was the middle of winter. Sergeant Walker was up on a catwalk, positioned by a cylinder gun tower, on the northern side of the compound. The entire area was maybe 100 by 100 meters, tucked into an edge of a mountain. It made a great target for snipers and RPGs, which showed the size of Walker's brass balls, I guess, when he was just standing there, M16 slung to his front, staring into the distant mountains with a pair of binoculars. He barely gave me a word as I stomped up the metal stairs and stood alongside of him. Sergeant? Nolan, good morning. He had a thick Georgian accent from the deep south. He was a tall man, built like a brick shithouse, the kind of man you needed to lead a group of soldiers into a war zone. A puff of hot air escaped my lips as I exhaled, gazing out over the dark horizon. Playing chickens with the snipers again, Sergeant? A small huff and chuckle, very rare from him. We've been doing that for months now, Nolan. It catches us all. I looked at my watch. 0135, 22 December 2010. 7 months into my 4-month deployment. 3 months after... You wanted to see me? I watched as hot air seemed to spew from Sergeant Walker's Kevlar, like smoke coming from a dragon's nostrils. We nearly got hit on the bend coming in. Is second squad alright? I scratched the back of my neck between my helmet straps. Yeah, I sent those guys to bed early. I did all the SI and vehicle checks myself. We stood there in silence for minutes, but it felt like hours, just staring out watching the mountains. Walker sighed, shaking his head, and he looked back into the binos. I'm sorry about Clancy. I raised an eyebrow. This wasn't something he usually talked about. Straight to the point, no dilly-dallying around the past or losses. No rest for the wicked, as he said. But we've been losing guys, and it's not our fault. Just dealt a bad hand, Nolan. First, they won't give us the Rhino to protect ourselves at IEDs. Then it's bad intel leading us into fucking contact after contact. Walker shook his head. But Clancy was on me. I should have done better scanning after we got hit. I know I usually don't talk like this, but that's been burning into my mind for months now. I buried my hands into my pockets, an act, vilified in garrison, but out here, not so much. Like you said, Sergeant, just a bad hand. A bad hand. An entire platoon fed into a meat grinder for months on end, with the seeming intent on getting us all killed. Bad hand, yeah, but you gotta make do with what you got. Maybe when it's all over we can all move on, hopefully. But right now, you need to play your hand and wake up, Dwight. Dwight. He's never called me by my first name before. What did you say, Sergeant? Walker dropped his binoculars, his hazel eyes staring me down as he let them hang around his neck. Dwight, wake up. The past faded away. I woke up face first on a metal floor, my head pounding. The area around me had a sorta orange glow. I opened my eyes and I noticed strange ornate candelabras standing in rows against the far metal walls. The ground tasted like dirt and iron from the red dust covering it. At least, I hoped that it was red dust. Dwight! Roseanne's voice, distant and wavy, shouted at me from behind. Dwight! I drove my hand to the ground, pushing myself onto a knee. My rifle laid on the ground in front of me. My kit hung ragged and disheveled, as if something tried to pull it off. Roseanne stood there, with her. The girl with the sunken eyes, held onto by an iron grip. A grip so tight that Roseanne, a fully grown woman, much taller than her, struggled to get away from it. "Dwight!" Roseanne shouted, waving at me with her free hand. I gritted my teeth, raising my right hand as my left hand grasped my temple, trying to ease the pain. Roseanne waved her hand again and pointed behind her. "The effigy! Shoot it!" I blinked my eyes, trying to focus on whatever laid behind her. It was the operating table from before, but now at the back of a wide room, the size of a small gymnasium. Where were we? I didn't know, but I could see that it had an object of some sort on it, made of twigs, twine, and her own ripped, bloodied up pink and white dress wrapped around it. I didn't ask Roseanne, but I wondered, still wonder, what kind of voodoo shit this is. Paganism or something from the Middle East. Maybe witchcraft? I don't know. My soldier's calculus didn't ask, though. I just knew what I had to do. "Shoot it, Dwight!" Shoot. From somewhere deep down, I laughed, hearing how she needed my way of doing things. But laughing would have to wait. Right now, my hand shot right to my thigh and pulled out my Glock. I took aim. 3 shots aimed with precision at the operating table that was maybe 20 yards away. Barely got 10 meters and then they hit some sort of invisible field, crushing, as if they'd hit an Abrams tank head-on. Then they fell straight to the floor. The barrier now rippled like the surface of a lake, but even through the murky, wavy field, I could see her, laughing, smiling, gripping Roseanne's hand tight, knowing that we've been duped. I fired again. The slide of the 9mm shot back as a round shot out, crushing against the barrier. Rounds couldn't get through it, so what could? I gazed around looking for something, anything. That's when a set of footsteps came running up at me. It caused me to turn. It was Isaac. Up until now, I hadn't thought about where he'd been. But there he was, running full force at me, arms outstretched, eyes sunken, white and beady. His growl was inhuman and rabid as he rammed me, still on one knee. I barely knew what was happening. But he still managed to hit me. A man who had not only size, but probably weight and fighting skill on him, too. Right into the barrier. And God, did it fucking sting. It felt like touching the surface of a grill, but instead of only just the metal bars, it was an entire flat surface burning through my skin, my clothes, my hair, everything. I yelled out for the first time in a long time, just out of instinct. Isaac! Or whatever had taken hold of him, was now digging in his heels to shove me into the barrier. My mind raced, under siege by pain, anxiety, fear, anger, and adrenaline, all searching for an order, for a goal. My mind raced. 16 years of fighting, of combat, of being a soldier, then a soldier for hire, then a civil servant, all came to an end. Here? Overwhelmed by darkness? Failing to protect those I signed and swore to? Allowing the darkness to overtake an entire family and dragging friends down with me? I tried to search for my name. Dwight Nolan, former U.S. Army Staff Sergeant, 4 tours in the Middle East, having seen more of Afghanistan than my own home. No. I was not going to go down like this. Too many battles, too much fighting, all that not to succumb to this. Dwight, fight back. All that training, all the animalistic instincts to fight evils for the love of my country, and now fight the evils of fucking existence itself, came rushing to the surface. I roared, meeting Isaac's own rabid state of my own will not to fucking die. I grappled, scrambled, shoving his arms from my shoulders, slamming my goddamn head into his, forcing him back. I reached for my Glock. It wasn't there. It was on the floor. A quick dive, 2 shots right to his... No. I stopped myself. Isaac was my goddamn friend. He's been with me through this entire ordeal. I wasn't gonna backstab him and leave him to this, no matter how fucked up this was getting. No time for sentiment as Isaac came lunging in again. If he was gonna go high, fine. I ducked down and grabbed Isaac by the waist, picking him up in Matt Hughes style, running and slamming him into the ground. Forcing him onto his back, I gazed into his eyes, wide and full of rage, A rabid frenzy. His mouth foamed. Black ooze leaked out from underneath his makeshift eye patch. "I'll kill you," Isaac roared as he clawed at my face, his fingers digging into the scar on my right cheek. Anger rose to the surface as my fist balled up, slamming right into his nose. His head bounced off the floor, but whatever possessed him obviously didn't give two single fucks about consciousness. He just sat right up again. Our scrap continued as Isaac forced both of us back onto our feet, now trying to bite down on my shoulder. I shoved him off, kicking out one of his legs, and seeing that we were nearing one of the walls, I ran in, this time tackling Isaac into the steel surface. Our collective, probably 350 plus pounds, caused the metal in whatever labyrinth we were in to groan as we connected. I kicked out one of Isaac's legs and shoved him into the row of candelabras. Oil and wax spilled out as they dominoed down toward him, toward the barrier, as I backed off, shielding my face. Then, I saw it. As the fiery oil splashed out, it passed right through the barrier, seemingly untouched. Rounds couldn't go through it, but fire did? Was that it? Fucking fire? I stood there baffled, not even caring about Isaac as he riffed about. But how was I going to use fire? And then it hit me. I looked down at Isaac. On his gun belt, aside from all the pouches of slugs and buckshot, the one on the back, marked in black and red. Kill you! Isaac scrambled to his feet, stumbling over the candelabras as he lunged at me. I underhooked him. An inhuman amount of strength allowed him to battle me. I had a few tricks up my sleeve that his feral mind didn't. Slipping around his back, I knocked one of his knees out, wrapping my arm around his neck, allowing me to control him. For now. We were both on our knees. I quickly looked him up and down. Thank God, his Mossberg was still in its sling, the size of the lucky horseshoe I must have up my ass, for it not to go off in the scuffle. I pulled it and slipped it in the bent part of my knee, a tactic I used to reload rifles. But I think I can be forgiven for the makeshift use of the tactic, given the circumstances. My right hand fumbled with the clip on the molly pouch. Isaac's hand dug into my arm. With just a t-shirt on, he scratched at the skin. I bit down in the pain, anxiety willing to push to the top. I opened the pouch and dug out a very specific shotgun slug. A golden brass top with a bright orange body. Dang ink, 12 gauge. Dragon's breath. Isaac growled and screamed through the foaming in his mouth as I fumbled with the Mossberg, all with Isaac thrashing around simply to shove it into the weapon that was 1,000 times harder. Once I clicked it in, I pulled the gun to the top by the forend and shook the top down, racking the slug in. Holding Isaac close in that hold, I raised the shotgun up with my right hand, feeling like some kind of bad action hero. But hell, given the circumstances, the laws of conventional tactics are now out the window. I took aim. I guesstimated 20 meters. The dragon's breath should have a minimum range of 30. Let's hope I was right. I pulled the trigger. Even though it had no real recoil, a pillar of fire and sparks spewed from the muzzle of the shotgun. The entire center of the back wall, where the table was, became engulfed in a hellfire-like flame, unlike anything these demons had probably ever seen. The Mossberg dropped from my right hand as I underhooked Isaac's right arm. I gazed over at Roseanne and the girl. Roseanne had successfully escaped her grasp, because mostly she had to let go. She stared at the operating table, and then back at me in absolute horror. Her sunken, lifeless, evil eyes now showing a very, very likely, very fearful stare. Fear. On the face of those that are supposed to go bump in the night. The creatures that have plagued this place for a while. This was now more definitive than the backyard. It felt right. Pure. Like an actual victory. The effigy began to hiss and spark as I held on to Isaac. All I could do was mouth to the entity. The girl was one simple word. Gotcha. As quickly as I blinked my eyes, I found myself sitting in a rolling chair in the security room. Immediately I jumped up and looked around. Everything was just as it had been. My leather jacket was on the back of the chair, rifle and plate carrier against the wall, all the monitors showing the proper views. I swung the door open. This time, no power outages, or mysterious fucking libraries barring me. Isaac, Roseanne, John? I looked around. Isaac was passed out on the couch, a hat over his face. Roseanne turned her chair towards me, a confused expression on her face. Dwight, are you okay? I was speechless. I looked up. The afternoon sunlight was pouring through the windows. A heavy snow built up on the edges. Something in me finally clicked. I stormed over to the couch, knocking Isaac's cap off of his head with my left hand. Then I slapped him across the face with it with my right as I gripped my Glock. What? What? Dwight? Isaac asked, confused, rubbing his face. He let out a dry burp as he stood up, and then I backed off. Are you possessed? I asked, though my words seemed to not click with him. What? I stared at him with a vengeance. Are you possessed? Isaac noticed my hand on my gun, and he held his hands up in surrender. Jesus, man, I know I might have my demons, alcoholism and shit, but they ain't gonna kill you. Although some liquid courage might ease your nerves. A hand on my shoulder caused me to jump, backing up against the stairwell banister. Roseanne. She held her hands up. Dwight, listen, it's over. However, I am sad to say that it's not. We regrouped, reassessed, and went over what the hell happened. About 23 hours have passed. While Roseanne and I know what happened, Isaac barely does. No burn marks on my back and none on Isaac. John, however, he's still gone. I searched every goddamn nook and cranny, but the kid was fucking gone. However, Roseanne says she might have a solution. After spending time with that thing, wherever we were in those short 23 hours, she's gone outside. She said she needs to be in tune with the earth. I guess that explains the fucking conservatory of plants in her house. We've been gone for a few days, so I hope she's fed and watered them in advance. Isaac said he doesn't know what happened, but I'm not going to be so quick to let him off the hook. Whether internal or not, I don't know the full extent of what happened either. I've barely had an hour or so to process everything, from the weird-ass rooms to the things to the dream. Barely enough time to really get a grasp. It doesn't look like I'm going to get any time soon either. A van just pulled up to the gate, and a very familiar stocky European man waddled out and up to the intercom. Hello. Is this the Kazimov estate? We've got order for you. You order small armory. Come, let us in. I've got to go. Sort out however much Gulf War Lend-Lease shit Isaac purchased from these guys. Afterwards, we need to regroup with Roseanne and decide what to do next. John is still missing. He's out there with whatever the source of all of this is. It's time to end this. This is Dwight Nolan, signing off. We will be back. Well, this is it. I guess I should have known when I stepped out onto the porch after that surreal experience inside the Kazimov house. The snow's been setting in now. The fall is gone. I knew that the second I had to push hard on the front door to get it open. Roseanne took the lead. She broke off for the perimeter because, well, she said she had to convene. Isaac and I approached the Europeans as they drove the van to the front gate, swerving and parking not too far from the porch, right side toward us. We must have looked like a bunch of crazy militiamen, with Isaac's one eye and bearded Grizzly Adams look, and my walking with body armor and an AR strapped to my chest. The stocky Eastern European man dropping out of the van caught me by surprise. Isaac, comrade, we've brought you supply. I guess we didn't shake them up too much. Thankfully, using the emergency credit card that Theodore kept inside of the false brick, right side, third up on the second row, Gareth and Merkel were able to bring us a whole goddamn van full of reassurance. Theo did say that we could use it under extreme circumstances. And you know what? The past few months, I'd say we're well past extreme circumstances. Gareth opened the back of the trunk as Merkel proudly presented us with the goods. Boxes on top of fucking boxes of surplus 5.56, which were already preloaded into metal magazines. It cost us a little bit, but it would save us hours to load it by hand. On top of that, we had road flares, smoke grenades, canisters specifically marked with an orange diamond. And if my munitions knowledge isn't out of date, best not to play those too close to your literal chest. Shotgun shells of all kinds, and some really fun new toys. One of which was a slick little pistol that I had seen plenty of special weapons guys back in Chicago use. An FN 5.7, chambered in, 5.7mm. It might not be as powerful as a Desert Eagle, but its accuracy and the fact that it can carry 31 damn rounds made me jump at the chance to carry it as a second, Well, technically third now. When I was inspecting it, Merkel chimed in while I was showing Isaac some shells. "So, you two are working out here, correct?" Isaac looked over his shoulder at me. I stayed quiet. He was the one with the rapport with these two. Right on cue, he cleared his throat. "Yeah, something like that. You know, running, gunning, driving a senile old witch lady around, shooting creatures in backyards, fighting demons in basements." He crossed his arms, feeling oh so pleased with himself. "It's been an eventful tenure up here at the Kazimov Exterminator Incorporated." Is that the name we're going with? I guess it is. "Shooting," Merkel, the stockier, shorter one, pondered. Gareth spoke up. "So you say you shoot these creatures?" Isaac nodded. "Not at like distant silhouettes or anything like the rest of the townfolk actually see, but what lurks in the woods. What do they look like? How many rounds did it take? Are there multiple species? Is it—" Isaac held his hands up. "Listen, fellers, I said I shot at some. I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck's going on with this place, even this many months on. But I do know one thing. They took the kid, and we've got to load up and shoot 'em all to get him back. You feel me?" A dark look seemed to grow in their eyes. Gareth looked off, scratching his neck. Merkel crossed his arms. "A child. Yes, they do seem to disappear. How long ago?" Isaac scratched the back of his head. I gazed at the watch. Less than a few days?" "A few days?" Merkel buried his bearded lips in his palm, probably thinking about something. By now, I'd gathered a bunch of items in a tough box, dragging it out and heaving it up. "Look, gentlemen, it's always a pleasure receiving absurd amounts of firepower, but we have a job to do." I gave a nod to Isaac and carried it in. As I did, I noticed Roseanne over by the wall. She seemed to be kneeling. I knew well enough by now to just let her do whatever she needed. God knows what would happen if I disturbed her. Probably would be trapped inside a rock for the rest of my life. Or a tree. Probably a tree. Now or never. It's been a while since I did a full load-up on supplies. Like a mission-style load-up. Despite all of the YouTube videos and operator channels recommendations, I'd be carrying 9 magazines, with the 10th on my AR, 6 on my gut, 3 on my belt. My Glock was moved to my left side. It was a backup for my backup, in case I really found myself in the shit, which, considering past situations, was likely. The 5.7 was my new sidearm, strapped to my thigh in a drop holster. It was around this time that I checked the weather, and boy, oh boy, was it getting cold. Like, Georgia cold. Hate your life cold. Despite how much I loved it, I ditched my leather jacket, instead sporting a black soft shell and a beanie. And a pair of Oakleys because, well, the last thing I need is to repeat Isaac's incident out there. No offense, brother. Stuffing the rest of the magazines along with a shit ton of smoke for concealment, flares and incendiaries into my pack, I heaved one strap over my shoulder and headed out. It was by this time that I saw the Europeans were still here. Isaac sat on the bed of their van talking to them, though it seemed by the sheer amount of bandoliers he had done his own knitting out. Roseanne was still over by the wall, praying. Was it praying? Meditating? Demon whispering? I'll have to ask her. I waltzed over, dropping my assault pack by the back tire of the van. Isaac whistled. "Damn, Sarge, is this how you rolled back in the day?" Not exactly. It was only midday, but by now I could see my breath in the icy air. Then again, we aren't limited by regulation, so fuck it. I eyed Merkel and Gareth, taking off my Oakleys and clipping them onto my plate carrier. "What are you two still doing here? The sun's getting pretty low. You probably know what happens when that happens." Gareth walked to the side of the van facing away from us, and I could hear one of the doors slide open. Merkel cracked his neck. "Gareth and I were talking. From what it sounds like, you two, or 3... Merkel looked over at Roseanne. His eyes told me that he felt uneasy near her. "Have faced the best chance against these things, and from what it sounds like, you kill some of them, yes?" I nodded. "I have sold many guns to many people, not only in this town, but outsiders, neighbors, families, ones who go into the woods and never come back. Now you said your child has gone and disappeared." He waved his hand horizontally. "Yet, me and Gareth will help you." "Help us?" Gareth walked around from behind the van with what he was searching for. He held an elephant gun, bulky big body with a gigantic barrel attached to it. With his other hand, he handed an engraved double-barrel shotgun to his partner in Soviet crime. Yes, help you. It's a way of my ancestors and your old comrades. I knew what he was saying. I nodded. We were brothers in arms then. Dwight. A voice from behind me so close that I could basically feel her on the back of my neck. That's when I remembered it was brothers and sister in arms. I don't know how nobody saw her approach, since we were in an open lot midday and the crunch of the snow would have been loud as hell. But Roseanne peered right at the end of our semicircle. Gentlemen, Isaac, after a bit of convening with almost 7 deities, I believe I have an educated guess as to our next move. Educated? Surely you've picked up on my relationship with the earth. It did make sense now that I thought about it. All of the plants, her obsession to stay on the shore near the grass, and how she always sat near that fake-as-hell plastic tree in the living room. There's a lot wrong with this area, this place, but whatever we're currently against isn't native. Isaac racked his Benelli, then started to load shells. Native, like Indians? Roseanne shook her head, squeezing her temple. No, Isaac, I mean natural. That didn't make any sense to me. Are you saying the crab-walking naked man or fucking Tim is natural? Roseanne shrugged. I don't know everything, but what I do know is it's poisoning the area like a virus. The ground, the soul of this place works against it and to our benefit. Also, it gives off directions to its source. Its source? I asked, kind of now getting the idea. Yes, I can guide us. Although generally, if we use the heel-toe express, we might be able to get there in time to save John. If not, we'll at least be able to stop this. We're saving John, Roseanne. I know you want to, Dwight. I'm just saying if things turn out dirty. Wait, which? Gareth perked up, and her ire turned from me to him. Roseanne. Roseanne, you want us to, what? Walk through the damn woods that kidnap people? And that turns their guts into spaghetti? And somehow stops this? Roseanne crossed her arms, staring the lanky man down. You said you wanted to help us. This is what needs to be done. If you're so scared about walking through the woods, how about you ask my friend over here how we camped out in here for the last few months? She pointed at Isaac. They both looked surprised. Listen, I know it's not a good option, but it's the only one, Dwight. I looked around at this motley crew. A retired staff sergeant, a one-eyed trucker, a fortune teller, and 2 European arms dealers. It was going to have to do. We would need to take the trail, not only to save time, but since Roseanne's trail led north, it'd be a good start. I took the lead. The rest followed in a staggered column-style formation. Roseanne was up next to me, pointing out different shifts and the changes in the aura. We saw all types of tracks. Deer, foxes, human, what looked like oversized bird marks. We were nearing tracker number 1 when Merkel said, So, soldier, you never told me how tough they are. I cracked my neck, my thumb rubbing up against the texture of the pistol grip. What do you mean? I mean, how many bullets do they take? My mind raced back to that night on the trail. We were near the spot where I was running, rifle in one hand, Glock in the other. One of the creatures walked onto the trail, and in my haste, I trigger-fingered an entire magazine into it, before colliding with its shoulder first. The fall, the mud, my rifle going off and taking a chunk out of the tree. As I ran my hand along the impact mark on the tree while walking, I shrugged. It depends. Although I do know they don't really like to get shot with anything bigger than 9mm. The 2 Europeans cackled from the back. Don't worry, friends. We have plenty of that to go around. The walk went on for hours, and for the most part, it was pretty uneventful. Maybe it was what transpired in the house, or maybe it was just the excessive amount of ordnance dangling off of us that caused it. But the woods stayed quiet. Not a bird, not a deer, not a hobgoblin jumping out to eat our faces off. Just silence. Roseanne led us all the way to the northern pass, where she led Isaac and the 2 Europeans down a light slope. I turned around, checking down both pathways. Before I knew it, we were off, walking into the pure, absolute unknown. Nighttime found us quickly. Very quickly. Roseanne and I led a group through the woods. She felt the trees as they went by, running her hands over the bark, the dying leaves of the trees and bushes, the sharp pines, like every point of contact was speaking to her. I'm not a religious man, but now I'm a superstitious one, especially after all this shit. One thing is for certain, whatever she was harnessing to lead us was real. Definitely real. The winter months were showing their presence loud and clear. By 5 p.m. it was getting dark, and the sun was fading away into an orange hue. We needed to bed down. We found a nice clearing right in the middle of our path, about 100-meter radius from the woodline, with the slight hill giving us a point of retreat if we took contact. 5 straight hours of walking through snow. Piss break, more walking. Isaac eating shit in the snow and his shotgun going off into a small tree. Me yelling at him. Gareth and Merkel laughing. More walking. Gareth claiming to see a man in the vines following us. Merkel claiming he saw a Native American. It was kind of eventful. Isaac and the Europeans were building a fire in the middle of the clearing. Our packs all lined around it. I decided to walk over to the woodline to relieve myself. I noticed Roseanne had walked over to a far-off oak tree. She reached out her palm. I guess convene with it? I could hear those 3 messing around behind me. Y'all got any matches? Night yet? 9? Well shit, give me one. No, you fool. 9 is a no. 9 is a no? So what? Yes, 5-2 tomorrow? 4 the Volca ripe? Merkel chimed in. How about we use a flare? Well, I mean shit, we dumped a bunch of kerosene on it, so maybe not. I was zipping up my pants when a flare of purple light came from behind. I turned around on a dime. Hell, I even saw Roseanne break her gaze to look. All 3 of them dove behind their packs as the flare lit up the kerosene, and it erupted into a large ball. She shook her head as I could hear all 3 of them whooping and hollering as they tossed wood on to burn it. Somehow, strangely, there was a sense of security and joy in seeing such a large symbol of light in the middle of this place. As soon as I walked back to the semicircle, Isaac, Merkel, and Gareth were all bullshitting, as usual. I took up a watch position. Nothing too high speed, just scanning the woodline for creatures, making sure Roseanne wasn't dragged off. You know, simple. You could write a book about these 3. So, Isaac, where are you from? Gareth asked as he leaned back onto his green canvas bag. Isaac took a moment to think. Idaho, I think. Idaho? Merkel said confused. I laughed. Yeah, you would be from Idaho. Gareth spoke next. So you said, I think. You are not sure? Listen, it's all kind of a haze ever since I was 8, right? To be honest, I'm not sure how I started being a trucker. Just one day I was getting it repaired. I heard this harmonic singing in the woods, and well, I got lost. Singing in the woods? What the hell is up in Idaho? Okay, no, that was in Texas, I think. Isaac scratched his scruffy chin. I think it was. Maybe? Merkel laughed, slapping his knee. You are a crazy guy, Isaac. Crazy guy. We survived this. I want you to work with us. Between all the scruffy hair and the battered eye, Isaac smiled. You know what, Maker? Merkel. Miracle? I think you got yourself a deal. I stood up to check on Roseanne. She'd been sitting far away from the fire. She was probably alright, but I knew well enough that lying there in the snow you could literally be frozen in spot. My advance wasn't quiet. A small turn from her head showed that she wasn't unaware. Hello, Dwight. Roseanne, you doing okay? She nodded. It's close, still so far, but very close. What's the saying? So close yet so far? I scanned the dark woodline ahead of her, before looking down. She'd been in that position for nearly an hour, on her knees, head down, arm on a tree. How did you get into all of this? She raised an eyebrow. All of what? I gestured around to the woods, for some reason, even though her eyes were clearly shut. I let my rifle drop as I crossed my arms. This, water demon spirits, house calls for exorcisms. There was a moment of quiet. Then she shrugged. Someone had to do it. You grow up in a town so full of unnatural things and no one is trying to be the sort of expert or medium. You know? Somebody's got to try to figure out what all that means. I guess it did make sense. Her nonchalant way of dealing with the goings-on. She wasn't really an expert, just the best the town had. Just a woman obsessed with ghouls and ghosts living in a greenhouse, huh? That actually got a laugh out of her. The first one I'd seen so far. Tell me, Roseanne, what do you think all of this means? She thought for a minute, still trying to grip the bark. Before she could speak, well, meow. A voice called out loudly from the woodline. My hand shot to my rifle, shouldering it as I scanned the dark trees. Roseanne didn't move. I don't know if she even could, but I stood right behind her, scanning around. Ribbit. Part of me felt like I'd been here before. It was a strange feeling of, not deja vu, but familiar. Dwight, it's not a threat. I raised an eyebrow. It? A branch snapping in front of me caused us to turn around, and I turned on my tack light in my rifle, illuminating the man behind the tree. The naked, nearly faceless, crab-walking man. Oh, God damn it. Woof. Its beady eyes and lined mouth stared back at me in defiance. If it had any muscles in its face, I guessed it would have been laughing at me like, "Ha ha, scared you a second time, asshole." I let my rifle drop as I stood up. I looked down at Roseanne, who was now smirking, her eyes still closed. "Something funny, young lady?" Woof. The naked crab-walking man said. I shook my head, running my hand down from my beanie to my chin. All right, you got me. I held my hands out. Now get out. And just like before, it turned to one side and shuffled away at like 60 miles an hour into the darkness. Is that what you call natural to these woods, Roseanne? She didn't respond. I'd walked back to the semicircle, Roseanne still on the edge. Isaac traded spots on watch with me, and I passed out on my bag. Not letting sleep take me, just a nap to help me get through the rest of the night. I passed out around 6:23 p.m. It was 6:25 p.m. when I woke up to the sound of Europeans running around. What the hell is that? I jolted up. Isaac was already aiming his shotgun at something behind me. I fell asleep facing the woodline where Roseanne was at, who was still up there unfazed. I staggered to my feet to see all three of them aiming at something. It just stood in front of the tree line. The light created a small void where the shadows covered it. It stood there, unafraid, unfazed, a humanoid. Gareth was in the prone position aiming his elephant gun at it. Merkel was trying to use his hands as binoculars, and Isaac was trying to unjam all of the rounds he tried to slam load into it. Yep, we were gonna die out here. Should I shoot at it? Gareth asked. What if it's a person? Merkel said. Do you think there's gonna be a person out here at this time of night, Ruski? Isaac said. I jogged up to their side of the campfire. I knelt down, aiming my rifle at it. Isaac, keep eyes on Roseanne. This might be a distraction to snatch her up. Turning and running over to where she was camped out, I rested my hand on Gareth's right shoulder. He seemed to be a lefty. You got a shot? Take it. A small chuckle came from the German as he slowed his breathing down. One breath in, one out. Second breath, in and out. Third breath in. The barrel of the elephant gun erupted as a red-hot round shot out. The muzzle blast was so loud that even my electrical earphones crackled trying to block it. The round went soaring and just missed the figure. The pine tree behind it shook and shuddered as the round hit it head-on. The figure, however, never moved an inch. Instead, remained there. We were less than 100 meters away from it, and yet it never made a move to attack. Instead, it said one simple word back. Hey! Got to admit, even in the dire endgame we were in, I laughed. Gareth, stand down. The German looked confused at my request, but didn't argue when I picked up and jogged over. It was a short run, but in the heavy-ass snow with all my gear, you know. I was giving off a damn cloud of steam when I approached the damn skeleton. Timothy, I said, probably looking like an actual crackhead while talking to this thing. Tim was dead still, no pun intended. Also, I don't think I saw a drop of snow on him. His stand was shinier than ever, and I think I remember him wearing a small scarf around his neck. Do skeletons even need scarves? I guess their bones could get cold, but even if Tim was a real... And I'm asking questions that will never be answered. Narc? For once, Tim said, not waiting till I was looking away to talk. You're a long way from home, Tim. Why are you here? Silence emerged as a cold wind blew past us, moving his scarf but not rattling his bones at all. They're here, narc. A chill went down my spine as he said that. They, as in them? The silver monsters who kidnapped John? Or the unknowns out there watching us from the trees? They're angry, narc. And they're hungry. Tim's high-pitched voice echoed in the seemingly empty forest around. At least to the uninitiated it seemed empty. But I knew it was really full of things, beings, watching us, staying just out of the line of fire, waiting to make their move. Be careful, narc. I turned to look back at the campfire. Gareth still aimed down his rifle as Merkel stood up, holding out his arms to ask, well? I shrugged, looking back at Tim, who was no longer there. Tim, where would I be without you? And to think, just 2 months ago I smashed the stock of my 308 into your mouth. I'm still sorry about that, by the way. I walked back over to camp. By now the rest of the group was gathering. Roseanne sat cross-legged at her bag. Isaac and the European started to continue their legendary talks once more. And I sat there, legs outstretched, resting my rifle across my thighs. I knew it wouldn't last, the calm before the storm. But it felt good. Too good. It wouldn't last. Roseanne pulled her legs up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. Dwight, get some sleep. I raised an eyebrow. Up until now, she said nothing. You're gonna need it, trust me. As long as this fire is burning, they'll stay away. Get some rest. I didn't have anything to say in response, and truth be told, I was getting very, very tired. I awoke to a blast of cold air and snowflakes hitting my face, the wind weaving around my eye protection and piercing my eyeballs. I stood up, noticing that the fire was duller, but still burning pretty bright. Isaac helped me up to my feet. What's going on? I asked. Isaac shrugged. A storm rolled in a few minutes ago. Roseanne's trying to get some wood stuff with the Russians to burn. Even though I could tell he was yelling, I had a hard time hearing him. However, I noticed the unusual quiet from the forest around us was lively. Trees cracked and groaned, the wind howled and hissed and roared, and from the woods around us, the laughing started. The same laughing I heard when the power first went out. The voices I heard while trapped in that storm, running. They're here, narc. Gareth and Merkel carried 2 large piles of firewood and dropped it into the fire pit. Merkel poured a load of fluid onto it. Roseanne popped a flare. The fire battled with the winter air and fought for supremacy of the area. Gareth took out his elephant gun and began to scan the area with Isaac. Roseanne grabbed onto the front of my plate carrier and pulled me close. We're surrounded. If this goes out, we're all fucked. She didn't need to tell me twice. I reached down to my left side, pulling out my Glock. Here. Roseanne took a step back, looking nervously at the weapon. You might not have used it or like it, but you're gonna need it. She looked up at me, and then down at the handgun. With a nod, she grabbed hold. I pressed the 4 pistol mags I had for the Glock into her. She shoved them into the pockets of her bomber jacket. I turned on my rifle's tack light, pointing it outwards as we scanned. Look out! Isaac yelled. I saw it. It looked like a comet coming right for us. But that was an exaggeration. What wasn't an exaggeration was the fact that an engine-sized rock was coming right for us. Everybody scattered in all directions. I charged out, covering my face. The boulder, as correctly as it was, smashed right into the fire, sending burning tinder and lighter fluid-covered branches soaring in all directions. But more importantly, killing a majority of our light. The laughter was now joined by howls and cheers, as well as roars as I reached for my gun belt. I popped a red flare. Around I could see the rest of the group lighting one as well. A series of colorful pyros surrounded the former campfire. I ran over to my assault pack, heaving it onto my back as I aimed for the woodline. This was it, the calm before the storm. I looked over to my left and gave Isaac a nod, and racked his forend forward, chambering the familiar dark orange shell. I looked to my right. Roseanne gripped her pistol nervously. Which direction are we going? I called out in the wind. Roseanne pointed north. Of course, it was always north. Even if we deviated to the left or right, it all led in one direction. I rolled up the sleeve on my fleece. One piece of gear I had forgotten to mention wasn't from Gareth or Merkel, but from the army. It was an electronic watch, usually used by a point man to track which degree of the map they were heading to. Now, sure, you could use a compass, but in this weather, under this light, I'll take the watch's electronic glow over a busted standard issue compass any day. I input the azimuth and shouldered my rifle. Even with my fancy-ass watch, Roseanne was our lifeline to the source. She had little to no combat experience, and by the way she held the Glock, made me realize she probably never learned how to hold one. And now, here we are, waiting for someone, something to take the first shot. I cursed under my breath for not trying to teach her when we had the chance. But then, my eyes caught a dark figure bolting from the woods, coming straight for us. Isaac shot up to his feet and aimed his shotgun. "Hello from Idaho, you motherfu-" An explosion escaped the barrel, extending outwards in a huge pillar. It was so bright, especially in the dark area around us, I squinted just to see. That was it, the shot that ended this entire charade. Gareth and Merkel joined Isaac as they lobbed hate into the woodline. A series of oranges, yellows, and whites, reds tore through the trees, causing some pines to shake and others to fall, and the woods to roar back in pained moans and unearthly voices. Now, normally, I would try to assign rates of fire, but that would take a whole lot of time to teach them, and I could tell since they were all picking up and assaulting forward that we had no intention of staying here. "Come on," I called to Roseanne. I moved forward, she stayed right at my right side. I could see several figures in front of us. I dropped to a knee, so did she, and we both opened fire at the figures. Semi. A series of controlled bursts from my rifle caused them to bounce back, and even then, I knew I was shooting at fucking silhouettes. Roseanne's rounds were more deterrent, but they helped back up my line of fire. I fired, then she did. Back in the army, we called this talking guns. I picked up and moved forward, pushing to the woodline. This was a fucking mess. Tracers and shots meant to take down fucking rhinos tore through the branches above, causing us to duck and take cover behind trees and fallen logs. They stayed just out of sight of my rifle's light when I was trying to spot them, but just as I zeroed in on them, they were gone. Roseanne called out to us, all the while grabbing onto my arm, dragging me into the direction we needed to go. In the distance, I could hear Isaac cheering, while Merkel and Gareth shouted old war cries befitting of an old battlefield. It wasn't until the snow was coming down hard that I realized me and Roseanne hadn't stopped running for a while. We only did when a large pine tree came right down square in our path, hitting the ground just before the slope downwards. Roseanne stopped just before it, but with all my gear and the weight on my pack, I nearly toppled over. "Dwight!" Roseanne yelled through the wind. I braced myself with my offhand on the log, trying to push it over. That's when I heard Roseanne open up on something with her Glock. I turned around only to catch a silver hand out of the corner of my eye, shoving me into the log. I went tumbling down the slope. My pack, my vest, my rifle, all were working at my disadvantage as the weight threw me around so much. I hit the ground and my mind blended. I spit up dirt and ice over grass, a haunting memory of a few weeks prior. Then I heard it. Someone taken off towards me, both feet, if it only had 2 feet, running at me full force. Forcing myself up to my feet, I flicked my rifle on to kill and fired a burst into the forest. I guess I was already standing on easy feet, because whatever silver-skinned beasts hit me sent me flying back into a ditch as it hit me with its shoulder. I scrambled back to my feet again. At the mouth of the ditch stood a small tree. I used it to cover up, gripping my rifle on the side of the tree, then quickly switching over to the other side. A set of footsteps came charging from the right side. I aimed right and a series of rounds went into whatever beast was about to emerge back into the darkness. Then, from my left. Gripping onto the tree, I sent the beast back into the shadows. Then, from my left again. I aimed down and... the click of the empty rifle. Like clockwork. My hand flew down to my thigh and pulled out the 5.7 from its holster. A few rounds cracked off, and I swear to God I could make out a set of teeth in the dark, glowing, an angry scowl, right before they ducked back into the shadows. I slapped the gun back into its holster and tossed the empty mag away. Now, normally in other circumstances, I would have liked to keep the empty mag, but I could care less. All I cared about was the relief I got when I smashed a new 30-round metal mag in. and snapped the bolt release home. Again, they started to come close, from the left, from the right, from the front, from the left, from the right, all the while switching from possible target to possible target. All the possibilities, I never saw them fucking clearly. Never seeing them fucking clearly. They never showed their faces. They never came out. And all the while, I wondered, where's Roseanne? Where's Isaac? I looked around trying to find them. A roar from my 8 o'clock snapped me back to reality. I swung around, my mind was battling itself. Fear for my friends, the military calculus I had burned into my DNA. One trying to help, the other one trying to keep me alive. Another magazine empty. I was running out. It was only my second one. I just barely had enough time, backpedaling further and further into the ditch, to chamber the round, release into unforeseen foes in the dark. I scanned again. 12, 10, 2, 3, 9. My rear. I hadn't checked my back. What if I was being snuck up on? I turned around to see another figure in my peripheral. I zeroed in on it and... well, it wasn't a creature. It was him. I barely recognized him since it'd been so long, but there he was. Tan skin, maroon, white, and red paint, a feathered headgear on, standing underdressed for the winter, but I don't think it mattered to him. The native. My barrel lowered as we both stared each other in the eye. My Oakleys were nearly fogged up from all the steam. I could feel myself breathing as heavy as I did after my first gunfight. What did he see me as? Why was he following me? Was he here to finish me off? Why would he? He had the chance every time he appeared right as they were about to overwhelm me. And every time. A heavy set of footfalls came from behind me. I turned and yanked on the trigger, hard. A set of silver hands with black nails were just a meter away from my face before I sent him back into the darkness. Empty. Again. I threw the empty mag from my rifle, loading another one in. I was burning through ammo like no one's fucking business. I turned around and he was... gone. In his place where he stood was just moonlight. It shined through 2 tall oak trees, just 50 meters away from me. A clearing. I bolted for it, knowing that it was probably my only hope right now for not getting swarmed. Wretched screams and hands were outstretched. I fired into the woods around me. The carry handle of my bag caught a branch as I powered forward, snapping the branch and causing me to stumble, nearly fall into the snow as I broke out into the clearing. I looked all around. I saw them. 5, 10, maybe a fucking dozen. Dozens. They all stood behind the tree line, but I could finally see them. Some of them silver-skinned monsters from the trail, but others, elongated strange creatures with reflective black skin. Others were oversized animals shaped like humans. All of them stopped right at the edge of the woods. I still had my rifle shouldered as I stared out, my lips frozen and quivering. The silence. They just stared, some of them beginning to back off. "Come on!" I roared. Firing off a series of rounds and tracers broke through the air. Some of them hit trees, others rocks, but some still hit them, causing them to jolt and stumble, but never causing them to charge. Instead, they just backed off into the darkness of the woods. I stood there, confused. Then I took a look around the clearing. It was from the drawing, half sunken into a huge divot into the ground, possibly the work of a sinkhole. A large house, bigger than the Kazimoth house, angled and pointed rooftops stood in the distance, defiant of the ground that tried to swallow it. What the hell was this? Hollowed ground? Was it too much for them to... Then it hit me. I looked down at my watch and my arrow pointed dead at the house, toward north, toward the source. This was it. I had reached it, and judging by the cold, harsh winds, no longer broken by distant gunfire, I had reached the end, and I was alone. I don't know how the hell I still have service. I've only got 2, maybe 1 bars, but I guess I'm still within the range of the towers. I'm typing this, my hands nearly frozen up, my lips barely able to make coherent sentences. I've waited for about an hour. I've lit flares, called out, hell, I fired a full mag into the air trying to signal the others. Nothing. I've consolidated my ammo, about 14 mags. The ones on my vest, the ones in my pack. Around 4, 5, 7 pistol mags. and a phone on 18%, and only one entrance into the house. An upper level window I've managed to break open. Looks like a bedroom. I'll be honest, I don't know what's going to come after this. I know I might have said it before, but for real this time. For real. If this one does get posted and it makes it online, this might be one of my last posts. Isaac, Roseanne, Gareth, Merkel, none of them are coming. I'm heading into this house alone, and I don't know if I'll make it out of this. No. John's still down there. Hundreds of people have gone missing. I don't know if I can beat the odds, but I have to fucking try. This is Dwight Nolan, the last member of the Kazimoth extermination team left standing. I'll be back. Should I have stayed in? Should I have taken another contract or opening that wasn't in the most fucking haunted sector of America's woodlands? Should I go in? I asked myself a lot of questions as I took a drag of my cigarette. For reference, I never smoke. Barely, really. Lung cancer, coughing to death. It seems like a pretty bad ride, but I needed something to clear my head. And, well, better now than never. The nicotine buzz kind of helped me think clearly. Someone suggested that I could just wait it out till sunrise, go back to the estate and regroup, but with who? God knows where the others are. I tried signaling them, shooting in the air, flares. Fucking nothing. Someone also suggested that I just burn this sunken occult piece of shit home. But this is where the trail leads. Whatever the source of all of this is, wherever John is, it's down there. What is it with this forest and possessing structures in the boonies? Sorry, getting off track. Nicotine's made me a bit antsy. But also, no. This is it. No turning back. No retreating. There is no other option. I took stock of my supplies, running through the woods like I was being chased by a pack of fucking demons. I hit a lot of trees, took a lot of falls. What I'm getting at is, I lost a few mags and some other necessary things. As a result, I'm down to 8 mags for the AR, 2 for the 5.7, some flares, and 1 incendiary. This is going to be a long night. The only entrance that I was able to make out was a broken upstairs window. You know, the triangle rooftop bit? Rectangular window with 3 parts, kind of just jutting out. The glass was cracked and the wood was moldy. I don't know how long it's been here, but the house had definitely seen better days. The element of surprise was gone. They know I'm here. They know I'm coming. I cracked a green chem light. That's the military version of the glow stick, by the way. Except it lasts for like 12 hours. It's super fucking bright. I dropped it by the windowsill. If Isaac, Roseanne, or the others are coming, at least they'll have some guidance. I turned my rifle's tack light on, taking a few steps inside. Stepping off the small seat to the ledge of the window, I scanned the room, left, right, then down the center. It was small, kind of squarish, with, wait a second, blue walls, chipped paint, pink bedspread and quilt. I knew this room. I looked to the far end. Even the grains in the wooden boards on the far wall were the same. This was the kids' room that Isaac and I entered after the library. One of the drawings. I raised my rifle and shined the light where I knew the door was. It was broken down. Rusted brass hinges ripped right out of the wall. My mind thought back to that voice at the gate. My house. Whether it was mind games or not, I didn't really care. I didn't have time to. I stepped over broken holes in the floor, and I approached a door. A crushed cabinet we used to barricade it back in. Whatever Isaac and I found ourselves in caused the door to be jammed at a sort of diagonal angle. This meant that my 210-something ass, with at least 30 pounds of gear, had to squeeze up and over the gap. When I stumbled out into the hallway, I shined my light around. It was the exact same thing. Same age, same brownish-gray color. The doors were staggered on either side, with one on the right side that was wide open, white tiles visible from where I was standing. The infirmary. So, I did what any good infantryman would do. I kicked down every single fucking door on my way there. The first one was an empty room. A single wooden chair sat in the middle. A single shackle bolted to the wall. Next room was a broken down rec room, a rotten pool table, a collapsed in bar top, tables with a demolished old TV. Basically, the next 4 rooms were nothing of note. Not a sound, not a whisper, not a cackle. Nothing. Just the sound of my own heartbeat and my boots hitting the floor, and the sound of wood cracking as I cleared each and every room. I reached the infirmary, pieing the corner. I charged inside, clearing all the dead space. Or, more like, where I knew there should be dead space. The metal operating table, the counters, the cabinets, filing cabinets, were all just gone. Just the rotted tiles, walls, and old boards. I was taken aback, only slightly. Then, I noticed where the table had been. A large scorch mark, ashes and burns that blackened the tiles around it, along with the outline of its wheels and frame on the floor and back wall. I stopped trying to figure out what the fuck all this meant. It was costing precious time. And right now, I was walking cleanly into the heart of enemy territory, without any opposition. Something caught my eye, though, in the ash. It was a piece of paper. Anything that got caught in that cone of dragon's breath should have been incinerated, destroyed. But there it was. Some ash fell off of it as I reached down to pick it up, but it was mostly untouched. There wasn't any drawing or anything, just a single message written in red crayon. Thank you. Then a laugh came from behind me. It was deep, like you turned the pitch all the way down. It felt cold. Malice-filled breath hit the back of my neck so close, it passed over the right of my collar of my jacket. I wasn't out of the literal woods yet. I spun around, hearing the sounds of bare feet slapping against the tile. I fired off several shots. I could hear the gunshots bouncing off the tile walls as the rounds tore through the wooden wall of the hallway. Whatever had targeted me was just a shadow barely turning the corner. I chased after it. My rifle shot up as I turned the corner. Nothing. I walked the halls, but more carefully this time. I knew that they could see me, feel me. Low chuckles and giggles came from beneath the floorboard. Distant footsteps sounded like they were running right on the other side of the wall or the ceiling. My light cut through the black void of the house like a hot knife. I didn't pry it from the wall. Suddenly, from my right, a set of footsteps sounding like they were coming from inside the wall charging at me. I fired off 2 rounds. Then, to my left, again, 2 more rounds. There you go with that trigger finger, Dwight. They're trying to waste my ammo, and I was playing their game. From behind me, a thunderous set of footsteps shook the fucking floor. I dropped to my knee as I turned, firing 3 rounds at... nothing. All I saw was my 5.56 tear up the wood of the distant cabinet and door. Dwight! John's voice snapped me from my nicotine buzz. John? Dwight! It sounded like he was close, but I heard the stories. How these things can imitate voices, hide inside of people's skins. I had to be careful. If Roseanne's hunch was right, he was here, and I needed to keep my trigger finger on a tight fucking leash. I followed the cries for help to a door not too far away, on the left side. I tried the handle. Locked. John, get away from the door. A kick didn't do it this time. I had to fire off yet another set of rounds. Half stumbling in, I saw a laundry room with no one in it. I looked everywhere, inside a small closet, inside some of the machines. Then, a knocking came from the other side of a chute. It was a metal pull chute, used to drop laundry to floors below. Or it should have. But this was a laundry room. Where else would this go? The question was for another time. My hand grasped the metal handle. I aimed my barrel inside as I pointed. Distant laughs still muffled through the floorboard. Nothing. I squinted as I stared down. For reference, I'm a big guy. Long reach, that kind of thing. My actual head was a few feet away from the chute. So, a giant fucking silver hand with blackened nails shot out and grabbed me by the front of my plate carrier. I was a little surprised. My nose and face smashed into the metal outline of the chute. I scrambled for my rifle. The thing was trying hard to pull me in, and I could feel my damn spine strain as it did it. My rifle was caught, crushed between me and the wall. My hand dropped down to my thigh to the drop holster. I pulled out my 5.7. I stuck the barrel of the hand cannon in and I let her rip. I couldn't see much, what with my body being stuck to the damn wall as a fucking ghoul tried to pull me down a literal rabbit hole, but I could hear distorted human-like screams from it as it finally let go. I stumbled back, fumbling as I threw my pistol in its holster. I fired off a few rounds into the wall. The voices were now up in arms. Giggles turned to belly laughs. Distant footsteps, now stomps, all sounding like they were just outside of the room. I charged out of the room and continued down the hallway. I eyed its end. Finally, a wooden door, moderately intact, just a few meters down. Get through the door, continue down, complete the mission. Or, at least, that was the plan. My foot going through one of the boards threw a wrench into that. I tried to pull my foot out, but the laughs just heightened. I heard the house around me groan, as the rest of the floor gave way. It could have been the work of whatever targeted me, or it could have been the fact that I was stomping through an old collapsing house made of wood, like some semi-stable structure. It wasn't. I slipped and my torso slammed into the floorboard in front of me. As I scrambled to grab onto something, my gloves prevented my fingers from digging in. I went into a free fall. The semi-lit hall turned into darkness, and I wondered, just for a second, where up even was before I could even think about bracing myself. Whatever wooden surface I slammed into on my left side told me that I had turned mid-flight. My left arm took the brunt of the fall. Pain shot right into my shoulder. The weight of the pack shifted and pulled me off once again. I fell face first this time, into an old matted moldy carpet. I fought through the pain to stand up as I got a hold of my rifle. I was finally able to see again. Though there was ambient light, a strange orange-like hue. I recognized it. The green carpet only backed my, albeit slightly disoriented theory as I scanned the area. The wooden surface I'd fallen into was in fact a bookshelf. I had fallen into the library, although it was bigger and a bit more upscale. However, the design of the bookshelf, the color of the floor, and all the lights were all the same. Before I could start piecing things together, a crash came from behind me. I aimed my rifle at the spot on the bookshelf wall, several novels falling off, as a set of silver fingers were poking through a protruding spot in it. Then another crash caused all the boards to push more and more forward. More books shook and fell off. Something was trying to break through. Through the continued laughs and giggles, I fired off several rounds into the wall. Instead of a roar or yell, I was answered with a sentence. Dwight. Unlike the deep, low-pitched yells and tones of the other ones, this one was strained, melodic, and echoey. I saw it look at me through the sizable hole it made in the wall. Its skin was a deeper gray rather than silver, and its eyes were completely white save for one black pupil. "Hello, Dwight," it shouted, and another punch nearly caved in the wall as it struck again. I fired off more rounds, but as I pulled my finger for the fourth time, click. The boards on the wall started to give way as its arms extended through, ripping away pieces as it climbed through. I dropped the magazine, dragging a heavy metal mag from one of my belt's pouches. I slammed it in and released the bolt, only to come face to face with the Goliath that it was. It was bigger than me. Much bigger. Maybe nearly 7 feet in height. It was roided up. Bulging muscles looked like it was tearing its skin apart in some places. "Stop fighting, Dwight." Its hulkish appearance didn't take away from the fact that it perfectly articulated my name. My teeth gritted as I fired off another burst of rounds, but at such a close distance, it pushed my barrel aside, instead grabbing my shoulders and picking me up. It held me so close the stench was unbearable. It was like the smell of rotting and waterlogged death. It threw me into what I found out was a door. My pack was in the way, bracing my impact. Before I could zero in, a large copy of War and Peace struck my nose. I cringed. Between all the abuse to my face so far, I could smell the irony scent of my own blood pouring out of my nose. I think I was doubled over because it was able to reach over and grab my pack and using it to swing me, and it sent me flying through the door, right into a banister. The banister hit my rifle, which pushed into my front plate, which pushed into my chest, knocking the breath out of me. While I wheezed, I looked around. It was shockingly similar to the layout of the Kazimoth house. a staircase leading up to the right side of the room. Old rotted couches and furnitures were all set down below, with the set of double doors pushed open by a ton of root and dirt.
It's almost over, Dwight.
The voice reminded me that I was here and now. I spun around, leaning my back against the banister and aimed my rifle, only to get a taste of my own assault pack as it was thrown, bouncing off my goddamn head. My Oakleys were crooked, splattered in my own spit and blood as I blinked to try to regain my vision. Again, I raised my rifle, only to have a gray muscular hand push it aside, and for a giant square foot to slam square into my chest, pushing me right through the banister and sailing onto the floor below. The next thing I remember was eating old couch fabric as I dove face first into it, completely collapsing inwards. I rolled over once onto my back before stopping. My head was spinning and a migraine was forming. I felt like I just got hit with a sack of bricks, one brick at a time. And to be honest, I kinda did. The thing laughed. My left hand wiped across my face, tossing away the now broken eye protection, as I saw it staring at me from the banister. Probably because it was confident, or because it knew my rifle had been doing jack shit. It took the stairs down. My AR-15 got caught underneath me on the fall, and I strained to pull it up. I aimed my optic on the thing and pulled the trigger. Several rounds exploded from the muzzle brake as it simply held up its arm, shielding its grotesque bald head as it walked down the stairs. Round 2, then 4, then 3, then click. I was out. Already? I barely had... No. The rifle jammed. I nearly pissed myself as I dropped the mag. I pulled back the charging handle, double fed, and boy oh boy was it one hell of a double feed. I finger fucked my gun trying to get the rounds out of the chamber. The thing must have known I was in trouble. It laughed as it vaulted the final banister, power walking toward me. I dropped my rifle and sat up. It was down, and it was just a couple meters away. I wasn't getting up. I wasn't unjamming it. I was fucked. I pulled my pistol from its holster and aimed for its neck, hoping a jugular shot would slow it down. My left arm ached, making control of my 5.7 pretty hard. I fired off shot after shot. The thing just stared at me, hairless head, wide eyes, mouth open as it reached for me. This was it. Or, at least, it would have been. If I did make some friends along the way. A set of plaid-sleeved arms wrapped around the beast's head, as its look of victory turned into one of surprise. I lowered my gun in confusion. Then, I saw who it was. "This is for my eye, you son of a bitch!" Isaac yelled as his shotgun was slung around his back. He pulled out a small 5-shot, stuck it right into the thing's eye. 3 rounds exploded into its right eye. It cried out in agony. A splash of black ooze splattered across its face. This was the time I needed. I turned over, both hands quickly grabbed my rifle. I reached in, unjamming that fucker fast as I've ever done. I worked the charging handle just to make sure. I slammed the magazine back in and racked around, sending it right home. I was on spaghetti legs as I stood up, but adrenaline surged right back through my body after its long hiatus. I squared up with the beast as it thrashed around and swung, trying to grab Isaac. "Isaac, get down!" I yelled as he looked over at me. The beast charged backwards, slamming into the wall, and causing Isaac to slam into it and fall off onto an end table. It scratched at its eye as it looked down at Isaac, then back to me. I flipped the selector switch, semi. Then I thought about it for a moment. Fuck it. Auto. A fast burst of rounds peppered the thing's chest. My injured offhand was in a battle to keep my weapon stable. It was woozy, like I had finally made a dent in it. It shook its head and I fired again. Another set of round tore up its chest, black ooze now starting to spill out as I advanced, wobbly, but confident. The script was now flipped. Another burst, and then another one. My magazine finally ran dry and I dropped it, slamming in another mag, releasing the bolt with an oh-so-fucking satisfying ka-chink. I saw Isaac was up now as well. He dropped his 5-shot and raised his boomstick. We were now laying into it. Full auto burst and then blasts of buckshot. Then another burst, and then another slug, tore into its chest. We were now laying into it. Full auto burst, then a blast of buckshot, then another burst, then a slug tore into its chest. We were battering it again and again and again and a fucking again. And finally, after the thing was covered in its own ooze, It slid down the wall, painting the wall in its own putrid blood. Its head tried to laugh one more time, before it went limp. There was a moment of silence, and I mean actual silent. The muffled laughing was now quiet. The footsteps were gone. All I could hear was my rifle dropping down as I let go, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet, and the heavy breathing of me and, of course, Isaac, I said, spitting out blood from my lips as I hobbled over. I guess Isaac had seen too many action movies because we, what is it called? Bro-shaked? Power-hugged? Holy shit, Sarge. You're looking a little, fucked. Well, I wasn't gonna say anything, but your beard's covered in your own blood. Isaac, where were you? How the fuck? He took off his trucker cap and ran his hands through his long, oily hair, and he scratched his scalp. After the fucking boogaloo kicked off, man, I'll be honest. I tried to keep up with you and Roseanne, but I lost y'all as soon as we hit the trees. Then, I lost the 2 Austrians. Germans? Russians? Anyway, I didn't know how long it had been, but after a while, I stopped and suddenly felt like I knew where to go. Then, I found your little breadcrumb. I cocked an eyebrow as Isaac pulled a green chem light out of his pocket. You were in the woods and just felt like you knew where to go? Isaac shrugged. He tossed the chem light behind him, into a small open kitchen area. He squatted down, collecting his pistol as he wiped black ooze from its barrel and cylinder. What I felt next was strange. It wasn't out loud. I knew it because only I reacted to it and Isaac didn't. It was the melodic voice of the microphone. From earlier when the Kazimoth house had been breached, except it was, well, supportive. Is supportive the right word? Well, it didn't sound like it wanted me dead. It just wanted my attention.
Dwight.
As it spoke, my migraine slowly faded away. I rubbed my forehead with my offhand, blinking my eyes. As I did, I noticed. It couldn't have been, but I saw it. It wasn't torn up or messy. It was more pink and quilted, the edge of the dress out of my corner. My hand shot to my rifle as I zeroed in on where it should have been. But, like always, it was gone. Instead, I saw an exact replica of where the hallway to the security room was. The security room wasn't there, but there was another doorway. The basement doorway. Isaac bolted to his feet, aiming his shotgun in one hand and his pistol in the other. What's up, Chief? You see something? I lowered my barrel as I knew the pathway ahead. The house was sunken into the ground, and all the voices came from below. We had to go down. Isaac pressed the barrel of his Benelli against the doorknob and let loose. Woods and bits of brass shot out from the inside of the door as we kicked it in. We were greeted by not a staircase leading us into the basement that we knew, but to a small elevator shaft. It was one of those small caged ones they used in mine shafts. Gray concrete walls lined the outside of it, as a lone flickering light illuminated the area. We didn't make a snappy quip or a funny moment of banter this time. Isaac and I just got in. We threw the gate door shut. We saw only one option on the metal button pad. Down. The thing was rocky, it shook and shuddered, and I honestly thought that it would just get out at any moment and send us plummeting to our doom. You couldn't pay me enough to look down the rickety cage floor. Fuck that. There was a reason I never went into airborne school. I just stared forward, watching the concrete walls pass us on the way down. The silence was broken by Isaac. So, what do you think's at the bottom, Dwight? I now realized that it had been a long time since he'd referred to me as anything other than Sarge, Commander, or Boss. But he continued. I bet there's an ancient eldritch god at the bottom. Cho'Gath, maybe? I sighed and squeezed the bridge of my nose. Even with the migraine gone, Isaac still never failed to one-up it. He shook his head, running his hand through his beard. Actually, no. Cho'Gaths don't really have minions. But it's gotta be something really demonic. I mean, did you see that roided son of a bitch up there? Why don't we just go ahead and skip a tier of command and just say it's Cthulhu, Isaac? He actually took my suggestion seriously, tisking as he shook his head. No, then why wouldn't we go after a more coastal area? We're in the middle of North America. The damn whole thing is a puzzle, really. What do you think? I told him, honestly, the only thing I could think of. I think whatever's causing all this is gonna die, by a lot of bullets and a lot of fire. Isaac cackled, and then the elevator finally reached down. My rifle shot up as Isaac pulled the cage open. Ahead was an operating room. Or like a mass surgical room, maybe an ER. More white, cracked, and smeared tiles lined the walls and the floors, as several dividing curtains created different sections. Through the flickering lights above, we could see IVs, beds, and different metal tables and cabinets in each of the sections. We could also hear footsteps. A quick flash of silver shot across the center aisle, as muffled laughing could be heard from another section, just meters ahead of us. What sounded like someone crawling on all fours could also be heard. This wasn't an ER. It was a chop shop. I pondered our options. Close quarters, what looks like a singular exit at the far end, easily passable walls made out of tarpaulin, several hostiles crawling around. Isaac. Yeah, boss? Follow my lead. He probably expected me to creep through or to start clearing it section by section. But I knew that we were outnumbered, and I knew that the far exit was probably our only safe way forward. I flicked my rifle on auto and started to unleash hell into the room. My round tore through tarps, throwing around old papers, knocking over small rolling carts, and Isaac joined in, shooting across and creating a pretty hard havoc of his own, creating an intersecting X of death. I pulled my rifle back and held it high. Let's go! We ran through the center aisle. Whatever lurked in these bloodied, rusted tables and tarps were pissed. Hissing and human-like yells came from within. I targeted one with a burst of automatic fire. To our front, then to our front left. Isaac weaved throughout many torn-up tarps and knocked over tables, firing slugs left and right, behind and across. It was a strange approach, controlled chaotic violence. Even as they sounded like they were leaping, a blast of automatic fire and a wave of buckshot sent their devilish eyes and silver skin bolting back into cover. I kicked open the far door and dropped a magazine, slamming another one in. I was down to 5. Or was it maybe 4? I wasn't really counting. Isaac backed his way in after a series of triumphant blasts from his Benelli. He slammed the door shut, as well as several locking mechanisms as slams and bangs from the outside started up. He started to reload his weapon as I scanned again. And holy shit. Winding metal hallways with bolted metal walls, grated floors, and dim yellow LED lights hung above. Halls went left, some went right, some went off in diagonal angles. This was a fucking maze. Isaac stepped forward, turning left and gazing down one of the halls. I looked down at my azimuth watch. It pointed forward, then backward, then left, then right, then flickered once to each direction, then clockwise. No help there. The voice returned.
Dwight.
I looked forward. Nothing. Then the hallway leading off to my diagonal left. Nothing. It returned, sounding right.
Dwight.
I turned, spotting the pink and white frilled dress. But instead of nothing, she was actually there. Like really there. And looking healthy. Her hazel eyes stared back at me through black bangs. She had a much cleaner complexion, and her white dress looked pretty new. We maintained a tense stare down for what felt like hours, until I realized she was no threat. She would have done something by now, attacked in some way. Instead, she just pointed down the hallway. To the left side, there was a hallway breaking off leading in another direction. I looked back at her. She just turned back, locking eyes with me. Hey, you alright, Dwight? Isaac said, stepping forward alongside of me. I know where to go. I said bluntly as I raced forward. Isaac lagged behind, probably looking dumbfounded from how I spoke. You, what? How? No time. Too long. Too complicated. Just fucking trust me. I turned the corner, heading left. I saw her about 10 meters down, pointing to a hallway that led right. A right turn. Then I saw her again, pointing left. On the way, I saw signs above the doors. Botany plant, incinerator. All different facilities you'd definitely find in a compound. Finally, I took a left turn, and instead, saw her pointing to a small staircase leading down. Isaac caught up, sounding like he was kind of out of breath. A sign just like the others hung above the staircase. Incubation. Isaac wheezed and shook his head. He stood straight up. You know, anyone ever tell you you walk faster than most people run? His voice echoed through the empty halls, and that's when we heard it. Isaac? John. Hopefully, for real this time. Isaac and I called out as we stormed down the staircase, the sounds of heavy footsteps shaking and banging against the metal steps. We reached the bottom of the incubation lab. We found a series of vats, if that's what you want to call them. Gigantic plexiglass cylinders jutting up from the floor to metal caps connected to the ceiling, scattered all across the room, some of them covered in moss and grass and this weird black ooze. I gazed to the left, then to the right. John! A moment of silence before we heard a series of banging against one of the tubes, near the back right of the lab. My hand gripped the trigger well as we approached, praying that it was him, and that I didn't jump the gun and shoot him. But if it wasn't, I kept my rifle up. We both went around opposite sides of the vats, and that's when I thought I saw him, but saw it. I could barely focus on it, just looking at it with mad and water-filled eyes, and I shut them with pain. Looking like a wall of moss and static, yet I knew it was a man. Or at least shaped like a man. I backed off and hugged one of the vats. Isaac pressed on. What the fuck? Followed by a shotgun blast. My eyes widened. John! I turned the corner. Isaac missed the vat where I heard the banging coming from. But the man was gone. I saw him rubbing his eye and where it stood. A large patch of turf with vibrant weeds and ferns poked through the grated floor below us. Grass. I searched the sides of the vats and I saw a small handle latch on the side. I looked back to Isaac, who held his shotgun up, giving me a slow nod. I flipped up the latch and pulled it open, and I backed away. I gritted my teeth, prying my trigger finger away, saying fuck it all to the consequences. John stumbled forward from the moss-covered vat. His hands were green with grass stain, and he was coughing up black ooze. Kid! Isaac dropped his shotgun and got down to one knee. I let my rifle drop as well. He was alright, although it looked like a fucking forest was trying to overgrow him. Subsequently, and inside of him too. However, apart from some dehydration and illness, he was fine. Alive. You two. He coughed up black ooze. I patted him on the back like he was one of my Joes trying to get over a 3-day weekend. You guys, you came. Isaac laughed and shook his head. Hell yeah, kid. We weren't going to let you bite it. John looked over to me. Where's my dad? I stared at him, silently, thinking of everything Theodore and I had said to each other up until this point. Yeah, where was he? Your dad's fine. Don't worry about him right now. I scanned the room, spotting an entrance leading to the back left. No going back up with all those things up there. John, can you walk? The kid's subsequent hacking and coughing caused Isaac to pick him up and carry him in his arms. I looked around, scanning the hallway and leading the way. Or, more correctly, she led the way. A few more corners and halls and we reached one of the tiled rooms. Industrial lifts. It was a rectangular room with 2 large elevators. Isaac approached one as I approached the other. I scanned mine. It was old, rusted, with a button pad mounted on the wall. Hey, Dwight, this one leads up. I backed off as he beckoned me over. It was several white buttons, each with a different description. Labs, storage, basement, house. We can take this sucker back to the house, and then just kick all of the doors we need until we're above ground. Isaac turned back to John, who coughed up more black ooze. I breathed a sigh of relief. I should feel calm, finally. We found John and now we have our way out, but something was still resting in the pit of my stomach.
Dwight.
I turned to my left and saw her pointing at the other elevator. I walked over, barely hearing Isaac call out, Dwight! The other elevator had a simple keypad with one button, sub-level. Isaac exited the elevator, walked over to me. I must have looked like a zombie staring at the keypad. What's up, man? We gotta get going. Whatever the hell was back there, it'll be here soon. I shook my head. Take the elevator up to the surface, Isaac. He shook his head in disbelief. You gotta be kidding me, Dwight. I know we've gotten thrown around by some big guy, but you must be concussed. I exhaled. He wasn't gonna leave quietly. Isaac, whatever was back there wasn't the source, the origin of all these things. Everything happening here. He grew quiet as I crossed my arms and turned over to him. We saved John, yeah, but these things are still gonna come for him again, and for more people too. He tried to speak, but then just laughed out loud at his own disbelief. Dwight, you can't be serious. This is some Class A horror movie bullshit. Let's go. Isaac, listen to me. He was going to speak, but silenced himself. We leave here, we try to get the National Guard, the police. Who knows if this house will even still be here? You said it yourself, eldritch monsters. Horror movie bullshit. We're in neck deep with whatever this is, and we have a chance to end it. Whatever's at the bottom is the cause. There was a tense silence between us. He stared at me out of anger. I stared back, pleading for him to listen. I know how crazy I sounded, and still sound, but it's true. You get John and you get out of here. You make sure he, Roseanne, and the others are okay, and you go tell the whole fucking world what happened here. Alright, tell me, Dwight, where do you factor into this little plan? I looked back at the elevator, the lone button, the light that had long burnt out, but something told me it was more than working fine. It knows me. That thing said my name again. I started this. It said it itself. I poked it. I dragged everyone in. And now I'm gonna end it. Just me. Isaac shook his head. I'm not letting you go down there alone. I nodded. I know, but if you go with me, who's gonna take care of John and get him out of here? He bit his lower lip, looking back to the elevator behind him. As he turned back around, I held my hand out. You've been a good friend, Isaac. I've known you for just a couple of months, and you're as close to me as a brother in arms. The closest I've had since I got out. Isaac grabbed my hand, looking me in the eyes. I saw a mixture of despair and anger, but also courage. Go get him, Sergeant. I gave Isaac my 5.7, along with the last pistol mag. Some flares, too. We held a tense stare as his elevator made its way up, until they were gone. I was standing there, alone. My breath was shaky. The easy way out, the easy choice, was gone. Is gone. And now, here I am. I stepped back into the elevator. I haven't pushed the down button yet. No. I sat alongside the left wall. This is my last entry, I think. I think it'll be my last. I don't know. Whatever's causing all of this, the cryptic source is down there waiting for me. No more Vanguard roided up beast. No more creatures in the dark. Just a man sitting in an elevator, typing the last of this on one bar of Wi-Fi. It's 4 a.m. We've been out here a while. But I think it's about to come to a close. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Isaac will make an update. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I don't know what's to come next, but what I do know is that it's about to all come to an end. The forest is a mysterious place. Despite how much the world wants to deny it, dark, sinister shit lurks within it. Don't let Theodore Casimoth cover up what's happening here. Don't let this all be buried. If I don't stop what's been happening here, Theodore won't. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. It's a lot less funny this time. But not a lot less important. This should be the end. Or not. It's been an honor fighting with you, Roseanne, Isaac, Gareth, Merkel. And for you, listening to this, don't forget what happened here. Don't let everything we've done be done for nothing. Should I finish this or not? The truth cannot be buried. This is Dwight Nolan, the sole member of the Casimoth security team, signing off. I really hope I'll be back. There's a weird finality to this. Not knowing what's ahead. Not knowing if anyone will see the words that I'm typing onto my new way over bloated note stock on my phone. Not knowing if John or Isaac made it out. I guess as cheesy as it sounds, this is where faith comes in. To me, it's not really faith in a god. It's more faith in myself. I'm scatterbrained. Sorry. What I'm trying to say is, this elevator has been going down for a long time. I dropped my kit to the side along with my rifle, and I've just been sitting with my back against the wall. I don't know how long it's been, but the clock on my phone's been stuck at midnight on the dot, never changing. Fucking midnight. I've taken to consolidating whatever's left. After the bum rush through the woods, the house, the chop shop, I've got 3 magazines of 5.56, about 90 rounds. Inside some good old ASC mags, the metal ones you see mercenaries using in C-list movies. 1 single road flare, 1 single incendiary grenade. I am officially up Shit's Creek with a fucking spork. A bit of irony I've realized is that regardless of all the $16 a piece window mags I bought, I ended up just hammering the trigger and full auto blasting my way through the entire depth of the house. You can try to make what you think is a foolproof plan, but in the end, once adrenaline kicks your teeth in, you're just along for the ride. Adrenaline. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it wear off now. The blood in my hands is starting to slow down, so they're getting a real bad case of the pins and needles. Exhaustion is setting in. Strangely though, I'm getting warmer. I thought it was because of all that running, but I realized that before I was even running through the house, I could see my breath in the cold air. Now, not so much. Now, this means that either this endless fucking elevator is about to drop right into the magma layer of the earth, or we're entering some sort of area that's several thousand feet under the surface with forced air heating. I really don't know. She has also been sitting there the entire time. Sitting there up against the wall to the left, just out of the corner of my eye. I don't know if she'll disappear if I try to talk to her, so I've just let her be. As much as she's helped me out, I still don't know where she sits in all of this. This is her house. She told me that. But what does that mean? Was she kidnapped? Is she one of those things in disguise? Is she tricking me? I mean, no, probably not. She could have easily led me into a room full of those fucking ghouls when we were back semi-topside. She's led me the right way so far. So, I guess I've got to have faith in my newfound ally. The exhaustion was setting in again. I rubbed my eyes. My corneas felt like they just went 10 rounds with a Golden Glove boxer. The headache has stopped, but I still felt completely fried. In a haze, an indefinitely traveling industrial elevator, the groaning of the gears, the cries of the decades-old cables, struggling to lower it without dropping me. I needed to stay awake through it all. I couldn't stop it. I wasn't done yet. Not yet, but almost. Throughout all the theorization, thoughts of finality, prepping my gear, I heard the wench get slower. It started to groan in an attempt to slow down the elevator, so its poor, stupid, former yet still somehow just as jar-headed inhabitant didn't meet an anticlimactic end via a dead drop. "We're here," she sung out in a low melodic voice. Correction, my newfound, still just as creepy ally. I pulled my kit over my t-shirt, leaving my soft-shelled jacket, slipping my head through and strapping it tight around my waist. I locked my gun's bolt to the rear, slapping in one of the final 3 mags and then knocking the release home. I squared up with the mouth of the elevator, watching the rocky yet strangely metallic surface outside pass by slower and slower. I watched her finally come up to my side out of the corner of my eye. And to think, not too long ago, she was trying to get my redneck friend to kill me. I guess the saying is true. The enemy of my enemy will help me salt and fucking burn them. The elevator shook as we reached our final destination. With an electronic buzz, the cage doors pulled open and revealed it. The yellow, dying overhead lights of the elevator did little to help illuminate the area. I was able to see about 10 meters out into the area. I could make out a few details. Firstly, the floor was made up of a dark metal square tile pattern. It seemed to stretch off well past the dark void of the bathed area. Secondly, the black void itself. That's exactly what it was. An impermeable, impenetrable wall of absolute fucking black. It shrouded the area as far as I could see. as however far this chasm stretched, no matter how many minutes I stood there. Remember that natural cat eye I mentioned earlier? Yeah, well, my eyes never seemed to quite adjust to it. And lastly, what I think was a chasm. The echo of our elevator stopping dead and shaking seemed to echo for a while. Hell, even as I finished pondering this shit, I could still hear the metal shake continuing to bounce off however far back the walls went. I'll bet you $5. If this isn't hell, it sure looks real fucking similar. I was gonna need some light. I tried to turn on the surefire light I had attached to my rifle's rail. Nothing. I guess all of the getting thrown into a wall, through a wall, and off a fucking balcony by a goddamn ogre must have shortened and warranted the life on it. Regardless, I still had one more source of light. I slung my rifle around front, and as I reached into my back pocket, I pulled out the road flare, twisting the cap off. It hissed as a burst of red light came out of the top. Voices in the darkness hissed and roared out, sounding like they were just at the edge of the black veil, immediately starting to back up with slapping bare feet. Holding the grip of my rifle in my right hand, I held the road flare out with my left hand and proceeded forward. The room was, as I described, gigantic, and truth be told, I still didn't know how high it was. I got about 20 meters into the area before I was greeted by several large cage-like walls, locked and bolted into the floor. They shot upward towards a ceiling. It was too far for the flare to illuminate. They were metal, with small slits big enough for some fingers and part of a hand to fit through. The kind of caging you'd find on a cattle car. One segment shot leftwards, another rightwards. Both met in the middle and they created a 10-meter wide path leading forward. I gazed at the floor. In worn yellow lettering, it read, Administration. A yellow line at the mouth of the path was drawn right above it. I stepped past the line and immediately I heard voices. Not laughing or mocking this time, but roaring in anger, in spite. A set of footsteps to my right came barreling towards me. Immediately I pivoted. The cage wall shook as between the narrow slits I could see a large figure, a slimy silver body, shoving its bloated hand in vain to try to get me. It didn't work. It just grabbed onto the cage and shook it, roaring into the air. My instincts caused me to pivot towards the thing and aim my rifle. Yet, the voice in the back of my mind reminded me that I only had 90 rounds. So, I'll admit, I stood there, flare in one hand, rifle aimed, and I laughed. Well, it certainly sucks to fucking suck, don't it? A la old Sergeant Walker. This must have enraged the creature because all it did was shake the cage violently. Then another from the left side crashed into the cage wall, began shaking it. Then another one on the right side. The metal was shaking so loudly, I started to become unable to hear myself think, as a chorus of malicious voices and steel came raining down. Dwight. The girl's mind reached out through the sea of laughs and cackles and pulled me back to the surface. I gazed down at the walkway where she stood. She turned to her right and pointed down the path into the darkness. Keep going. She was right, at least for now. They weren't going to be hunting anybody, also for now. I continued down the path, and more then jumped to the cage walls. The darkness became thinner and thinner as I walked down it. All the while, they yelled their evil fucking threats at me.
We will wear your skin.
The further I went, the more and more I could see the path. The red flickering light in the road flare revealed a set of metal doors, built into a metal wall looking just like the floor, albeit looking much more aged with a reflective surface.
Do not hurt us.
There were no windows on the doors, just a simple knob on each one of them, and administration written across both of them in faded yellow paint.
Dwight. Nolan.
I was getting really fucking tired of them saying my name.
We will make it long and agonizing.
And then, when I was barely 2 feet from the door, they stopped. I honestly paused because of all the years of combat finally caught up with me and I thought it made me go deaf. It was at this point that I realized I was still wearing my Walker headphones. I pulled off one muff and gazed at the ground. They were still around, but their beady eyes were just staring daggers into me. They stopped attacking the cage wall. They instead backed off slowly and quietly. I looked back at the door. Months of fighting, searching, investigating, hundreds if not thousands of rounds expanded. And here it was. Administration. I placed my bets now on whether or not Isaac was right on this being some eldritch horror. I did not want to have to pay him $25 if I somehow made it out of this. Keeping my flare held tight, I reached out for the knob. Stop. Her voice echoed as she jumped in front of the door, causing me to back off a few paces as she stood there. I was more surprised by how fast she moved, or more likely, appeared. Her voice was still echoing. Wait. She only wants to talk to me directly in my head. She had never said anything out loud. Don't look upon it, she said, pressing her back to the door. Now, I'm fairly confident she was some sort of paranormal being, whether it be ghost, demon, or something else. So it made me pause for a second and realize that while she was saying this, there was a very real fear in her voice. We stared at each other. She continued to block the way defiantly. My mouth was paused, waiting for my mind to come up with a response. Why? She withdrew one of her arms and pointed at me. No, behind me. I slowly turned around, fully expecting this to be the moment where she double-crossed me, and a demon from the depths of whatever layer of magma hell we were in would jump out and end me. Instead, I just saw them again. Their eyes, a sea of eyes staring at me through the gaps in the cages. White, beady pupils. The eyes must have been watching me for a while now. All this way up to this. I looked back at her. She continued to point, refusing to tell me what the hell she was trying to say. And I looked back. The eyes just continued to stare. What? I yelled, looking back at her. They're staring, so what? Again, she just refused to answer me, instead pulling her arm back to the door. I continued to stand there dumbfounded. So what? They're staring at me with those beady eyes. Unnatural, twisted, deformed, changed eyes. They stared upon it. They all did. The cogs finally started working in my head again. I put all the pieces together. The house, the lab, the fucking chop shop. The things that changed them. Cut them up, forced them to be these disgusting, evil things and lock them down here and throw them at whoever wanted it next. They knew they weren't going to get out of that cage. They didn't want to. They were just trying to scare me. What's that saying? Gaze too long into the abyss and the abyss gazes back. Stare too long at the dense forest and it will fucking take you. I just tossed the flare behind me, it bouncing and sputtering as it hit the floor. I turned my back to the door, and like always, she was gone. I gripped the doorknob, my heart rate skyrocketed, and my left hand shook. Don't look upon it, I thought. So, what? Close my eyes? Fucking, yeah, sure, great idea. Charge into the belly of the beast with my eyes closed and 3 mags. She was probably leading me into the trap, but she did warn me. But maybe it was all bullshit just to get me running at it with my eyes actually fucking closed like some kind of goddamn mongoloid. Or maybe it wasn't. She's led me right this far. Gotta have faith in her, I guess. I slowed my breathing, shaking my head as I turned the knob. I kicked the doors open with my eyes closed. My hand shot to the angled grip of my rifle, clenching it through the gloves and pulling it tight into the pocket on my shoulder. It was dark, but I could still see the red flare illuminating from the edges of my eyelids, just for a couple of seconds. Then it got dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, then disappearing as I heard the double doors close. It was quiet. Not silent, but quiet. My vision was now more or less gone. My other senses started to come into play. First, hearing. I could hear all the ambient noises of what I think were hospital monitors. A low, steady beep of the heart monitor, and there were others within several meters in front of me. A small echoing of it bounced off the walls, kind of giving me an idea of how big the room was. It wasn't as big as the outside, but it wasn't a fucking closet either. maybe 30 meters by 30, give or take. Next, smell. I've had the privilege of being able to bitch about a lot of smelly shit in my life. Literal shit, metaphorical shit, and ethical shit. Burning rubber, burning human waste, burning flesh. The kind of stuff that would cut up the inside of your nostrils and send you reeling from the stench. This was worse. Way fucking worse. I physically cringed as I tried to breathe in. It was like an ancient corpse was dug out of a mass grave, shit on, and then set on fire with kerosene. It felt like I was inhaling several tons of fiberglass, and the irony taste that followed told me that it made my nose bleed. And yet, despite whatever my other senses told me about this place, nothing responded. Not to my loud entrance into the room, nothing. I stood there holding my position. I wasn't physically attacked. Yet. And too afraid to move forward of fear of whatever was several paces ahead of me would chew me up, spit me out, then possess my fucking corpse. Like it had done to all the others. Everyone who looked at it. Met its eye in the forest, in this house, in this metal fucking tomb. Everybody. It had taken out their families, killed, kidnapped, or worse. Don't open your fucking eyes, Dwight, I repeated in my head. And it just stood there, eyeing me. I could tell it was watching me. I knew it was. It had to be. My face was twitching with anger and anticipation. I pulled the stock of my rifle so tight I thought my shoulder would have popped out of its socket. This was a standstill. A standoff. Both sides wanting for the other one to make the move. All the emotion, all the anger finally boiled over as I opened my mouth, trying to get the words out. "Come on out!" A rushed, ragged, aggressive response. But under the circumstances, I could be excused for not being my usual wordsmithy self. It bounced off the walls as my mind quickly rushed to see what I could make of the echolocation. Nothing. No words, no response. No army of demons rushing out to tear me apart. Just the long, drawn-out beeping. I adjusted my rifle to the darkness in front of me, unable to see if there was even a smiling Cheshire creature in front of me, or absolutely nothing. Again, I spoke. "I'm right here." Nothing. As a gesture to show how serious I was, I flipped my selector switch to semi. That click, to me, instinctually burned into my mind to tell me, shit's about to go down. The small click, the mechanical safeguard taken off the weapon meant to be 3 pounds of force, was all it needed to go off. What I'm getting at is, it's the international sign for I'm about to shoot your fucking head off. And still, nothing. I stood there, hovering over the trigger well, knowing I had 90 rounds, 90 shots to make it count. No resupply, no armored car to go grab a loose can of rounds from. Nothing. 3 mags, 1 rifle, and a historically aggressive trigger finger behind it all. I'm right here. Stop hiding! Nothing. I'm gonna burn your fucking damn haunted house to the ground, and your haunted fucking forest to ash. Nothing. Come the fuck out. The voice was off, but so was everything else here. It sounded calm, angelically so. Former United States Army Staff Sergeant, born in Chicago, served 10 years before calling it quits. Signed a several $1,000 fixed-rate contract to the Casamouth industry in an attempt to jumpstart his dying career as a washed-up mercenary. It sounded like all different opinions of me mashed together, some praising me, others mocking me, but everything he said was true. How the fuck did they know my middle name? And my fucking pay rate? Awarded a combat infantry badge, March 2011. How in the fuck? For reaching an enemy conflict at the Ghanaian border, failing to save Sergeant Clancy. Offered a spot at the army range. Alright, I fucking get it. The sudden interruption silenced them, and we stood there. They were coming from my immediate front, maybe 10 meters away, maybe 20. With the amount of echo in the air, it was hard to tell. My eyes were shut, but I could feel that whatever it was staring back at me. Does it bother you, Dwight, knowing you could not save any of them? The question was piercing, meant to rile me up, but I could tell it wasn't about the people in my unit that were killed, but the people in the forest. Fine. You want to throw down shots? 2 can tango. Does it excite you every time you take one of them from their families? Every time somebody gets ripped out of their homes and turned into whatever the fuck is in that formerly human cattle pen outside? Does it get you off? Silence. Well? More fucking silence. Say something, god damn it. No. I still don't know if it was answering my question or just being snide. It spoke in the voice of Merkel, the gun shop owner. The forest is a dangerous place, Dwight. Then in the voice of an old woman from the manor, Candace. Hundreds of thousands of people go missing every year, sweetie. These are just the ones taken by the old hungry forces that lay within. And then, in John's voice, call me calculating. Call me... And then, in Theodore's voice, eccentric, but I knew that when my wife went missing. I needed to do something. Theodore? Then in the voice of one of the town's local sheriffs. Not quite your boss, Theodore. He knew exactly what he expected when he arrived here. He has known for a while. He knew about all the workers he was sending to their deaths, trying to build that... Then, in Isaac's voice. Overblown log cabin in the middle of Witch's Alley. He also knew exactly what he was doing, throwing you into the middle of the woods. Then, in Garrett's voice, with a 308 bolt action and a shitty four-wheeler. Then, in Roseanne's voice, we feel bad for you, Dwight, hun, we really do. However, I know you saw the missing on the board, and you know bloody well that there are many more people lost to this. Then in the voice of the mother from the bar, Danny's mother, Mrs. Hothfield, I try to scare you off, show you that what's happening is bigger than you, but you wouldn't listen. The forest is a sea of forces. You can't stop. You can't battle. You can only hope to control. Then back to Theodore's voice. Theodore said I was crazy, but I told him I could do it. But it was a fool's errand. It cost me everything, my mind, my spirit, my body, my daughter. That last comment confused me. Up until I felt the girl wrap her arm around my left leg, it was starting to make sense. Her house. This was getting a bit long-winded, but it was getting clearer, yet more confusing at the same time. Some things made sense, some things didn't. Some still don't. A sea of forces? Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit in the woods, but to do this? To do what had to be done to get these people into cages? What did it mean by control? Just stop fucking rambling. Stop trying to spout off some exposition or spin some narrative. You lost somebody. I've lost somebody. Everybody here has. Yes, people go missing every goddamn day, but to do, and I knife hand towards everything around me, that to people, to do all of this, it's a necessity. It's fucking inexcusable, you son of a bitch. The voices began to change into ones I never heard. It was every other word now. Wrong place, wrong time. Bad hand, bad luck, Dwight. It's an evil that must be done, that must be kept beneath the surface, lest hungry men like Theodore try to uncover and use it. Well, I guess you fucking failed, haven't you? And all it took was a washed-up staff sergeant, a redneck, and some paranormalist, and a couple of months to figure you out. You're committed, motivated, hungry. You didn't get scared, shook. You persevered. You're different. You act like a hero to get to the bottom of all of this. It's the same reason you must realize I can't ever let you leave. My throat ran dry, making it hard to swallow after it said that. My hands started to sweat inside the gloves as I tried to zero in with my eyes closed. You said it yourself. It changed to my goddamn voice. This is it. This is the end. I hope I'll be back. How did it know? Was it surfing the fucking web? Had it heard everything I said? How? No one will find you. No one will realize what's really out here. Theodore will never find the truth, or else he will harness it. The cabin will be burned. Your friends will be saved. And nobody will ever find out what happened. to the security guard hired to protect the estate. Then a sound that felt a lot more nerve-wracking this time. It sent a chill up my spine, as from far beyond the double doors, the things began to attack the cage wall again, except this time, not in a smothered, reeled attempt to scare me away, but this time more intentional, jumping at it, pulling and shaking it, throwing their heavy bodies up against the cage walls in an attempt to break them down and to get me. The chorus of screams and noises were muffled behind a door. They wouldn't be for much longer. I didn't know exactly where the fuck it was, or how far it was, but I knew that it was in front of me. The echoing, the sounds, they all came directly in front as I could make it out. A while ago I said, while waiting for Roseanne and Isaac in the armored-up battle wagon, that I feared becoming another casualty, another name on a memorial wall, another missing sign on a corkboard, taken, killed, gone missing, turned inside out, cut up, thrown against the high branches of a tree in a canyon, found in pieces, not found at all, disposed, forgotten, erased. All of this work we had done to get here, all of the fighting to get to the bottom of this, a pointless waste as an army of demons fought to get out of their cage and tear me limb from limb, and a horror at the center of all of it. I couldn't even gaze my eyes upon it. The entire thing was just a bad hand, but I've been playing since the start. I wasn't going to let the story end up like this. This wasn't going to be where the road ended. 65 names alone on that missing persons board, some dating back years, others just a few days ago, let alone thousands that go missing every fucking day, all because of some fight, some struggle, some little game that we're stuck in the middle of. Fuck that. For what I hope was the last time, I flipped the selector switch down to auto. A burst of 5.56 rounds came out of my barrel. The muzzle flash was so bright I could even see it with my eyes closed, giving me some sense of positioning. The horde behind me continued to try to break through, as the voices in front simply continued to scold me. It's useless, stop fighting. You know you want to rest. I adjusted my stance, trying to make sure I wasted as little rounds as possible. Raised my weapon again. This time I held down the trigger, and rode the fucking lightning. My poor fucking AR. God knows how much carbon and gunk is built up on the inside of it, firing mag after mag, but it still pulled through. Clink. My bolt locked to the rear after the last round. I dropped the empty mag and it bounced off the metal floor. I slapped a new one in and sent the bolt home. Stop! You can't win! Voices continued to yell as defiantly as ever, but a little birdie reassured me. They're scared. Keep going, hurry! Another burst of automatic rifle fire as my rifle spewed out all 30 all-American demon-killing tungsten 5.56 rounds into whatever laid in front of me. The mashing and the groaning of the metal doors behind it increased and gotten louder as dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of them now tried to escape. The bolt locked back again, but there was still light coming from my eyelid. My muzzle wasn't firing. It was coming from beyond. Stop. Dwight, stop. Whatever I was firing at, I was hurting it, burning whatever was around. I hoped to whatever god existed as I slapped my last mag in and sent the bolt release home. By now, the things outside the room had gotten louder, more violent. They were enraged. I could hear the cage walls groaning and bending as they tried to kick in the double doors. The voice cried out, "You don't know what you're doing!" The girl cheered me on. "We're almost there. Hurry!" The last magazine. Last burst of full auto. Last try. I shouldered my rifle, held my breath. My rifle's muzzle was now smoking. I could smell the scent of gunpowder smoke coming off my weapon. I pulled the trigger and began to dump my last 30 rounds into the demon that laid beyond my eyelids, as whatever I had done to it so far caused the fire in front to get louder and louder, as the breaking of glass, crashing of equipment could be heard. Clink. Empty. I stood there, breathing heavily as I continued to be squared up with the empty, now useless rifle. Then, the voices. They began to laugh. I fucked up? I failed? 90 rounds at 900 shots per minute. Full auto. Into whatever was ahead of me. And I didn't have enough to put it away. One rifle. One shot at stopping this. Gone. Zip. Done. As the dread of all of it set in, the voices outside grew louder as the breaking of bolts and the crashing of metal could be heard. They were nearly here. This was it. I failed. So much preparation, so many attempts, all boiled down to nothing. No more rounds, no more guns, no more... Wait. I had one last thing. One last ace up my sleeve. I dropped my rifle, hearing the 6 pounds of weapon hit the floor. I slid my right hand to the back of my kit and I pulled the container. A cylinder. Running my hands over the orange diamond on the front of it. I knew what it was. An M14. A fucking incendiary grenade. Filled with phosphorus, benzate, and a whole lot of hate. We used to torch equipment down vehicles. It's not meant to explode. Just heat up and cause enough fire to burn fucking anything. It was even able to burn under fucking water. This was it. My last shot. I don't know what laid ahead, but from the burning I saw underneath my eyelids, I knew this would do something. Maybe put it away, even if it meant the ghouls behind me would lay waste to my ass afterwards. John would be safe. Isaac would keep him safe. And Roseanne would tell the whole world the fucking truth. The sounds of the cage wall segments falling onto the floor, following by the manic screams of it, awoke me from my pondering. With one last determined exhale, I gripped the spoon tight and pulled the pin. Dwight, stop! Stop, Dwight! I don't know how high the room was, but I could tell from it hitting whatever ceiling was above that I had thrown it far enough. Hopefully. The sound of the cylinder bouncing off the roof, then the floor, then to the roof again, until the hissing. The phosphorus. Whether white or red, I didn't check. I didn't care. Both would work. I could see the flare from the top of the grenade make contact with whatever laid beyond. And I definitely heard their screams. Young, old, adult, child, male, female. It cycled through all of the people it had taken. Some I knew, many I didn't. Growing louder than the screams behind me, they began to pound on the door. The fire ahead grew larger and larger. The orange hue upon my eyelids flashed purple, then orange, then fucking green. You fucked everything up. You killed them all. The voices began to melt into a sea of screams. As the sounds and crackling got louder, the footsteps behind me also grew louder, and for a moment, all sound seemed to pause. Before an explosion, a climax, the pressure of the moment implodes and builds up. The oxygen got sucked in, and for a moment, there was a pause. Right before the grenade goes off, right before the trigger is pulled, before the fighting truly begins or ends, there's a moment of clarity. It reached out to me, trying in one last vain attempt, in the voice of Sergeant Clancy. Dwight. In that moment, time seems like it goes on forever. Letting myself be taken, preparing for the end, looking into the void, at this thing that had controlled my life for so many months, caused so much death, so much pain, I answered back to its plea with one single phrase. Gotcha. Whether it was all the equipment that I heard from the beeping that had all been interrupted, whether or not it was the smell of the air mixing with the phosphorus, I, a 200-something pound man, felt myself get thrown back by the sheer force of it all. On a convoy through the box, one of our vehicles was hit, and the gunner was thrown out of his harness and the link had broken. He survived. He was a bit banged up, but he described the descent as a roller coaster without a safety. My back slammed into the double doors. My back plate slammed into me. I landed square on my shoulders, flipping over and rolling. I don't know. It could have been a few feet. It could have been a mile. My eyes remained shut, whether or not I wanted them open. And then, silence. No beeping, no laughing, no voices, no giggling, no haunted reminders of my past, no weird chorus of demonic shape-shifting, voice-shifting demons. Just silence. My body ached as consciousness returned to me. I cringed. The headache I had from earlier had returned. This time, it had gotten promoted to a fucking migraine. My back screamed, my legs felt heavy, and I took all of the force I had to try to push myself onto my feet. But my body gave out. I collapsed right back onto my goddamn face, and got a healthy serving of whatever fucking disease-infected shit was on the floor too. There was a small orange hue beyond my closed eyelids. I could hear the growing sound of crackling flames. The smell had gone, the things had gone. It was just me lying face down, my plate now digging into my ribcage and my throat, blowing out spit and blood from my mouth as I laid face down. Thank you. There she was. Whether a figment of my concussed imagination or here in the flesh, I wasn't alone. Not yet. They're gone. My house is empty. Thank you. Her slow melodic voice helped ease the battle adrenaline and pain currently slugging it out in some kind of painful bare-knuckle match inside my body. Using my right hand, I forced myself to flip over, coughing up various substances as I breathed a little bit easier, with my lungs no longer being crushed by my own weight. My eyes were still closed. My hands rubbed my crusted bloody spittle off of them. I still remained hesitant to open them. Was this a trick? Had it survived and started using her voice to lure me? Had I really won? You can rest now. It's okay. I gritted my teeth as I attempted to sit up. Instead, my abs just screamed out in pain as I fought to lean over. I had to get up. I had to get out. I had to... Fuck it. The clang of my back plate hitting the floor echoed throughout the area. I lifted my head up hard to spit out a loogie, clearing my mouth. I finally laid it right back down. My right hand was holding my chest as I stayed there. All of the fighting, all of the pain, all the runs to town, all the gunshots, all the scares. The sightings in the wood, all the hours I've lost, the Red Bulls, the weeks of investigation. Done. Gone. Finished. All the fighting to stay awake has ended. It was all done. 34 years of age was finally catching up to me. Exhaustion. Weariness. My mind panicked at first. Was this it? Was I gonna die? Was I gonna go in a coma then die? What was gonna happen? I couldn't move. I couldn't get up. I just let myself go. I could rest now. Isaac and John were safe. All of them. And then, as the crackling of the fire began to sound out in the distance, I let the darkness take me. Nolan. I jolted awake in my plane seat, knocking off my old gray digicamo patrol cap onto the floor in front of me. I rubbed my eyes with the meat of my palms and I looked around. What happened? Just a few minutes ago I was on death's door, sucking up and blowing out blood, with most of my body shot to all hell. I could barely breathe without feeling like one of my ribs was prison shanking me. And now here I was, the aisle side seat of a middle section of a large Delta airliner, near the very back of the plane no less, wearing now out-of-service ACUs, a light buzz, and an M16 between my legs. Hold on. I surveyed the plane around me. It was nearly empty. Most of the personnel who had been riding had taken their things and left. The flight attendants were now cleaning up between the aisles, and the last few officers made their way out the side exit, just leaving me and the one and only Sergeant Walker. Started to think you were a corpse. Huh. Jesus, the box really did a number on you, didn't it? Well, get your shit. We've got to get off. Walker heaved a large assault pack with stuff from different equipment, snacks, and things he'd taken on the plane with him. A spare duffel bag, and an M4 strapped to his side. He didn't look any older than I last saw him over 10 years ago. His deep, gravelly accent still sounded the same in its prime, too. I quickly scrambled for my PC, slapping it on the top of my head as I pulled my carry-on from on top of the compartment and I pulled it on. Yeah, gotcha. Roger, Sergeant. Walker scoffed. Why you acting all weird on me now? Huh. You want to be all robotic about shit? Shave your fucking face. Walker crudely quipped as I slung my M16 I fired back. Well, technically, we aren't back in the States yet, Sergeant. The fuck? How so? Technically, an airliner counts as international space. So, until we're boots on the ground outside of the plane, technically, I should smack your smart-ass mouth. Come on, let's get the fuck out of this hotbox. He squeezed past the stragglers and staff and made his way down the plane. And God, it was like 2011 was just yesterday. The plane was stuffy after transporting 200 disgruntled, frustrated, and burnt-out American warriors back across the Atlantic. It smelled of sweat, pain, and nicotine. That technically wasn't allowed on the flight. What was this? Whether I refused to think about it or couldn't, I kept playing along. God, I am fucking hungry, Walter cackled, telling me, God, I should go for a good fucking steak right now. Medium rare. You know what? Rare. So bloody it's still fucking alive. I raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to get food poisoning, Sergeant? Listen, son, after the bullets whizzing, the mortar ducking, and 10 minutes of sleep eating 5-year-old Skittles because the Army just couldn't send us better supplies, digging ranger graves only to move 20 meters to the left anyways, fuckery. If a steak kills me, Nolan, feel free to write fuckhead on my gravestone. Nah, better yet, just dump me in a koi pond. Don't forget almost overturning a Max Pro because we let a technically legally blind person drive it. Walker stopped dead in his tracks and jutted a finger at me. That was the fucking PL's idea, not mine. So what happens when you always give a fucking military command to a dropout with an associates? As much as he reamed and shit-talked our valiant first lieutenant, he showed the sir nothing but respect. Both of them worked cohesively when they weren't bickering, like a married couple. We dodged a flight attendant beginning to vacuum the floor as one of the pilots tipped his hat, shaking hands with us before we proceeded to the door. You gonna quit drinking, Dwight? I couldn't smother the wheeze that came afterwards. Sergeant, I said I was sorry for your truck. Turns out he didn't forget about our last platoon barbecue because sorry doesn't clean the inside of a door, Staff Sergeant. Come on, let's just get this welcome home horse shit done so we can go eat. I pulled my assault pack up a bit as we rounded the corner, bright sunlight blinding me so much that I had to shield my eyes. So no battalion ball then? Fuck no, we're taking the kids to the steakhouse. I didn't have a comeback because the light from the outside was brighter than I originally thought. Way brighter. So much that I had to blink to adjust my eyes. And yet my memory didn't proceed how I remembered. Instead of a crowd of families greeting soldiers, husband and wives, fathers and mothers, their kids, or even the humming of the plane's engines as they cooled down, I heard birds and the wind. This is odd because I remember the family readiness group was planning some sort of patriotic music on a loudspeaker. So loud that I could barely hear Walker talk. And why would there be birds in the middle of an airport? My eyes finally obeyed as I commanded them to open up. Yet, instead of a New York airport surrounded by fellow Americans welcoming us home, I was in a shack. At least, I thought it was a shack. The sunlight coming from several broken and cracked windows to my right. The walls and ceilings were made up of chipped planks. There was some hints of blue and pink paint on them. Hold up. This wasn't a shack. It was a house. The house. My body was suddenly flushed with adrenaline as I shot up, albeit at the speed of a Parkinson's patient, and still sore. I was back in the small kids' room at the very upstairs opening of the sunken house. Everything is just as I had last seen it. Items knocked down to the side as I rushed through the house. The pack of cigarettes I left on the window was still there, albeit frostbitten from spending the night out there. Was it even only a night? I scanned the room and I saw a few things. The doorway I used to get into the deeper reaches of the house had completely collapsed. I guess the house's structure integrity started to come apart with all the door kicking, floor breaking, and running and gunning last night. Regardless, I wasn't really in the mood to go back down there. Not anymore. I don't know how long I was out for. I still don't. My phone read 11:37 a.m., but I felt way too fresh and healed to have been out for just 10 hours. My face still had some scars from the previous night. Blood all across my face with my shoulders aching from that fall in the library, and still shouldering my AR-15. But apart from that, I was able to walk fine. My rifle, kit, and assault pack, hell, even my fucking jacket, and my now broken Oakleys were laying neatly packed on the bed. Pulling myself up to my feet and slipping my gear on, I scanned the room one more time, failing to see her if she was even there. Before I left, I kicked the bed back to where it was originally, and I took one last good long stare at the house before I made my way out. The deep snow of the outside had begun to thaw as it melted. I took a deep breath of cold yet crisp clean air of the forest. It still felt ominous, even with the midday sun beating down. I still felt as if behind every tree, every rock, every seemingly empty part of it, laid an assailant ready to pounce on me. It's not really like I could do anything, though. No more magazines, no more rounds. Just an empty rifle and a broken-ass body that should have stopped doing this shit years ago. Surprisingly, my azimuth still worked, though it took a bit of caveman slapping and swearing to get it to turn back on. I flipped through the preset chords I had, pointing back south in the direction of the Cazamoth estate, and after one last long stare at the ominous clearing, I limped my way back home. The walk was slow, agonizing, and yet at the same time it was calming and fulfilling. My mind went over the past few months, all the firefights, the mock exorcisms. Then, last night, what it said. You can't beat the woods, only control it. You can dump a mag into the darkness as much as you want, but you'll never really kill it. You can't kill what can't be touched. But sure as shit, it can touch you, kill you, kidnap you, drag you away to an underground lair for the sake of the greater good and saving people. And Theodore knew it. All of it. Theodore called it crazy. Well, I guess we can agree on something there. But he knew something. He fucking knew. He avoided staying in the house. He basically admitted to it in the car. But he also said that he didn't know the truth. I must have looked like a crackhead walking through the woods, spitting, muttering, shaking my head and talking to myself as I walked and looked around out of sheer paranoia. I was so concerned with Theodore that I barely noticed my old Pathfinder friend as I rounded a tree. The same man who had given me the guidance when the chips were down was now squared up to me, meeting my tired, beaten-up gaze with his own. The native. It was around this time that I realized we were about the same size, albeit he was in much better shape than I was. I didn't really take the time to ask his exact measurements, though, as we engaged with was at least 10 tense minutes, the most tense of my life. He held something between a scowl and a grimace, the war paint reflecting the sun off of his skin. Had he come to finish me off? Was he expecting something from me? I wouldn't be able to defend myself. I was at maybe 5% with a completely unloaded rifle. He just simply looked me in the eyes, without saying so much as a word or even moving his mouth. And after what felt like hours, he nodded. Without having spoken to him, I knew jack shit about him, but I knew what he meant. I nodded back, a mutual thank you. And like that, for the first time, he turned and he walked off. He didn't vanish into midair or melt into the wind, but he melted into the forest. The dark, cracked wood of the trees and old leaves hanging desperately onto the branches that covered in snow and frost seemed to merge with his back as he faded into the horizon. The sound of footsteps crunching toward me broke my trance. I found myself looking at the barrel of a gun, specifically the Glock 17 that I had loaned Roseanne the night before, now staring back at me. Does this fall under the category of irony or... "Don't you fucking move," she muttered, standing on top of a small mound of dirt. She had the high ground, the superior firepower advantage. How the tables have turned, Dwight. I exhaled a puff of hot air as my left hand shot up to my temple, rubbing it, then dropping it back to my side. "So, are you going to shoot me for being a chronic asshole, or..." Roseanne cut me off. "You were down there for 12 hours. 12 hours. 12, Dwight. So give me a sign it's you before I use your way of dealing with what could be another shapeshifter, or a fucking demon, or a fucking possessed corpse of you, or anything." I'm not gonna lie. I was initially torn between wanting to slap the shit out of Roseanne and sighing because she had a point. I mean, it was a fucking cockamamie point, but it was still a point. If I was a creep from the woods, I probably would have pounced her, but a point. Do these flesh gates retain memories? She shook her head. "Alright, here it goes. My name's Dwight Anthony Nolan. I'm a former 11th Bravo Fire District infantryman, formerly stationed at the ice-cold death pit known as Fort Drum. I'm a self-diagnosed alcoholic, a certified range supervisor. I've spent the last several months under contract with Cazamoth Industries. I've enlisted your help with what I'm gonna guesstimate was about a week and a half ago Because time here is as convoluted as my last 2 brain cells. Isaac's missing an eye. You're a British Commonwealth immigrant, judging by your accent. You helped me exercise, among other things, a fucking river. Werewolves are real. The giant of Kandahar was a Nephilim. And also, despite all those Ruick drawings in your journal, you keep a way too detailed graphic image of a... Okay. Roseanne backed off a few steps, holding up her hands as she lowered the pistol. She chuckled. You sly son of a bitch. I knew you looked in my journal. I knew it. I shrugged. You take a lot of naps. Only 'cause I work hard, Dwight. You look worse for wear. What happened? My stare was very deadpan, and it involved one long blink. Did you hit your fucking head? I mean, down there, jackass. I gazed back to where the native had walked. He was long gone. Then back down to the slope towards the sunken house, before pivoting back to my locally hired witch. Long story. I'll tell you back at the estate. Just know that it's over. Over? I nodded. Roseanne breathed a sigh of relief as she looked around. Come on. Home is this way. I waited a few seconds before following. How the fuck do you know? We walked for about an hour before we got to the perimeter of the Casamount estate, much to my hysterical joy freaking Roseanne out, following it back to the eastern side. We got to the front gate of the estate. I noticed that along the way, while we were gone, they really did a number on this place. The trees were gutted and torn down, sea wire was ripped off the concrete wall and strung around like, as Roseanne put it, an Iraq War Christmas tree. However, regardless of how the mice had played with the cats while we were away, in this case, the mice being demonic ghouls that could chuck grown men several feet, and the cats being a group of misfits armed with the finest operator gear that a guy could buy in a small-town gun store, albeit a very well-armed gun store, run by 2 Belarusians? Armenians? Germans, Europeans, Russians, it doesn't matter. Great. Thanks to Isaac, now I've got them fucking mixed up. Rambling. Sorry. I'm really drunk. That'll become more clear later. Regardless of the show of force, the gate still held. Surprisingly well. Roseanne scanned her eyes across the large metal gate as I approached the keypad. Hello? Anybody there? I pressed the button and shouted. Yes, I shouted into an intercom. I know full fucking well how fucky those headphones are because Theodore either bought the equipment especially high-end or at fucking Walmart. For a moment, nothing came through. Roseanne shrugged to me as we locked eyes. That was until... Well, holy shit. Frank Castle returns from the grave. Marco owes me $20. I stared at the camera stunned. What, you placed bets on whether or not I was going to make it out alive? Hey. Marco was the one who said you weren't going to make it. I challenged him. You mean Merkel? Same shit. Good to see you, Dwight. I knew you'd make it out. You see Tim out there by any chance? John and I saw him on the way back, and by the looks of him, he stole my trucker hat and he was wearing it, so I wanted to get it back. Isaac, open the fucking door. Alright, Jesus. You gotta be so mean. Roseanne and I made our way into the house. John was fast asleep on the couch, passed out with a blanket covering him. Roseanne immediately went over to check on him. Gareth and Merkel were busy cooking something in the kitchen. Isaac came into the living room, and he said, So, what was down there? His question bounced around in my head like a fucking pinball. I still don't know the answer. I pulled my kid off me, dropping it onto the lounge chair where Isaac and others had put theirs. Once again, it became a giant pile of monster killing supplies. I'm not sure. Isaac raised an eyebrow. It said several things. That the woods can't be stopped, that it tried to paint itself as a lesser evil compared to it. And that Theodore knew. Isaac jumped back and pointed at me. Ha! I fucking knew it! That goddamn Roseanne quickly snapped at him. Isaac! He looked confused as she gave him the shush gesture. Roseanne said he'll be fine as long as he gets plenty of sleep and we don't let him get kidnapped again. It would be easy since compared to the last few months, the preceding week was a fucking palate cleanser. Gareth and Merkel took off the next day after I got back. Both the Europeans loaded up their mass amounts of weapons and ordnance back into their van. Gareth himself said something to the effect of, the woods can still be dangerous, but we did good work. You did good work. You and Isaac are friends. Come anytime. Oh, and tell Isaac if he wants a job besides being your Cyclops, he's welcome at Gareth Arms. Stay well, Sergeant Nolan. I still remember that Spartan-esque grip he gave me before they drove off. Next was Roseanne. What with the Woods attacking John's friend's house at one night. But being Roseanne, she protested. Just because we solve one problem doesn't mean there aren't 1,000 more taking its place. Everyone in this town needs something, and this is only going to get stranger after the power vacuum of whatever you riddled down there. I nodded, sitting back on the hood of my SUV, driving my hands into my pockets. You sure you don't want to ride back to town? Like you said, the woods are still haunted. Roseanne looked out towards the open gate, brushed her hair, then stuffed it back under her beanie. She shook her head. Nah, I'll be okay. Oh, and she dug into her bag and pulled out the Glock, handing it to me. I waved it off, much to her confusion. I think we can both agree that the town witch, who just helped me take out an eldritch demon, is going to have a target on her back. Take it. Consider it a form of payment since I'm no longer funded by my boss. Roseanne shoved it back in her bag as she slapped my shoulder. Pfft, you think I get paid? Huh, funny. No, I do this as a service. Somebody's got to. She rested her hand on my shoulder, staring into my eyes. Remember, that rich asshole gives you trouble or you need any help, just call me. Despite my warning to Isaac that Theodore was going to be back in less than a week, he vowed to stay with me as long as he could. Not going to leave you high and dry, Captain. Let's get this place locked down. I spun back in the office chair of the security room, scanning all of the cameras as Isaac nervously scratched the back of his neck. So, can I drive the ATV? I'm used to saying this a lot. Had it been X months ago, I would have kindly declined the one-eyed, always buzzed redneck the opportunity to drive an ATV. However, considering the circumstances and the fact that I was likely not going to be employed next week, I pulled open a key drawer and beckoned him. Like I said, the estate was a mess after the War of the fucking Wendigos. It took us nearly 15 clicks into the woods. Not much Isaac and I could do to remove the fallen trees, especially since the two of us were less than motivated to conduct high-octane ATV landscaping for a man who literally chose to live in Demon Alley than we were our first few months here. Roseanne was right, however. The woods are still off. Though the next few days I still went on patrol on the ATV, scanning the perimeter path during the day, and finally feeling safe enough to go out at night. Anomalies still occur. A broken stone archway that appeared on the path caused me to detour around it. After I tossed a branch through it and it came out not diced but minced on the other side, I made the executive decision not to fuck with it after I tossed a rock through it, with the same result. Other things still happen. Isaac said he saw a couple of things like the crab-walking man, who I've now ruled as more or less harmless. A fucking baby carriage and a staircase. The third one was no longer there when I checked the area. I also get slight glimpses of a green static-looking figure from the chop shop house, just out of the corner of my eye, each time seemingly closer and closer, but never too close and never in direct eyesight. It was a weird, nostalgic feeling, if you can call this fuckbin of a gig nostalgic in any sense. Just the good old Kazamoth Estate security doing routine checks. John was getting better and better with the help of chicken noodle soup and Tylenol, and we were patrolling the estate. I finally indulged in Isaac's cultural pastime a few days ago. We were on the porch. The sun was setting, providing a warm orange hue that bathed the two of us as we sat back in a couple of wicker chairs. Isaac had a glass of Jack. I had a glass of Corona, or, as known by my colloquial name for it, hot piss. We must have sat there for hours, sitting back, legs crossed, my rifle across my lap in case the woods wanted to go one last round. But it never came. And despite our banterish history, it was silent. A calm feeling of acceptance and finality to this. A friendship that was literally based on two motor mouths chatting it up on a forest path. That was, well, until Isaac started talking. You owe me $25. I turned to him confused. How fucking so? Isaac took a big swig of his Jack before continuing. Remember, we placed bets? I scoffed, then laughed. Listen, I don't really know what was down there. I never got a good look. So, it's a draw, Isaac. There's no fucking drawing bets. We shared a fake tense stare before falling back into buzzed chuckles. I took one last sip of my beer, emptying it out and tossing it across the porch onto a bucket. I'm gonna miss you, brother, Isaac said with his one good eye slightly glossed over, sitting back, his hands holding the bottle in his lap. I exhaled, sighing as I sat back. This was probably our last time together. Yeah. So, what are you gonna do after this? I shrugged. Go home. Home? Chicago. Buy some booze, write an autobiography like every other vet, and live off the royalties. I turned to Isaac. You? Stock market. I hear the Dow Jones is pretty good this time of year. I shook my head in disbelief. Bull fucking shit. Isaac cackled and nodded. Yeah, you're right. Probably just gonna take that Latvian's offer and go work for them. The little banter I had with my friend would soon come to an end, however. This was the very last day, the day before Theodore came back. Isaac finally left. He sported one of the assault packs I had given him, packing up his tent and strapping it to the top. Despite my offers to drive back to town, he argued, if I could walk 700 miles across 2 damn states, I could make it to town on my own. Besides, you and the kid need to prepare yourselves for him tomorrow. I nodded, kicking up a bit of gravel as we both stared off into the evening sky. Isaac turned back. You sure you don't want me here in the trenches with you when he comes? No. I got a feeling he's going to pull something tomorrow, and I don't want anyone to get caught up in that who doesn't need to be. Besides, you paid enough on this little adventure. I tapped the bottom of my eye, referencing Isaac's wound. Albeit, with the help from Roseanne, it looked a lot cleaner, with a proper eye patch over it and a new bandage. Hey, I gave it back to the suckers. Good luck, Sergeant. And just like that, the Kazimoth Extermination Squad, the finest members of a paranormal hunting group I had assembled and fought with, I worked with for the last few months, was back down to just me. The evening perimeter check was probably one of the most isolating damn trips I had ever taken. The sky was a bluish purple as I drove my ATV down the trail, soaring over potholes and past fallen trees. I stopped at the northern bend, the halfway point, where motion detector 6 was. I parked my ATV, leaving it running as I scanned the low-light area. I saw the deep holes which the now destroyed ATV was trying to make as it revved its wheels to try to get out of there, the tree I shot meters ahead attempting to shoot the creatures. Gazing onto the now clear path ahead, my mind often goes back to that night, surrounded by dozens of them, all laughing and stalking me, that creature with its white and yellow eyes staring at me in the rain, now gone. I looked out to the north, over the slope that led down into the woods, the ocean of trees that lay beyond it. Man, I sighed, I need a vacation. Hey! After nearly 6 months of this fuckery, my skeleton, ironically enough, nearly jumped out of my skin from the sudden greeting. I turned back to my left, and I was greeted by none other than Tim. Turns out, Isaac was indeed right. Even if he was half blind, Tim, among other things, bore Isaac's trucker hat. I stared at him for a few minutes. Had anyone seen me, not knowing about my time here? They'd have thought I was fucking insane. To be fair, I still think I am. Lost most of my sanity in that place. Suffocated by the trees, talking to fucking skeletons. If this is insanity, I gotta say, at least it's entertaining. I turned on my engine to leave, but I stopped, laughing as I shook my head from the idea. I reached to the back of the ATV's container and pulled out one of my electronic headphones. I walked over and placed it on Tim's head over the trucker hat. I stepped back. Real fucking operator. Goodbye, Tim. Even with the loud roar of my ATV's engine, the sounds of the fleeting winter woods, I still heard one solitary word. Narc. The day had arrived. I woke up at 4 a.m., got cleaned up and got my gear consolidated by 5. There was a monitor on the desk of the security room, waiting with a fresh can of Red Bull by 6. Theodore arrived in a black SUV, nearly identical to the one parked outside, along with several vans, and a fucking truck of, judging by the Kazimoth Industries logo on it, the old backup that Theodore talked about. So, it was true, huh? I chuckled inside as I slid out of my chair, clipping my 5.7 holster to my belt. I chugged my Red Bull as I headed outside. Even if it was his estate, his home with his son in it, I still felt like the old town sheriff walking out to meet the new bandits as they rode into town. Literally, big iron on my hip, too. I lightly kicked the door open in front of me as I called back into the house. "John, your dad's home." It took him nearly 20 minutes to come join us outside. Whether it was from still being ill or not wanting to see us flee the coop papa, I still don't know. The empty can flattened underneath my boot as I stepped out onto the porch, meeting the group of uninformed individuals, joined by none other than the long-haired, sweater vest-wearing millionaire, possibly billionaire, Theodore Kazimoth. A long stare-down ensued, as he was backed by several guards, all in back crew tops and bottoms, belts, caps, and most importantly, armed. Their eyes shot to Theodore, then to me. My eyes stayed on Theodore. My hands were shoved in my pockets, mostly because I really wish I bought 2 Red Bulls. Heart attacks be damned. The stare-down was broken up as Theodore's son walked up alongside me, and the previous malice-filled stern look on his face melted, more so forced back, as he walked over to hug his son. "Dwight, it's good to see you." Theodore crossed his legs at his desk. Mind you, the one that still had all the broken pieces and holes in it from my little raid. I stood in front, arms crossed, as several C industry staff members worked to force the heavy filing cabinets back upright. Theodore maintained his grin, however, and honestly, after all the shit here, I wasn't fazed. "I see you've kept things under control. I honestly had to work not to laugh at it. Yeah, holding down the fort without you has been an experience, boss." Was it productive? Very. The tone and smile came after, however, did make me shiver a bit. My shareholders and I have big plans for not just the estate, Dwight, but the company, these woods, the town, and more. Big changes are coming. All for the better, I assure you. I gave a fake smirk and nodded. Just as the employees finished and walked out, Theodore's smile disappeared along with mine. He slid onto his feet, brushing up against the broken section of the desk, which caused one of the upper corners to literally fall off. Theodore snapped back to his feet, kicking it away as he brushed his forehead. "Oh, Dwight, what am I gonna do with you?" He chuckled. The evil motherfucker from the talk in the car was back. Zip tie me, bag me, drag me, shoot me, and leave me in a shallow grave? He shook his head. No. Contrary to what you might think, I can't just do that. Theodore held his hands behind him as he walked over to a large set of windows behind his desk, staring off into the woods. Outside, dozens of workers began to install new security wire, along with lights, cameras, and set up huts along the perimeter wall. Your little blog series really saved you. Had it not been for half of the fucking internet knowing about you, I really could have just zipped, bagged, and shot you. I chuckled out loud, earning a scowl from him that was so fucking satisfying. Mind you though, back to that thing in the metal layer, how I knew too much, how I needed to be smothered, how I really wanted to ream him and rip him apart, press his scrawny ass neck against the damn wall and start interrogating him. But then I remembered what the thing also said. Theodore would try to exploit whatever was down there if he caught wind of it. What I'm saying is, I better not say anything, then allow the evil fucking corporate douchebag money to catch whiff. Well, you'll be happy to know that you no longer have to bear the title of security officer hired to protect the forest estate, Dwight. My arms dropped to my sides as I pondered what that could mean. Theodore opened one of his drawers, pulling out a tablet with a very, very long form letter written on it. Without going into too much confidential financial details, Kazimoth Industries had decided that, quote, due to my dedicated service to the company and the estate, as well as the Kazimoth family, and after considering the consequences and benefits to my long-term health, my contract was being bought out. Basically, I was fired, and with the next what would have been 5 years worth of pay being wired to me, along with a nice bonus. It was a lot of money. A lot of money. Deep, deep 6 figures. I can finally fucking retire kind of money. The kind of money they give you to shut the fuck up and go back to Chicago. It was the kind of situation where I should fight it because they're trying to cut me out, but they did. And what was I gonna do? I was no longer legally allowed on the property. I was no longer a member of the company. You don't say no to a contract buyout. You can only nod your head and accept. It's out of your hands. I was no longer security guard Dwight Nolan. I was just Dwight Nolan. What I'm getting at is, despite all the internal arguments I had, all the reservations I had for just leaving things the way they were and allowing Theodore to do whatever the fuck he wanted, begrudgingly, Whether I wanted to or not, Casimoth Industries sent me a 401k plus. Emphasis on the multiple pluses. So I took my ball and I went home. There's not much I can do now. I said goodbye to John and the kid gave me a final hug. I, in return, a still in contact pair of Oakleys, and we parted ways. Not before being escorted out by several Casimoth security officers, as Theodore watched from the porch. By 10 a.m., I was being shoved out of the opening in the perimeter wall, onto a gravel path that I had seen so many times. Then, with a slow crawl, a final heaving metal thud, the gate closed. I was free. Unemployed, but free. I beat myself right the fuck up about it. I still am. I was a fucking coward. Whether or not I braved the things under the house, I allowed Theodore to get exactly what he wanted. I let them just kick me out of the land I was warden of. And I went home. But I had no choice. Did I? Yes? No. Sorry, like I said earlier, drunk. I took another hard shot of vodka at the pub at the edge of town, the same one that I had visited months ago. The alcohol hit straight away. My head buzzed as I turned toward the corkboard. The board that was filled with 48 missing cases a few months ago now had 65. That's because the locals now included hikers, tourists, truckers, cops, and more. I gritted my teeth as I bit down the gilt, turning over my glass, overpaying the bartender. I was cut out. I couldn't do anything. I repeated these words as I wandered out of the bar and down the road. The town still seemed pretty ominous, much like the woods. Even after the ghouls were dealt with, there were still plenty of mysteries and plenty of problems. However, I wouldn't be around to deal with any of them. I couldn't. But I wasn't going to let Theodore and whoever else just run wild in this place while I was gone. I opened up the worn brass mail slot of Roseanne's house. I slipped an overstuffed envelope through. It was late at night. The moon was up in force. I wasn't going to wake her up and hand her what would just be useful in the morning. What was in the envelope, you may ask? Oh, you know, printed transcripts of the entire series, detailed logs of the estate house, scavenged files from the security room, and despite how Theodore may have tried, a still intact hard drive from the computer. I don't have all the answers. Fuck, I have very few. I don't know what was in the darkness of that house. I don't know who exactly that girl was. I don't know what Theodore's gonna do. And I still don't know what the fuck was in that cellar door. And if I'm not going to be around to find out, then those who will, hopefully will find out. Roseanne's young, motivated. She's hell-bent on helping this town. And if Isaac and those Soviet bloc lads are still around, then they'll be on it too. Bet on it. They'll be there to help her. This is where I would say goodbye. I walked back to the parking lot pub, gazing at the night sky as I called a taxi company. I was way too drunk to try to drive anything back to the nearest airport. And like hell am I getting a hitchhike from a stranger. It'll be 37 minutes, sir. Great. Leave my drunk ass here for that fucking long? Good thing I don't have any of my weapons. I started to type everything in this entry, from the elevator to now. Eating away at the minutes, hoping each passing car was the cab to finally take me home, bobbing and weaving on my feet. And, despite being in a clear parking lot, maybe it was my mild deafness, my buzz. Mr. Nolan. The voice was cool, calm, smooth, calculated, and with some accent I really can't put a finger on. And yet, maybe it was my mildly drunk state or my heightened sense of paranoia. I hopped off the small concrete Jersey barrier I was on, turning to the man. He was older, maybe in his late 40s or early 50s. He wore a dark blue pinstripe suit, with a black detailing over it. I eyed him up and down as I ran my hand over my knuckles. Alright, who the fuck are you? Easy now, soldier, easy. I just want to talk, he said, laughing. My hands twitched as I eyed him up and down, then scanning the parking lot for what I was sure was an ambush. Yeah. Everyone wants to talk nowadays. Who the fuck are you? He gave me a small smile as he faked offense, giving a fake scoff as he put his hand over his heart. No need for such hostility, Dwight. I come not as an enemy, but as a friend. My hand cocked out of confusion. Friend. How the fuck do you know my name? And also, yeah, I ask again, who the fuck are you? He was holding out his hand. My name's Xavier, Mr. Nolan. Your actions in this town have not gone unnoticed. I raised an eyebrow. You've been watching me? The man laughed, retracting his hand. Many parties have, Mr. Dwight. Many. I simply represent one that wants to extend a helping and cooperative hand to someone with your resume. Oh boy. So what do you want? The man straightened out his suit, cracked his neck, and stood there. He was short of my height, maybe 5'11" or 6 foot. You've built quite the rap sheet. 4 combat deployments, 10 years in the military, and now first-hand encounters with the unnatural. I'm interested in your skills. This caused me to burst out laughing. I should have fucking known what was coming. Yeah, look, Xavier, I appreciate Blackwater having the courtesy to come knocking on my door, but it's about 5 years too late. I finally got enough money to retire. This confused him. Blackwater. Oh, no, you're mistaken me, Mr. Dwight. I'm not with any private military company. Not at all. I represent a group backed by many world agencies, with the trust and goal aimed not at monetary gain, but at humanity's safety. So what, an Area 51 kill squad? He chuckled, resting one of his hands on the pocket on the inside of his jacket. No, not exactly. Like I said, we're not one of any government. I crossed my arms. Yeah, well, look, Xavier. The man nodded. You know full well what's been going on. So I appreciate the offer, but I'm in no real mood to jump right back into chasing demons into a dark forest. Xavier held on as he nodded, showing he understood. Understandable, really. I agree, take all the R&R you need, Mr. Dwight. But know this. Dark times are coming, Mr. Nolan. There are things happening all over the world, whether you like it or not. Your tenure at the Kazamoth Estate has been dragged into something that you might not so easily get out of. When you make up your mind, give me a call. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. I pulled it out to see new contact added, Xavier. This earned a look of shock from me, as I was at a loss for words. Who the fuck are... I turned to ask him a question, but he was gone. Mind the fact that I only looked away for a couple of seconds, and I would have heard him run off, the fact that we were in the middle of a fucking wide open parking lot. I wanted to pursue him. I wanted to ask him what he meant. What was coming? What was happening? But before I could, the horn of the taxi loudly beeped as it pulled up to my side off of the street. This probably wasn't the ending you wanted, and I'm sorry. I didn't get all the answers. I got cut out of the mystery, and honestly, even with Xavier's offer, I don't really know what I'm going to do from here. All I have to say is 250,000 a year ago went missing. Some cases going cold, others without a trace, sometimes turning up in unexplained ways, unexplained conditions, and then others not at all. There are powers that be that would like to see them forgotten, brushed under the rug and never to be thought of again. It's our duty to remember who they are, and to never stop looking for them. If you hadn't got this already, this is probably my last entry. I don't know when or if I'll be back. I don't know if I'm ever going to press call on Xavier's contact. What I do know is, you've been with me for the long haul, and for that, I thank you. This has been Dwight Nolan, former U.S. Army Staff Sergeant, formerly the security guard hired to protect the damn Forest Estate. Stay safe, guys. I'll see you around. So we finally got to the end of that really fucking good and long story. I liked it. I think that's probably the longest story we have ever done on this channel. I think the closest we came was maybe the gas station, but that's still ongoing. So probably the gas station, but this one is a second, and boy oh boy, was it just on point. Make sure you go give love to the author through the link in the description. Go to his Reddit, upvote him, give him gold or whatever you do on Reddit. I really don't know. But while we're here, I want to thank all of the lovely and amazing patrons currently listed on screen right now. Dan R, Neophyte Games, Chaos X, JY, Pyromancer, Hayden MH, Ethan A, Daniel H, Maximilian Charles P, GoGo Cute Puppy LLC, Young Sykes, Dark Side of the Bear, Revenik, Paul T, and Mr. Swiston. Please consider becoming a patron for a backlog of Patreon stories, which I'm going to be starting up again next month, if I have the time for it. And you get your name read out by me. What could be better than that? And it really does help keep the channel alive. Thanks.